Chapter 714. Breaking Through in Adversity. Chapter 714. Breaking Through in Adversity. He didn't dare to break through when he was in the 6th herbal star. It was because Shurian didn't know how valuable he was to Nita. He was afraid that if he showed them his marvelous, innate endowment, the others would be afraid of him, and then they would try to destroy him instead of giving him more time to grow. This wasn't something he wanted to see. However, after surveying this place for a while, he knew that his presence brought big benefits to Byro. There were many King God Realm warriors on this steamship. Even if he showed his talents by breaking through to the second sky of true God Realm, since the others needed him to produce the God-developing pellets, they would have to keep him. With this thought, he didn't need to ponder for more. Sure, Yin wanted to advance to the new realm immediately. It required expanding the essence Qi ancient tree in order to break through to the second sky of true God Realm from the first sky. Also, he needed to clean and wet his soul sacrificial altar to get a new good grasp of his power Upanishads. To Shurian, it wasn't a big deal. After so many days taking in the solid pellets, Shurian's essence Qi ancient tree had been filled with abundant energy. And after he had absorbed the soul altar of that Dark Clan's expert using the devouring original essence Upanishad, the mysterious energy in his body was plentiful, which also enhanced his powers a little more. Then he had spent a good deal of time exploiting the 5-colored perish essence for days and nights inside the meteorites, which had improved his knowledge and usage of the 3-power Upanishads. Staying on the lowest deck of the steamship, Yin took a solid pellet and tried to disperse its energy in his body. This made his spirit, soul, and qi reach the peak again. After the immortal martial spirit had healed his broken tendons and vessels, Yin gained his consciousness and focused on expanding his essence Qi ancient tree one more time. It wasn't a difficult task, especially to a person who had been through extreme pains like him. The pain he had to endure while enlarging his essence Qi ancient tree wasn't as intense as he had thought. Many wisps of essence Qi were moving disorderly in his stomach. His blood Qi also scattered and gathered inside the essence Qi tree, urging it to thrive. The ancient tree was made of essence Qi. When pouring energy into it to make it expand, it always brought an extreme pain along with it. At the same time, pure energy from his stomach flowed into his sea of consciousness to wash his soul sacrificial altar. Shurian's God soul was calm and sound. He pulled himself together and concentrated on the tier of power Upanishads. 3 soul seals appeared clearly in his God soul in this magical realm. However, as Shurian was concentrating wholly to perceive the essence of his powers, he hadn't recognized it yet. Time flew by quietly. Gradually, energy fluctuations of power Upanishad appeared visibly from him. Starlight of the outer space that the naked eye couldn't see crept through the deck, falling on him. Mysteries of death and life flowed in his heart. Inside this deck, energy fluctuation of death and life arose, creating a gravitational field that covered all human cauldrons. Since those human cauldrons had low realms, they didn't have much knowledge of power Upanishads. In the coverage of the death and life intent domain, their lives were taken away unknowingly. Their vitality evaporated due to some mysterious power. Yin didn't know that his upgrading process had damaged the other human cauldrons in this deck badly. Still, Yin was sinking in his realm perception state. Slowly, fine wisps of space appeared in his cabin. The power of the chaotic space twirled fast and constantly, slashing down his small cabin. As his essence, Qi ancient tree, was expanding, the change of his body became clearer. Shortly, his god's soul sublimated. The energy moving around him started to cease, and the gravitational field disappeared. His breaking through had caused death of half of the human cauldrons in this area. Soon, the experts on the upper decks got this information. Allard woke Byro up to report this situation. What? Byro looked sleepy-headed. She rubbed her eyes while trying to pull herself together. You said that he suddenly broke through the next realm? Allard was wearing an odd countenance. He nodded. It's unbelievable. As he's in the human cauldron state, his blood cheese constantly taken. However, he hasn't been exhausted, but broke through a new realm. This man is really inexplicable. Byro's jade-like face was full of surprise. She contemplated for a while, and then said, people who could break through in the human cauldron state are all dangerous characters. Does he actually come from a low-grade continent? Who knows? Allard shook his head. Fergie found him. Perhaps we should ask to make it clear. If that boy comes from a high-grade continent, and Fergie captured him while he was traveling, later on when he escapes or his seniors find him, it would be big trouble. Get Fergie here, Byro said resolutely. Allard nodded and left quickly. Not long after that, he brought Fergie, who was also surprised. I'm sure he comes from a low-level continent, because he didn't even know the 3 major realms of the God Realm. Accompanying him were some experts at the true God Realm. They were at the low realm as well. Fergie also recognized how serious it could be, so she hurried to ensure the others. I don't dare to deceive Miss Byro. Don't worry, you won't cause trouble. Hearing her explanation, Byro could ease her mind. She pondered for a while and then talked to Allard. You should keep an eye on him. Although he comes from a low-level continent, we can't underestimate him. You have to settle this matter. We will never let him leave alive. Or else, when he gets stronger, he will be a headache for us. Allard nodded heavily. I understood. All right, I'm going to rest more. Call me when we get to the drifting gold sand area. And focus on him. Byro advised the old man, then left. Since his essence chi ancient tree had expanded, his power Upanishads were all cleaned, and his god soul had sublimated, Sure Yin advanced sufficiently, reaching the second sky of true God realm. At this moment, Sure Yin felt exhausted. He found his essence chi ancient tree was drained again, but it also had grown a new large section, which required a tremendous amount of energy to fill it up. As he wanted to use the solid pellet, he felt something frowning while looking ahead of him. A tender figure descended, looking at him with complicated eyes. It was Fergie. She steadied her body in Sure Yan's cabin, frowning while gazing at him. After a while, she said, Don't blame me. I was reluctant in doing that. I left Emu on my own. If he reports me, my superiors won't spare me. Only handing you to Granny would give me a way out. Granny would help me beg for mercy, so that I can continue to live. Sure Yin kept his dark and sinister visage, but didn't say a word. Your innate endowment isn't bad, with an enormous blood chi. You won't die after being the human medicinal cauldron, Fergie continued. Surviving in outer space isn't easy at all. Just consider that I've given you a big hand. You know, warriors from low-grade continents would have a pathetic ending when they come here eventually. You're good here. Many people were killed, right, when they saw outer space. She understood that Sure Yin had a lot of mysterious yet marvelous stuff on his body. As she couldn't calm her nerves, she came here to check. Are you done? Sure Yin waited until she finished her monologue and then asked with mocking eyes. Fergie nodded. Then get the F*CK off. Fergie's face changed in fright. She became colder, gazing at him maliciously. You don't know how to consider the situation. I think you can't leave this place alive. Sure Yin laughed faintly with his dark face, but he didn't reply. Fergie got embarrassed. She nodded and didn't talk more, leaving the place to her cabin in the upper deck to rest. Sure Yan's eyes were cold and gloomy, gazing at her figure until she disappeared. Afterward, Sure Yin pursed his lips, beaming a fiendish grin as he took out the solid pellet and swallowed it. It would help him refill the exhausted essence, chi ancient tree, and restore his power, bringing him back to his peak. He couldn't see the sun, moon, or stars from this place, so Sure Yin didn't know how much time had passed. However, from time to time, he found that one of the human cauldrons died. Their bodies would be thrown directly to outer space, being torn apart by the furious energy storm there. Sure, Yin didn't know the destination of this giant bronze steamship. He wanted to know, but he couldn't ask anyone. Around him were so many human medicinal cauldrons, but they were all struggling to survive under the torture of the medicinal animals. Even though Shi Yin had asked them many times, they had no extra strength to answer even a single question. Today, Shi Yin had absorbed the medicinal efficacy of 3 pellets. After he had taken them in all, he felt quite full. He walked out of his small cabin, strolling back and forth in this lowest deck. Sometimes, he pushed open the door of a cabin to check. Each cabin held a warrior of different races. Shi Yin found members of the Dark Spirit clan, the Ghostmark clan, Human clan, and even the Dark clan. Most of them didn't have a high realm. They were all bony and looked more like the skeleton of a crying ghost covered by a skin coat. Those people didn't look like living beings anymore. This was caused by losing too much blood and flesh. Those people were dying slowly in their cabin. The medicinal animals would suck all of their blood chi, or the pellets would destroy their body's functions. When they saw Shi Yin, there was no light of life in their eyes anymore. Despair and death covered them. They didn't answer Shi Yin's questions or want to utter a word. As they knew they would never escape this place, their hearts had died even before their bodies. After entering more than 10 rooms, the same scene repeated in front of Shi Yin's eyes. He felt his heart sink to the bottom. His face became more grimaced. The force that Fergie belonged to didn't have any humanity worth mentioning. To produce pellets, they could use living beings to be their cauldrons, using their blood and flesh to feed the medicinal animals, or make some pellets. The reality was always cruel. The strong could do anything they wanted, and no one could stop them. If one wanted to detach from their restraint, one had to be stronger than them. Only when one could scare the other, one could live better than them. Shi Yin sauntered inside the deck, entering each cabin and asking people staying inside. If the other didn't answer, he would leave to another cabin. Soon, Shi Yin reached the last cabin. Suddenly, he let out a surprise scream, as if he had found something strange. Chapter 715, Raging Flame, Star Area. Chapter 715, Raging Flame, Star Area. This cabin wasn't similar to the other rooms, as Shi Yin couldn't push it open, with its door having a barrier. Also, this dark green door was somehow specially customized with a faint halo glowing and moving on it. The power of the barrier on this door had prevented Shi Yin's soul consciousness from sensing the interiors. In other words, Shi Yin had missed this cabin all this while. Shi Yin immediately confirmed that the one inside this cabin was a special human cauldron. He couldn't press down his curiosity, studying the barrier on the door. Shi Yin sent his soul consciousness to observe the structure of the barrier. Making barrier was a method of using energy to build formations. Different energy intensity levels would create different functions of a barrier. Some barriers were best at defending, while other barriers could counterattack fiercely. Shi Yin studied the barrier on the door and found that it was portrayed quite complicatedly. It was formed by 5 different types of energies distributed equally, but the energy in each section was different, making it form a magical barrier. Shi Yin couldn't understand this barrier, so he couldn't resolve it. At the same time, he wasn't sure if he could break it with force. Even if he could do that, he didn't dare to take risks, because once he did that, the master who made this barrier would know about it via his soul consciousness immediately. If he couldn't get in, he wouldn't spend more time thinking about how to beat this barrier. Shi Yin contemplated in front of this door for a while and then released a beam of his soul consciousness with space power, piercing through the door. Shi Yin's soul consciousness had been added with space power, so he didn't need to worry about being blocked by the barrier. Shortly, his wisps of soul consciousness got to the cabin through the barrier on the door. However, it was strange that his soul consciousness couldn't see the interior of the cabin. He could only feel it was a gray and gloomy area, having the flow of energy of some living being. That living being found him shortly, as a thought was sent to his soul consciousness. "Who are you?" Shi Yin contemplated for a while and then explained. "I'm one of the human cauldrons in this deck. They imprisoned me to produce the god-developing pellets for the owner of this steamship, Byro. I'm from a low-level continent. I have no idea about outer space. I don't know the owner of this ship either. I have no clue about this world. Medicinal cauldrons, the others thought was pause for a long while before talking again. As you can still walk around, your condition isn't bad at all. Seems you still can survive for a while. Shi Yin forced a smile, not knowing how to continue this topic. What realm are you at? The other asked since he saw Shi Yin staying silent. Second sky of true God realm, Shi Yin answered honestly. Only the second sky of true God realm? Sigh too low. The others seemed to be disappointed. At this realm, you have no hope to escape. If they want to kill you, it will be as easy as flipping one's hand. You will have no chance to escape your human medicinal cauldron state. Shi Yin felt bitter. How about you? Are you a human cauldron too? Why have they isolated you with such a barrier? Hearing his questions, the others seemed to be enraged. His soul consciousness was also disorderly. Suddenly, he got something. How could your soul consciousness get here? My soul consciousness is a bit unique. The Upanishad I've cultivated isn't the same as normal people. The energy of barriers can't stop me. Shi Yin was still cautious as he didn't talk about his space power. Since he didn't know the other's identity, and after the wild scheme Fergie had set him up with, he was cautious towards everybody. Although the barrier doesn't stop you, we can only talk. The other calmed down. You shouldn't stay here. Don't let the others find your operation. They will trouble you. Shi Yin put up guard on hearing the other's advice. He nodded, returning to his small cabin. Despite the space between them, he could still contact with the other. I want to know the situation of this ship. Which force does it belong to? How strong is this force? You're just a cauldron at the second sky of true God realm. Even if you know about it, what you can do. Do you think you can escape your destiny? We still need to try. Without trying, should we accept our fate? This steamship belongs to the General Commander of the Underworld League. Underworld League in the Raging Flamestar area is the strongest force of the strongest forces. They have so many hotshots, and experts are everywhere. Tion's one of the 3 General Commanders. He is at the original God Realm. He has many King God Realm subordinates. Rose the owner of this steamship, and Tion's daughter. The others seemed to be too bored, so he explained to Shi Yin in detail. Underworld League in the Raging Flamestar area has more than 100 life stars and many mineral stars. It's a mighty force. People that belong to this force have a diamond-like mark on their foreheads. I think you know this already. Yes, I know. But what are the life stars? You're from a low-level continent indeed. The other disdained him. The stars that have heaven and earth energy moving around, suitable for living beings to live and cultivate, are considered life stars, just like the continent you come from. People can't live on the mineral stars. Well, it isn't suitable for living beings to cultivate and break through. However, the mineral stars have many types of ores and crystals that attract people more than the life stars. Shi Yin wanted to ask more, but he suddenly retrieved his soul consciousness, staying quietly in his small cabin. Not long afterward, Allard appeared on the staircase. He bared his teeth, then grinned and waved his hand toward Shi Yin. The 100-legged centipede flew out of Shi Yin's arm immediately. Allard surveyed his centipede for a while, then his eyes brightened up happily. He laughed contentedly while nodding his head. Not bad, not bad. Your progress is quite fast. Afterward, he took out some god-developing pellets from the centipede. Next, in front of Shi Yin, he fed the 100-legged centipede many medicinal ingredients before letting it return to Shi Yin's arm. Leaving him 3 new solid pellet bottles, Allard squinted at him. Kid, behave and produce medicines for me. After it's all done, perhaps I won't return you to Nida. I will set you free directly. Allard left with great satisfaction. Shi Yin's face was as calm and cold as water, his eyes sharp and chilled. After the man left, he snorted. After Allard had left, he continued to use his solid pellet to increase his blood chi and refill the consumed essence chi of his ancient tree. He was quite relaxed, though. After each time he consumed the medicinal power of the solid pellets, while the immortal martial spirit was healing his body, he would talk to the man in the other cabin. Through him, Shi Yin got more information of the Raging Flamestar area. According to him, the Raging Flamestar area consisted of several hundred life stars and many mineral stars. Different races and living beings were dwelling together there. The Underworld League was an extremely mighty force. It was considered the best of the best forces in the raging flame star area. The Underworld League had strict rules on ranking. Besides the hegemon, it had 3 other general commanders guarding the other places and around 10 League guard elders. Rumors said that they were all experts with profound realms and extraordinary cultivation base. There was no racial discrimination in the raging flame star area and the Underworld League. Different races could live together, and as long as they were strong enough, they could earn positions and power. Just like the 3 general commanders and the League guard elders, each of them had their own life stars. Some even had several life stars and mineral stars. They could govern the stars and take all the harvest. Yin focused on the life stars. He understood that each life star was like the Grace mainland, which was full of heaven and earth energy, pretty suitable for warriors to live and cultivate. Life stars were classified according to their energy cycle. Just like the ranking of blacksmiths and alchemists, life stars were ranked in the scale of 7. Level 7 was the highest level, and level 1 was the lowest level. They even had someone specialized in measuring the energy of a life star to classify it. Life stars that had come to an end of its energy cycle like the Grace mainland, according to the ranking of the Raging Flame Star area, were considered the lowest level, as they were about to drain up and be abandoned. Yin became curious to know more about the Raging Flame Star area, listening to the other's explanation. He had a beam of hope growing in his heart. He had a dream that he could escape one day and have his own life star. At that time, he could bring his family and friends from the perpetual night forest in the Grace mainland there for a better life. The Raging Flame Star area had some special vehicles that could travel across the meteorite sea without being affected by the brutal energy storms of outer space. If ordinary warriors could stay in those vehicles, they could also escape the storm. This bronze steamship was that sort of vehicle, since it had been portrayed with so many mysterious and complicated formations. It could resist the furious energy storm. If he could have a life star in a vehicle like this one, he could pick up his family and friends in the perpetual night forest. With this thought, Yin had found an exit for people in the Grace mainland through his trip to the foreign land. However, the premise was that he had to escape the Raging Flame Star area. On some day later on, when he had just finished refilling his blood chi using the solid pellet, and while he was about to contact the other, he felt a small tremor come from under his feet. After that, the ship stopped moving. Yin's soul consciousness went through the barrier to the cabin of the other. The other sent his thought to Yin first. "Help me with this." Yin was surprised. He pondered for a while and then probed. "What?" "We're supposed to arrive at the drifting gold sand area. That's why the ship stops. Later on, when you have a chance, help me collect some drifting gold sand. It's useful to me." "Drifting gold sand?" Yin frowned, using his soul consciousness to ask the other. "I don't get it. What kind of sand is it? What's it good for?" "It's the fine gold sand. We have so much out there. This fine sand has a strong, erosive ability. Perhaps it could melt the barrier confining me. You should be careful. Don't let the others realize your plan. If I can get out of here, you'll receive good things for sure." "I can try, but I'm not sure." He paused and then continued. "Is it dangerous to collect the drifting gold sand? Can you expose yourself in outer space?" "Yes. So, it's not dangerous. Remember, don't let anybody know about it. Otherwise, both of us will be in big trouble." "Sure." After they had finished, Yin walked out of his cabin, putting on a faint visage and then climbing the staircase to reach the main deck. Although he looked natural, he was discreetly cautious. Chapter 716, Big Business Deal. Chapter 716, Big Business Deal. Many warriors were standing on the main deck of the giant bronze steamship. Allard and Byro were also there, walking back and forth casually. Big rocks floated outside the ship, glistening with a glorious golden hue. Bizarre fine sand flowed from those golden rocks. Following the wind, grains of this kind of fine gold sand scattered everywhere. At first glance, Yin felt like he was floating in a fine gold sand sea. Those fine gold grains sparkled with a dazzling gold hue while floating slowly here and there. From a further distance, fulgent stars shone radiantly like numerous diamonds inlaid in the universe, giving him a calm and peaceful feeling. Shurian could see some people standing on the gold rocks and hitting them. Those people had different realms, but the lowest realm was the sky realm. Most of them had the spirit realm or true god realm cultivation base. Also, Shurian saw a king god realm expert who had a diamond-shaped mark on his forehead. He seemed to be supervising the others, as he was screaming continually. Watching for a while, Shurian knew that this drifting gold sand area was another mining area of the Underworld League. Those warriors with the relatively low realms were the miners, collecting drifting gold sand for the League. This mining area surely belonged to Baition, one of the general commanders of the Underworld League. As soon as Bairo appeared, the King God Realm warrior came and greeted her. Then, he reported her something, showing her a logbook. Bairo checked it for a while, then nodded and waved her hand. Next, that King God Realm expert pitched his voice high like thunder, asking the miners to bring the drifting gold sand they had collected. They brought over the sand contained in a conical barrow. The miners then pushed the conical barrows, which were full of gold sand, towards the fourth deck of the big steamship. Soon, Allard saw Shurian. He frowned, walking towards him with an unhappy countenance. "Why are you up here? It's too boring down there. I'm here to take some fresh air and widen my knowledge." Shurian wore an indifferent face, watching here and there deliberately. "Does it affect your work?" Allard snorted, gazing at him. Seeing him doing nothing strange, he continued, "Just watch. Do not do anything. Otherwise, harumph." Shurian acted naturally. He nodded, but didn't answer, just watching the drifting gold sand around, thinking about how to collect it. After Bairo had arranged everything, she peeked at him from a distance. Then, it seemed she got interested in him, walking towards him directly. When she stood firmly in front of him, she spoke up with an arrogant face. "You said that you're from a low-grade continent. What's it called?" "The Grace Mainland." Shurian contemplated for a while, and then replied honestly. "The Grace Mainland?" A skeptical gleam flashed in by Ro's pupils. Searching in her head for a while, she then shook her head, talking faintly. "Never heard of it before. How could you get to the Meteorite Sea?" "Using a bone formation made of the skeletons of many beasts. After we got here, the energy of those bones had been consumed completely. They all turned into ashes and scattered." Shurian's face was natural. He didn't conceal anything, because he also wanted to know the location of the Grace Mainland, and hoped that he could return someday to pick up his family and friends. "Your innate endowment isn't bad. You could break through to the second sky of true God realm while being the medicinal cauldron. It has proven your competence." Bairo lifted her head, revealing her snow-white neck while frowning her dark brows. "You don't need to blame heaven or earth. Everybody who comes from the low-level continents has to go through strenuous training. Many people become slaves, miners, or medicinal cauldrons not long after they get here. If their fortune isn't good, they will be killed shortly. If you can help me produce more god-developing pellets, I agree not to send you back to the sixth herbal star." Shurian sneered in his heart. He had no trust in people in the outer space. However, his words were different. "Thank you. I, of course, will do my best." "Yeah, just arrange things for yourself. Be honest, and I won't mistreat you," Bairo nodded. "If you're lucky enough, I'll introduce you to join the Underworld League. At that time, you will get rid of being the medicinal cauldron, and you can step on the Raging Flame Star area." Shurian cracked a smile, but didn't answer. Bairo didn't continue this topic. She called for Allard and the 3 King God Realm experts on the steamship to arrange stuff for the next journey. Shurian watched everything carefully. Then, when they didn't notice, he took the chance and returned to the exit door leading to the staircase, waiting there. A miner pushed the conical barrow passing by him. Looking at the drifting gold sand in the barrow, a gleam of light sparkled in his eyes. The drifting gold sand was contained in the 4th deck of the ship, right above his cabin. That deck seemed to be a massive container for storing the ores, or other mineral goods they'd been collecting along the way. Then, they would be transported to the life star of by Ro's father. He quietly descended the staircase, leaning against the wall to make way for the miners, pushing the drifting gold sand to the fourth deck. 3 King God Realm warriors were guarding the door to that warehouse, their sharp eyes open wide, scrutinizing everybody to prevent them from stealing the drifting gold sand. Yin stayed aside and observed for a while. He touched his forehead, and a flame ignited on the soul altar. The 9 Serenity's soul-devouring flame appeared, with its aura concealed as it discreetly hid behind a barrow. In Yan's Heaven Flame's altar, the 9 Serenity's soul-devouring flame was the most cunning one. It was good at stealthy concealing, and its unique energy waves could prevent the others from detecting it. Shortly, the 9 Serenity's soul-devouring flame got back to him, still hiding its entity, disappearing into his sleeve. A handful of drifting gold sand stayed in his sleeve, and no one detected this operation. His face was still calm, mounting down the staircase neither slowly nor fast, towards the lowest deck of the ship. The other 3 King God Realm experts guarding the 4th deck scanned their eyes on him thoroughly, but found nothing strange. Once Yin disappeared into the staircase leading to the lowest deck, they retrieved their scrutinizing look. Yin got into his cabin and closed the door. He didn't hurry to contact the other. First, he stashed most of the drifting gold sand into his storage ring, leaving just a pinch of sand in his palm. The fine gold sand murmured like water. This sand had strong erosive power, but it didn't aim at the flesh and blood. Nothing strange happened to his palm. However, as soon as he put some grains on the corner of the room, it suddenly emitted a gray smoke, as if it were eroded. Yin changed his face as he found that the characteristics of this sand were quite strange. Except for flesh and blood, all other kinds of matter would be eroded. Yin didn't know what kind of treasures needed drifting gold sand to be fabricated. He pondered for a while and then contacted the other, sending a message. I got it. Did you get caught? No. Good. When the ship departs again, you should rub the drifting gold sand on the barrier on the door of my cabin. What do I get for that? If I can get out of here, you can escape this ship, and you don't need to be a human cauldron anymore. I'm not hurried. I don't want to leave for now. Although that medicinal animal's taking my blood chi constantly, it doesn't affect me much. It's not the best offer you've given me. You should think carefully to see if you have anything worth me risking my life to help you. If I help you and the others figure it out, I will be put in misery. If the benefits aren't big enough, I won't take such risks. Why are you so strange? You want to be a human cauldron? Didn't you count how many human cauldrons have died on this deck? Of course I know. Well, they aren't me. They will die, but I won't. Anyhow, if they find out that I helped you, I would surely die then. And when you get out of your cabin, are you sure you can escape this ship? What's your realm? I have no clue about you. I don't want to step into your trap. After the experience he gained from Fergie, Yin always put up guard against everybody. He would never listen to only one side and would never act rashly. What do you want? What can you offer me? The other kept silent for a while. Yin wasn't hurried to send another message, giving the other time to consider. I can see you're interested in the life stars. After we're done with this, I'll give you a rank 2 life stars payment. What do you think? The other pondered for a long while, and then sent him his thought eventually. Yan's eyes brightened. You've got life stars? How could you have life stars? Harumph. I'm Prince Du Feng of the Dark Firmament Divine Nation. What's strange if I have my life stars given by my father? Prince? You're a prince? Why are you captured and imprisoned here? The other quieted down. From a situation of the Raging Flame Star area the other had told him, Yin knew the Dark Firmament Divine Nation was like the Underworld League. It was an extremely mighty force in this star area. The Dark Firmament Divine Nation had many life stars and mineral stars. Many strong experts had exploited the old royal regime to stand firmly on the Raging Flame Star area. The king of the Dark Firmament Divine Nation was one of the most powerful experts of the Raging Flame Star area. He was extremely dangerous for sure. The temptation of a life star was tremendous to Shi Yin. If he could have a life star of his own, he could bring all of his family and friends here and solve the most difficult problem of the Grace mainland, the shortage of energy. Thus, he pondered for a while and then sent the message again. How can I believe you? How could Du Feng betray his own words? The other seemed to be enraged. It's just a rank 2 life star. You think I can't give it to you? Why do I need to deceive you? If you change your mind, I would have nothing I could do. How about you use your ancestor's name to pledge? Although it's not so strong, it's better than nothing. I have to take big risks for you. You should make a pledge to ease my mind. The other got enraged badly. You're just a cauldron of the true God realm. You dare to force me using my ancestor's name to pledge? If you can't make a solemn promise, we have nothing to continue. You can wait there. I'm not hurried at all. All right, you're good. Be Astra-starred. The other calmed down his rage. He resentfully used the name of the ancestor of his dark firmament divine nation to make a vow, saying that when he could escape this place, he would give Shi Yin a rank 2 life star as his payment. Deal. Shi Yin thought for a while. After he could confirm that the other's wording had nothing wrong, he sent the other his approval. Chapter 717, The God Domain. Chapter 717, The God Domain. Shi Yin applied the drifting gold sand equally on the corners of Du Feng's door. Seeing the drifting gold sand eroding the barrier little by little, yet not causing any big commotion, Shi Yin could finally ease his mind. In the next period of time, he still used the solid pellet to recover his power and train his body. Shi Yin didn't notice how fast time had passed. After an unknown period of time, Shi Yin suddenly detected Du Feng's soul consciousness proactively come to him from his cabin. Shi Yin was startled. He crept to Du Feng's cabin and found that the drifting gold sand had eroded a small corner of the barrier. Du Feng's soul consciousness had sneaked out through that tiny corner. You can get out already. Shi Yin was struck. All right, what's your realm? Even if you can get rid of the barrier, will you be able to leave? At this moment, I can't. Anyway, since the barrier is torn, I can send messages to you. Not long afterward, people from my dark firmament divine nation will come for me. Du Feng grinned fiendishly. Wait until the hotshots of the dark firmament divine nation come. I will make that be *TCH wish to die rather than to live. Biro. Who else then? Why have they captured you? Doesn't matter to you. Du Feng was so embarrassed that he got angry. You don't need to poke your nose in other things. What I've promised you, I will do. Shi Yin nodded. He didn't continue the topic, but returned to his cabin. Not long after that, Allard came down there another time to harvest the god-developing pellets from the 100-legged centipede. He put more materials into the insect, then gave Shi Yin 5 more bottles of the solid pellet to help him recover his body. Shi Yin was happy and relatively free. He felt that it wasn't too harsh to live here. Every day, he used the solid pellets to restore his essence chi and wet his body, which would help him improve his powers. Eventually, Shi Yin found that his realm had been advanced greatly. Such life, where he didn't need to worry about the outer world and just focus on his cultivation, was quite useful to his martial path. Fergie hadn't come down here anymore. Since Shi Yin had scolded her, she got it and didn't visit him to be scolded again. However, Biro would come to check him from time to time, as if she were interested in him. She was curious that he had never been exhausted as a human medicinal cauldron. Quite the contrary, he had been progressing well day by day. Shi Yin had no good feelings for this lady. Every time he talked to her, he just wanted to finish it quickly. Anything he could conceal about himself, he had tried his best to hide it all. If he couldn't hide, he would try to lie to make the lady confused. Today, he stayed on the lowest deck of the steamship and took in 3 solid pellets at the same time. His spirit, soul, and chi had gained a lot of benefits from this kind of pellets. Shi Yin was glad to feel the wild, mighty power in his body. Right at this minute, the giant bronze steamship suddenly had a grumbling explosion, as if a heavy object had just hit the ship. It trembled hard when an energy fluctuation as heavy as a collapsing mountain burst off on the deck of the ship. It woke Shi Yin up with a pale face. Du Feng immediately sent him a surprising message. My men are here. Huh. I want to peel off the face of that *TCH this time. Shi Yin was struck. He understood that he finally had a chance to overturn his situation. He didn't dare to crane his head out of the cabin, just waiting in silence at his spot. The ship trembled harder. Tremendous energy attack bloomed from the upper decks. Such earth-shaking energy movement seemed to be strong enough to destroy an entire planet. It was so strong that it made Shi Yan's soul tremble uneasily. Boom! A massive impact transmitted from the deck under his feet. This bronze steamship seemed to be pierced through as the intense gust of outer space started to flood in, wrecking many small cabins. Many human cauldrons were smashed under such formidable pressure. Shi Yin discolored a little bit. He understood that staying on the deck wasn't a wise move. But, since he didn't know the direction of the other party's attacks, if they hit his area, he wouldn't have a chance to dodge. Perhaps he would be killed instantly. Shi Yin hesitated for a while. Then he walked out of the cabin and climbed the staircase to reach the main deck of this massive bronze steamship. Du Feng didn't make any big commotion in his small room. He was still waiting. Shi Yin got to the main deck with a dark face, but his eyes were sparkling. The outer space was dark and frosty. Stars twinkled from far away, while energy storms were wreaking havoc around the ship. By Ro, Allard, and the other 3 King God Realm experts were fighting the enemies, which were probably the armed force of the Dark Firmament Divine Nation. They were wearing orange fighting clothes and gears, holding different sharp weapons in their hands. Those weapons were huge, around 3 or 4 meters long, exuding a brutal lethality. Those people didn't come from the same race, but they wore the same uniform. The energy waves rippled from them were formidable. This group had 5 King God Realm warriors. Those 5 experts were enough to stop by Ro, Allard, and the 3 King God Realm warriors of their side. Powers from their weapons were urged, which are the most profound power, creating the God Domain. They were like the most furious energy storms, destroying everything on their way. Only the King God Realm warrior, who had the God body and a certain control over the power Upanishads, could create the God Domain. Each God Domain was different, but they were all sharp and lethal. One of them had the God Domain of Metal Class, which was almost unbreakable. Wherever the God Domain passed by, the rigid deck of the ship exploded, as if many sharp sabers had slashed on it. Such tyrannical energy movement had scared Shi Yin seriously. He understood that if the God Domain covered him, even his abnormal sturdy body wouldn't be able to stand a blow. Allard was covered inside the God Domain. He had to use pellets continually to supplement the consumed energy. However, he couldn't endure for long. His body sparked like a block of metal being polished. He looked totally distressed. The others had different classes of God Domains due to different power they had perceived. Their domains also had different effects. It seemed like Ro was using water techniques. After she released her God Domain, it was like she was covered by an immense, shoreless ocean. Whenever the others' attacks reached her, they would be neutralized by the water power. After getting through many layers, all attacks were weakened to the point they could do no harm to her. While they were engaging in a furious battle, no one had paid attention to Shi Yin, who had just got out of the deck. Shi Yin had time to observe the situation. On this massive bronze steamship, there were many warriors under Ro's order. Around 500 warriors with low realms were scared off by the God Domains. They had tried to stay as far away from the God Domains as possible. Fergie was also there. She hid in the back area of the deck to watch the things happening on the main deck. Seeing the God Domain about to reach this area, she proactively moved aside to get rid of its coverage. Seeing Shi Yin, a strange gleam appeared in her eyes, but she didn't persist her glance on Shi Yin as she had to change her location constantly. Hovering not far away from the big bronze steamship was a dazzling amethyst war chariot, around 5 meters wide and 10 meters long. It seemed to be cut and fabricated from a whole block of pure amethyst. In this dark space, it radiated gloriously with a blazing halo. There was a crown image portrayed on the top of the amethyst war chariot. Sitting leisurely under the crown was a charming and elegant figure. She was covered in layers of purple light that made it hard to see her real appearance. She seemed to not pay any attention to the battle over there. Yin could see that she was eating some kind of fruits relaxedly. Yin could notice that Fergie had always glued her eyes on the amethyst war chariot. Her face changed continually with deep fear. Even though Ro and Allard were engaging in a fierce fight, they had to keep an eye on that purple chariot. Fright sparkled in their eyes, as if they knew the woman sitting there was really dangerous. "My good brother, you want to hide away until when, eh? Get your asterisk out, quick." A lazy voice that sounded like it came from heaven arose melodiously from the amethyst war chariot. It seemed to be able to run straight to human souls and enchant them. Her voice made people's souls sink into its beautiful melody and never want to get out. A quick enchantment appeared in Yan's eyes, but he recovered fast, changing his face. That woman had a voice that could pierce through people's soul naturally and charmingly. It was like the nightmare that could run directly to the deepest level of people's hearts, making them powerlessly lazy and preventing them from raising their fighting will. This was a tremendous power indeed. Many warriors at the spirit realm and true god realm on the steamship under Ro's command were bewildered on hearing that voice. They looked like they were struck by the body-fixing spell. Their faces were dull and dreamy, as if they were flying happily in their best dreams. Expressions of lust appeared on their faces as well. No one had seen her yet, but her seductive voice was enough to mess their minds. Yin acclaimed her inside his head while circulating the power of the ice-cold flame, using its icy aura to relax his sea of consciousness and prevent the other from snatching his mind. Dufeng's cold voice eventually arose from the cabin. "Sis, why are you here?" "Well, if I didn't come here, did you want us to wait until they got you to the Underworld League and ask for several life stars and mineral stars as ransom?" The heavenly voice of the woman arose one more time. "Our father said that you will be grounded for 10 years this time. You always make troubles. Sigh, you tell me, till when would our father no longer need to worry about you anymore?" A young, handsome man with a cold, gloomy face walked out of the cabin. His clothes were full of dust. Pungent odor rose from him from time to time. He was Prince Dufeng. "How could he get out?" Ro paled. She shifted her look to Allard. "Didn't you say that the barrier has no flaws?" Allard was still fighting with the others. Hearing her, he paled, screaming continually. "I don't know. Theoretically, he should have never escaped. Mwahaha. It used to be true. Your barrier can prevent the soul consciousness and seal all ways of communication. If I relied only on my power, I couldn't send my whereabouts to my men." Dufeng smiled darkly. Suddenly, he rose his voice. "Friend, where are you? We have always used the soul consciousness to talk, but have never met before. I don't know what you look like, mate." Dufeng's look raked through those people. An inexplicable smile hung on the corner of his mouth. Ro and Allard darkened their faces on hearing him. Even the woman sitting in the amethyst war chariot got startled. Later on, she laughed cheerily. "Turns out you have got a partner. I say, you moron, how could you send the message while being confined? Who is so stupid that he helped my beat Astra's star brother? Actually, I don't know whether to say thank or scold you for helping him. I don't want him to get out, you know. Haha." While the woman was talking, her amethyst war chariot slowly flew and harbored next to the giant bronze steamship. A purple figure floated up and then descended on the main deck amidst the scrutinizing look of so many people. Chapter 718, Princess Ziyao. Chapter 718, Princess Ziyao. The woman was wearing purple clothes made of some unknown material, which was sparkling like stars in the sky. In this dark, starry space, she was as gorgeous as the most beautiful purple star of the universe, dazzlingly delightful. As soon as she appeared, all the warriors, no matter they were under Ro or the 5 king god realm warriors on her side, revealed their enchanted faces. Her kind of beauty was so hard to be described with words. Her body and appearance were so perfect that no one could find even a tiny flaw. She looked like a masterpiece of fine art created by God after spending countless hours. Each feature of hers could make people want to dream about it. No one could resist but immerse passionately in her beauty. She had a pair of purple eyes, which looked like two glorious pieces of amethyst, which were always full of a magical purple light. Her pretty eyes were so charming that it could entice men's souls, making them glue their eyes on her. Even Yin, a man who had almost seen all kinds of beauties in this world, got struck at first glance. He couldn't shift his look from her, as if he had entered a wonderful dream where she was the most beautiful sight that kept people from waking up. In the Grace mainland, Yin had seen many outstanding women, but none of them could be as flawless as this woman. She was truly a miracle. Princess Yao, the 5 king god realm experts who were attacking Bai Rou, stopped their attack and bowed to greet the woman respectably. The woman beamed a gentle smile that was naturally beautiful like a newborn star, and nothing could compare to her. This smile could melt even the toughest heart. She nodded, raking her look on the ground. Men under her look all tried to stand upright and chin up, trying to earn her favor. Her look scanned through many people and eventually fell on Yin. Yin quietly circulated the ice-cold flame. Extremely cold energy started to move around his body, which reluctantly helped him resist the natural seduction of that woman. He didn't show his lust towards her and kept a calm face. However, his eyes still sparkled with a strange light. Princess Ziyao of the Dark Firmament Divine Nation had a gleam of surprise in her beautiful amethyst-like eyes. She was amazed on seeing Yan's calm expression, so she wanted to look at him a little bit more. Yan didn't know why he was scared on receiving her favor. He blamed himself for being rude under the look of a beauty. Later on, he felt that the other had a mighty enchanting power, that as long as he was a male, he couldn't keep his eyes off her. Sis, does father really want to ground me for 10 years? Du Feng put on a miserable countenance. Didn't you beg him to save me? Beg him? Princess Ziyao curled her lips interestedly. I did. Du Feng was struck, cracking a smile. I know you love me, sis. Oh yeah. Princess Ziyao burst out laughing. I've begged father to ground you for 50 years. But father loves you, moron. He didn't agree with me. He failed me, though. Sigh. Du Feng's countenance froze. His smile became more miserable. However, he didn't dare to mess up with his sister, even though his heart was filled with resentment. Leave the ship here, Bai Rou. You guys should leave. The ores and natural resources on this ship are to compensate for the fact that you can find my brother. Princess Ziyao didn't care about Yin, turning to Bai Rou's team, and then continued. Do you have any idea? Bai Rou's face became cold. Her eyes were filled with rage. Du Feng harassed me first. What's wrong if I captured him? B*TCH, being the wife of Prince Du Feng, is a humiliation to you? You don't know how many women have cried to roll into my arms. I favored you, but you didn't appreciate me. Du Feng shouted harshly. Bai Rou's face darkened, as her beautiful eyes sparkled coldly. If you weren't a prince, I would have killed you already. You want to marry me? In your dreams. Du Feng still wanted to say something, but Princess Ziyao had waved her hand to stop him. She laughed cheerily at Bai Rou. It's true. My brother doesn't deserve you. People in the Raging Flamestar area all know his bad habits. But you've killed my people. Big mistakes. I'm easy to talk to, so I won't capture you and ask your father to give a ransom for you to reduce the troubles. However, you have to leave this ship. Well, after you get home and cry in front of your father, we will calculate our debts then. Miss Bai Rou, Allard reminded her gently as his eyes sparkled with a strange light. Apparently, the force they had here wasn't a match of Ziyao's team. Her 5 king God Realm warriors were enough to oppress all of them. At the same time, Princess Ziyao's realm and bearings were well known around the Raging Flamestar area. Allard knew that they were in the disadvantaged situation, so he had to wake Bai Rou up. The other 3 King God Realm warriors on Bai Rou's side also signaled her to be patient. Bai Rou hesitated for a while and then agreed begrudgingly. She spoke up coldly. You won this time. However, it won't be easy to solve this grudge. If you want to play, I'll accompany you. Princess Ziyao burst out laughing, nodding her head elegantly. Go home and ask your brother why he got hurt. Little girl, don't appreciate yourself too highly. Although your father's the general commander of the Underworld League, he's just a commander, not the hegemon. We, the Dark Firmament Divine Nation, aren't afraid of you guys. Let him come find us. After she said that, Byro and Allard discolored, their faces darkening immediately. Byro's big brother got home with severe wounds, from which he had to use a lot of Bytion's pellets and medicines to recover. That's why Byro had to find another way, meeting Nita to ask for Shuriyin to produce the God-developing pellet. This kind of pellet would ensure her breakthrough, making it flawless. When her big brother came home, he kept his mouth shut, talking nothing about his wounds. He didn't reveal who had hurt him. Until now, Byro didn't know who did that to him. Today, as she heard Princess Ziyao say that, Byro changed her face instantly. Finally, she knew who had attacked her brother. She got tense as she was scared. As the other had dared to hurt her brother, apparently, she wasn't afraid of Baition. If Byro wanted to linger here, she would earn nothing good. She suddenly recalled the words people had used to assess Princess Ziyao: beautiful like a fairy, evil as a scorpion. A cold feeling arose from the bottom of Byro's heart. She stared at Ziyao for a while, and then nodded with an anxious visage. She turned to Allard standing next to her. We'll go. Leave a ship here. She paused for a while, as if she suddenly recalled something, pointing at Shuriyin. He'll come with us. I don't need the other medicinal cauldrons. During this period, Shuriyin alone had produced 20 God-developing pellets. As Byro could see the marvelous potential of his body, she remembered Shuriyin at this critical moment. I won't go. See you later. Shuriyin was always quiet, standing in a corner of the ship, and nobody had noticed him. He cracked a smile. Don't worry. I will remember you guys. When I have the chance, I will pay back your favor today. Dufone was stooping his head in distress. Hearing his voice, he was struck, laughing contentedly. Hey, buddy, you spoke finally. People's eyes instantly fell on Shuriyin. At this moment, they then understood who Dufeng's partner in crime was. It's you. Allard clenched his jaw, his face grimaced. It's you. Kid, you don't want to live, right? I should have killed you earlier. Byro's face became as cold as ice. Her sharp eyes scanned through Shuriyin like a cold saber as she was gritting her teeth. Fergie was standing not far from them. She changed her countenance immediately, as she could finally recognize how touch and dangerous Shuriyin was. A beam of fear crossed her beautiful eyes as she was discreetly worried. She understood how dangerous and patient Shuriyin was more than anybody else. If Shuriyin could escape this time, his realm would advance tremendously in the future. A man who could still break through the next realm while being a human medicinal cauldron was truly the most dangerous one. Furthermore, Fergie knew that Shuriyin was pretty young, and his potential seemed to be endless. She suddenly felt regret. She regretted that she shouldn't ambush Shuriyin. Today, as he had a new opportunity, he would never spare her life once he got stronger. Oh, not bad. Not bad. I was wondering why you could be so calm. Princess Ziyao also beamed a smile. She was curious why Shuriyin wasn't enchanted under her look. Hearing Dufeng, she now knew that Shuriyin was the one who had broken Dufeng's adversity. Thus, she became more curious, scanning her purple eyes on him with great interest. Under her scrutinizing look, Shuriyin was indifferent, pointing at Fergie while his eyes were on Dufeng. I want to kill her, and I don't want anybody to interfere. Can you help me with this? Dufeng was surprised. He stood in a daze, unable to react. Fergie's face changed dramatically. Fear and angst flashed in her eyes. An ice-cold feeling arose from the bottom of her heart. She thought it would end here, and Shuriyin would come to find her for revenge after he reached the higher realm. However, Shuriyin's revenge came too fast. He wanted to kill her before she had time to even leave. In her panic, Fergie felt even more resentful. She was at the third sky of True God Realm Cultivation Base, and had always stayed in the Raging Flame Star area to cultivate. Whether it was her knowledge or power, it was all extraordinary. A kid from a low-grade continent, who had just broken through the second sky of True God Realm, wanted to kill her. It was such a humiliation to her. She was so embarrassed she got indignant. Good. I like to watch people fighting and killing. Du Feng hadn't said anything, and yet his sister, Princess Ziyao, smiled broadly first. Her smile was as beautiful and cheerful as 100 spirits singing and dancing. She said excitedly, "Kill her. I'm sure no one can disturb you." "Ha, little brother, you have the guts. You only have the second sky of true God realm, but you dare to provoke the higher realm warriors. Good. I like you that way. Go, I'll support you." She swung her jade-like, flawless arm, smiling charmingly. Shi Yan's eyes flashed with a gleam of affection, but he was awakened up immediately by the power of the ice-cold flame. Then, he stooped and walked towards Fergie while smiling. Fergie was angry. She calmed down her surging emotion and countered. She had been accumulating power to show Shi Yan, the one who didn't know how high the sky was in this place, what the so-called mighty warriors of high-level continents were. Since she wasn't a member of Byro's force, and just a passenger taking a ride with them, Byro's team was just standing and watching with unconcerned visages. Actually, they also wanted to see how unusual this strange human medicinal cauldron was. Chapter 719, Break the Chest. Chapter 719, Break the Chest. Fergie's face darkened. Two different energies started to expand from her body, creating two distinctive poles with a magnetic field in between, which was the magical mediatory area where the two energies pulled and pushed each other. She was extremely indignant. In front of so many people, Shi Yan, a second sky of true God realm warrior, called her name while saying that he wanted to kill her. It was such a big, bloody humiliation to her. She needed Shi Yan's blood to wash this shame. Fergie decided to kill Shi Yan this time. She would never give him more time to grow. She could see his endless potential. If she let him progress further, he would be a fatal disaster, bringing a great deal of trouble to her. Byro and Allard always felt that Shi Yan had many mysteries. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to break through while being a human medicinal cauldron. They didn't know Shi Yan's real competence either. That was why they wanted to use this battle to estimate his power in order to have a proper counterplan. Although Prince Du Feng wanted to say something to Shi Yan, hearing his sister's words, he put on a dark and cold face while gazing at him. Princess Ziyao of the Dark Firmament Divine Nation was still nonchalant, even though she was busy. Her curled lips cracked a smile that made many people crazy. She was leisurely eating some translucent fruits. There was no worry but excitement in her eyes. Under people's eyeballing, Shi Yan maintained his calm and natural posture, as if he were taking a walk in his backyard garden. He sauntered nonchalantly towards Fergie. After he was about 100 meters away from Fergie, a furious energy wave shot out from his body. Then, different kinds of energies were released quietly, gathering in front of his body and creating a miraculous magnetic field. Gravitational field. Inside that gravitational field, different energies were tangling and exploding all together. They made it seem like the energy storm of outer space, having a tremendously lethal power. The eyes of Byro and Princess Ziyao glistened. Their faces looked as if they were struck. Byro became serious, as she was a little bit surprised. The gravitational field Shi Yan had released was somehow similar to the God domain of the King God Realm warriors, which had a magical magnetic field combined with a flow of energy that could be compared to the energy storm. This is a special marital technique that had fused different types of powers. Although they were in the Raging Flame Star area, the fusing martial techniques that could combine different types of power were extremely rare. However, each of those techniques was brutal and tyrannical enough. A kid from a low-level continent could release such gravitation field to combine different powers into one attack at first try, making Shi Yan look more mysterious in people's eyes. He had caught more of their attention. Cut off. Fergie's face got colder as her beautiful mouth parted, shouting. Two flows of energy generated from her soft body extended outward from her sides. They rumblingly formed a pair of scissors in the void, attempting to cut Shi Yan's body. That pair of scissors was made of two different types of energy. The two power Upanishads had blended with each other, which doubled the power of the scissors. Light dots sizzled in the gap between the two blades of the scissors, caused by the energy particles moving extremely fast. The pair of scissors rumblingly darted towards him. In just a blink, it reached his chest and was about to have him. Riot. Shi Yin was still calm. All of a sudden, he shouted, making his gravitational field more ruthless. All of the energies inside the field tangled together like the chaotic space basin, while countless light spots appeared on his body. Shi Yin stood still in the dazzling nimbus as starlight dots sparkled in his palms. Starlight dots emerged like fireflies and converged on his palms. Instantly, they turned into a massive star cluster. With the enormous star power, it was like a meteor that Shi Yin had managed to catch. It then shot towards the gap between the two blades of the scissors. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions echoed continually from the gap of the scissors while numerous light spots sparked beautifully. Fergie's soft body trembled. A streak of fright appeared in the bottom of her eyes. All of a sudden, her clothes were covered in layers of light, which seemed to supplement her energy. As Shi Yin was still nonchalant, he suddenly stepped forward from the gravitational field. Just like a 1,000-year rock, his body naturally gushed out a brutal energy wave. Inside his acupuncture points, negative energy was generated silently, flowing towards his arms. At the same time, torrentially surging energy from his essence, Qi ancient tree, splashed abruptly. The energy stored in his ancient tree showered just like a sudden flood, while Shi Yan's energy supply rocketed immediately. His two bare hands pushed up to the sky. Strange and magical small seals, like the illusion of mountains, congealed between his eyes, creating the death and life seal and furiously attacking Fergie. The dead intent domain suddenly gushed out. At this moment, his eyes turned ash gray. No living aura could be found on him, as a deadly and desolate aura arose from his body, covering the entire area. People who were watching the battle discolored in fright. Strange light sparked from their eyes as they were gazing at Shi Yin and the seal on his hands. The death and life seal snatched over at Fergie. Her fairy-like clothes moved without the wind as layers of rippling energy expanded one after another from her clothes, just like waves of water. She was using this kind of energy to neutralize the death intent domain's soul erosive effects. The wind-tearing sound, which was unpleasant and mournful to the ears, echoed in people's eardrum. Their god souls were shaken as they started to find the source of that noise. 3 pale bunches of light appeared from the space cracks. Shortly, they appeared behind Fergie's back and stabbed her furiously. These 3 bone thorns were made of bones of a level 10 beast, so they were as sharp as the sharpest spear. Also, they were added with space power and Shi Yan's magical soul consciousness. They flashed and then disappeared. Crack, crack, crack. 3 cracking sounds echoed from Fergie's back. Her tender body shook 3 times. She paled, while the energy protection of her clothes had reduced by dozens of layers. People then had their eyes turn brighter. They shivered in thrill while looking at the 3 bone thorns that had just appeared from nowhere. Fear crossed their eyes. The bone thorns left almost no shadow or figure as they crossed the space. This sort of instant attack was really fatal, because even the soul consciousness couldn't catch the thorns' movement. Their whereabouts and trajectories were unknown and ever-changing. Such a technique was too dangerous and frightening. Fergie was lucky that her clothes had the powerful defensive ability, or else, with that attack, she would have been pierced through and died on the spot. 2-pole magnetic storm. Apparently, Fergie got enraged. She screamed, throwing her arms into the air and then pulling. The fierce energy was enhanced by the energy that shot out of her ample bosom, creating areas of chaotic magnetic storms, which could shatter any kind of energy or attack. At the same time, Fergie flipped her hand, grabbing something. A sharp halo flashed and then disappeared. An energy attack like pointy needles swarmed over the 3 bone thorns. Buzzing sounds emitted from the bone thorns as they made a curve in the air. After getting hit, the bone thorns deviated. However, they were still flying behind her back while Shuriyan's sole consciousness attached to the bone thorns was washed away. Shuriyan didn't change his visage. The corner of his mouth was icy cold. At this moment, he didn't retreat, but strengthened his attacks. He stormed over Fergie right away. His petrification martial spirit had been activated for a long time, as a result of which his entire body had turned golden. Marvelous energy shot out of each muscle of his while his blood boiled, and his bones echoed the cracking sounds continually. It seemed sure Yin wanted to urge all of the energy in his body. Shuriyan's body was immune to the harsh energy storm due to so many days and nights under the intensive training that ordinary people would never be able to endure. During this period, he had used the solid pellets to refill his energy and the immortal martial spirit to quench his body dozens of times, which could be considered a formidably terrifying process. Boom! Yin impacted the two-pole magnetic storm created by Fergie. Light dots that naked eye could see bloomed like a furious water current, pouring all over his body. Shortly, the body that had been through so many challenges got cracked. Countless fine cuts appeared on his skin and started to bleed. Extreme pain flooded his body, storming into his sea of consciousness. This kind of sharp pain continually tore his body, as if it wanted to rip his bones and flesh off. Strange breaking noise came from his bones. However, he was still struggling, accumulating the negative power while lunging forward. He dashed out of the two-pole magnetic storm. Fergie looked as pale as a sheet of paper. Fright reflected clearly in her pupils as she was trying to escape. People who were watching the battle were dumbstruck, as they couldn't believe in their own eyes. It seemed they had witnessed something against the common rules. Fear flashed across their faces. They had seen the lethal power of the two-pole magnetic storm. Under such a tremendous energy attack, no need to mention Shuriyan, even a king god realm expert couldn't endure it if he hadn't quenched his body. They asked themselves and found that if they had to jump into the two-pole magnetic storm, they could hardly escape. Shuriyan had got out of the magnetic storm almost immediately and reappeared 3 meters in front of Fergie. Just like a long, sharp spear, Shuriyan's face was calm, but his eyes were cold while he bumped into Fergie. At the moment Fergie was frightened, Shuriyan condensed the death and life seal once again, rumblingly striking towards her generous bosom. Layers of water waves on her magical clothes disappeared to the last layer shortly. The energy stored in those layers had been drained completely under the attack of the 3 bone thorns and the death and life seal. It couldn't hold its defense to the last moment. Puff! Shuriyan's right arm pierced through Fergie's clothes and then her chest like a sharp spear. People could see his 5 fingers jutting out of her tender back. Crack! His hand stirred one round, smashing all internal organs inside her body. Blood splashed everywhere, staining his body. The color in Fergie's eyes faded away, replaced by despair. Her breath of life diminished. Shuriyan got a lot of blood all over his face and body. He frowned and retracted his right arm, retreating by 1 meter. Under the people's frightened looks, he tore a piece of Fergie's clothes and wiped the bloodstains off his face. Chapter 720. The Value of Shuriyan. Chapter 720. The Value of Shuriyan. This battle ended earlier than people had estimated. According to the onlookers, Shuriyan, a warrior at the second sky of True God Realm, had skipped the grade and challenged Fergie, an expert at the peak of True God Realm. Even if he could win, it would be a pathetic victory from a long, bloody battle. However, the result was beyond their expectation. Shuriyan won, and it was a quick battle. From the time he started his attack to the moment he killed Fergie, it wasn't more than 1 minute. This speed was like the productivity of a King God Realm expert killing a peak of True God Realm expert. For the time being, a silence fell on this massive bronze steamship. Shuriyan's bloody, brutal, and resolute style of fighting was like a seal, imprinting deeply in their brains that could never wash off. Since his performance was both beautiful and frightening, everybody had a feeling that they had missed something. They felt that Fergie was the one who had skipped the level and challenged Shi Yin, who was the higher realm warrior who had the absolute control of that battle. On the other side, Shi Yin was still calm, as usual. He hadn't realized that the onlookers were still sinking in his bloody style of fighting. He quietly wiped the blood stains off his body and deactivated the petrification martial spirit. It was to prevent showing his marvelous body recovery speed to the others, which could scare them even more. Under the given situation that he couldn't estimate the others precisely, he should never reveal his aces completely. Otherwise, the opponents would have a better chance to kill him. Shi Yin understood this well. Princess Xiao, I'm willing to give up the metal wind mineral load in the South Bay of the Underworld League for his head. All of a sudden, Bai Rou broke the silence. Her beautiful eyes sparkled coldly, gazing at Shi Yin. I want him to die. Miss! The two King God Realm experts on her sides couldn't help but scream, looking at her disbelievingly. Bai Rou waved her hand, signaling them to stop. She was still eyeballing at Shi Yin. All of a sudden, she turned to Princess Xiao. So, a metal wind mineral load for the life of a second sky of true God Realm medicinal cauldron. Have you ever seen any deal better than this? She hadn't recovered from the fright arising at the bottom of her heart yet. As the daughter of Bai Tian, her knowledge was much more outstanding than many people. Shi Yan's performance today made her realize a hidden danger. She wanted to use the metal wind mineral load to diminish this potential danger and not let the seed of an immeasurable disaster sprout in the future. Fergie was a member of the Underworld League, but she got killed that fast. Apparently, Shi Yin held a big grudge against the Underworld League. One day, when Shi Yin grew up stronger, he would take revenge for sure. At that time, the price they had to pay would be much bigger. She understood clearly the value of a ruthless man who was good at fighting skills and could break through the new realm while being a medicinal cauldron. She wanted to remove this danger as soon as possible. Allard didn't say anything, but he complimented her in his mind, thinking that she had such a good vision. He agreed with Bai Rou's suggestion. Sis, Du Feng was shaken. He hastened to talk with a sound mind. A mineral load of metal winds, extremely precious. Even in our dark firmament divine nation, it's still rare. Sis, shut up. There was no smile on Princess Xiao's enchanting face anymore. Her beautiful eyes were so serious that they could scare people. He saved you, and now you treat him like that. Just a true God Realm warrior. Is he worth bargaining with me? *T. I used to want to deal with him, though. Du Feng muttered while his dark eyes peeked at Shi Yin. He still hated Shi Yin for forcing him to pledge. Shi Yin wore a faint face, calmly looking at him. However, Shi Yin was sighing inside, as he knew that he could hardly believe such sort of people. Although he had forced Du Feng to make a pledge, he didn't think that he could receive a life star. In the Raging Flame Star area, life stars were really precious. Since he was just at the second sky of true God Realm, even if he could have a life star, he couldn't keep it for a long time. What Du Feng just said had proven his assumption. Indeed, right from the start, the other didn't want to keep his words. He had predicted this result earlier, so he wasn't so angry. However, it pushed him further on the way of the endless pursuit of power. Shi Yin understood that if he had had a suppressive power and realm, Du Feng's promise would have become true. But his realm was too low. Sigh. Shi Yin sighed, but his goal was clearer than ever. You just need to nod. I can make the papers now and transfer the metal wind mineral load to you, putting it under your name right now. What do you think about it? It's not a bad deal, you know? You should consider carefully, Bai Rou said seriously. Although the two parties were negotiating the matter of his life, Shi Yin just listened. He didn't say anything, just looking at Princess Xiao. Little brother, what do you think about me? Princess Xiao suddenly beamed a smile like thousands of flowers blooming at the same time. Such charming bearings could melt the heart of any man, making them willing to be under her ruling. Miss Bai Rou of the Underworld League wants to kill you. What do you think about it? If you were me, what would you do? Everybody put on an odd visage, eyeing him. Shi Yin was still relaxed under their scrutinizing. He suddenly cracked a smile. I think As Miss Byro wants to use a metal wind mineral load to exchange for my life, my value is proven, right? What do I need to add? Princess Z Yao's eyes sparkled. She nodded. Such an arrogant, smarta, asterisk guess. I like you, man. All right, I'm going to make it clear here. You follow me and become my cortege. How does it sound? What can you offer me? Shurian didn't agree immediately and smiled until he squinted. Although my realm isn't high, my ambition's quite big. Do you still want to receive me? I like people with ambition. Princess Zi Yao burst out laughing, shaking her soft, charming body naturally. If you are strong enough, even if you desire me, it's not impossible. So, think about it. Everybody gawked with a bizarre countenance. Their electric-like looks were raking through Shurian from time to time. Okay. Shurian mused for 3 seconds while staring in Princess Ziyao's eyes. He beamed a bright smile. If I can be the guard of a flower like you, I can see you every day. To a man, it isn't a strenuous task. Such a sweet mouth. I like you even more. Princess Ziyao laughed until her body shook. Her smile was absolutely mesmerizing. Then it'll be that way. You come with me. Forget about what you and my dumb brother have dealt. What he can't offer you, I can give you in the future. However, the premise is you have to prove that you have such competence. Shurian nodded, replying faintly. I will. Princess Ziyao, you are willing to give up a metal wind mineral load for a true god realm medicinal cauldron? Are you sure? Byro gritted her teeth, stressing the words medicinal cauldron, which indicated Shurian's low status. Am I not clear? Princess Ziyao threw her a glance while chuckling. So, did you get water in your head, saying that you were willing to give up a metal wind mineral load for his life? Well, you can see, don't you think I can as well? Byro's face became grimaced. She contemplated for a while, her eyes like a knife peeling Shurian's flesh. She nodded heavily. Okay, you're lucky this time. Remember, you've created a grudge against Byro. It can't be undone easily. I won't give you much time to grow. If you want to take revenge, let's see if you are eligible. Shurian's face was cold and harsh, but his manner was still calm and natural. We'll talk about it later. As long as I'm alive, I always have a chance. I will always remember your favor. We will meet again soon. Then his arms suddenly shook. A fierce energy exploded, blowing the 100-legged centipede away forcefully. Beams of starlight fell like sand, covering the centipede. The medicinal animal hissed, while holes appeared on its body as its vitality was cut off. The unfinished god-developing pellets inside the centipede were taken out. Sure, Yin stashed them in his storage ring, then shifted his look towards Byro. Well, those are my interests. My medicinal animal. Allard cried hoarsely. Tears lingered in his eyes as he angrily and maliciously cried toward Shurian. Kid, I swear that I will make you die from the cruelest tortures. I'll be waiting for you, Shurian nodded, but he didn't seem to be threatened. About who will die earlier, mwahaha, just wait to see it. Sis. Dufone was discontented, his face grim. Are you really willing to give up a metal wind mineral load for a medicinal cauldron like him? It's a metal wind mineral load. Shut up. Princess Ziyao's eyes got colder. She gazed at him coldly. You can never see the whole picture or the future. Being grounded for 10 years is a too short to a brat like you. When we come back, I will report to father and ask him to confine you for a little longer. It would help you see what a good vision is. Du foamed discolored, continually begging to be forgiven. He didn't dare to talk more. As Byro found it hard to persuade Princess Ziyao, she didn't want to waste more time with her. She coldly gazed at Shurian for a long while, as if she wanted to carve his image into her head. Later on, she asked, What's your name? Shurian. All right, I remember you now. Shurian, you'd better not meet me again. Or else, I'll make you die pathetically. Sure, I will remember you, Miss Byro of the Underworld League. Byro, Allard, and her group didn't dare to linger. They left the big bronze steamship, storming into the dark, gloomy outer space. Their lonely figures disappeared into an energy storm. On the ship, Princess Ziyao was giggling, eyeing Shurian with great interest. Her pupils were filled with curiosity. "Don't worry. As long as you ace your job as my bodyguard, I won't mistreat you. If your contribution is sufficient, you can get what you want. Dufong can't give it to you, but I can." Shurian slightly bent his body. His eyes were cold and relaxed, as they didn't reflect any of his happy or unpleasant emotions under the woman's enticement. "Clean it up. We'll alter the journey. Let's go home." As soon as Princess Ziyao ordered, the other King God Realm warriors moved immediately, getting inside the giant bronze steamship. Shortly, the ship departed again. Chapter 721. The Moving Temporary Imperial Abode. Chapter 721. The Moving Temporary Imperial Abode. Yin had gotten rid of his status as a medicinal cauldron, so he didn't need to stay on the lowest deck of the bronze steamship anymore. He moved to the second deck of the ship, which had large rooms with bathrooms and training rooms. The facilities there were much better and exquisite. He also got good food there. Dufong wasn't so friendly to Yin. Every time he saw him, he gave him an ugly face and cold eyes. Yin didn't care about him. He stayed and practiced relaxingly in his cabin. The wounds he got from the battle with Fergie had been healed long ago, and, quite the contrary, Yin received a bigger benefit from Fergie's essence chi when she died. Now he felt that his realm more solid, and he could even gain a new gleam of understanding of his powers. The giant bronze steamship was now controlled by King God Realm expert under Princess Ziyao's command. Not long afterward, it stopped. "Moo!" Princess Ziyao let out a low shout from the main deck of the ship. The warriors under her command, including Yin, got out of their cabins. When he got to the main deck, at the first glance, Yin was shaken, revealing that he was dumbstruck. In front of him was a massive amethyst crystal, as big as a giant meteorite, more than 5 times bigger than this bronze steamship. This amethyst crystal was shimmering with a charming halo in this dark and gloomy outer space. He could see some purple buildings and even a small lake there. This amethyst crystal was like a small island or a moving temporary imperial abode, floating silently in the air. Many warriors in neat uniforms were waiting for them on that massive amethyst crystal with respectful manners. This amethyst battleships, my moving temporary imperial abode. Lately, I was hurried to get there, so I had to leave it here. Princess Ziyao smiled charmingly, throwing Yin a glance. She chuckled and asked, "What do you think?" "Luxurious and noble. A thing I could never imagine something like this. I have never heard about it in my continent," Yin answered her honestly, showing her that he was quite astounded. Princess Ziyao smiled, then nodded. "Of course. You're from a low-level continent. It would be weird if your place had an outer space moving battleship like this one." She waved her hand, talking to a King God Realm expert. "You'll be in charge of this Underworld League's bronze ship. The others follow me." She floated up and flew down from that amethyst war chariot. Amidst the glorious purple light, she descended like a bunch of light towards the amethyst battleship. Many warriors on the battleship bowed to greet her. They pitched their voices respectfully. When her purple war chariot was about to land, that amethyst crystal suddenly cracked open, swallowing the entire war chariot, as if it had a special landing location for it. Dufong and the other warriors of the Dark Firmament Divine Nation flew up and then landed on the amethyst battleship, Princess Ziyao's private moving temporary imperial abode, one by one. Yin hesitated a little bit before turning into a bunch of light, drilling through the energy storm and landing on that giant amethyst crystal. A flow of fiercely surging energy rippled from the amethyst battleship. The moving imperial abode suddenly flew up, accelerating fast. "Berg, you should arrange a place for him." Princess Ziyao stretched her body, revealing her curves that enchanted people. She talked to Yin lazily. "If you don't know something, just ask Berg. He's been following me for quite long. He understands our situation well." Yin smiled, then slightly bowed to the Dark Spirit Clan's warrior called Berg, a man who had many braids. "Please teach me more. Don't be too polite." Berg nodded faintly. He was a little arrogant as well. This expert was at the second sky of King God Realm, and he had followed Princess Ziyao for many years. He could be considered quite experienced. Although Shi Yin had proven his extraordinary competence, he was only at the second sky of true God Realm. In this expert's eyes, Shi Yin wasn't a top-grade warrior. "All right, I'm going to take a flower bath and then rest. You should do what you need to do." Princess Ziyao entered the amethyst battleship and then disappeared. Shi Yin couldn't even sense her aura anymore. Shi Yin sensed for a while and found that there were almost 1,000 people inside and outside this amethyst battleship. Most of them were at the true God realm and spirit realm. It looked like they were Princess Ziyao's cortege and servants. Also, Shi Yin could sense more than 10 King God realm experts on this battleship. Those people must be holding high positions. Each King God realm warriors had a different place to rest, and they didn't need to share the room with other people. If you don't know something, you can ask me. But I don't have much time to take care of you all the time. You can only disturb me when I'm not cultivating. The King God Realm expert, with so many braids on his head, lifted his face, pointing in a direction with a cold visage. "You should get to that entrance. The second room on the left on the second floor is yours. If you have any problems, think and ask me later." Du Feng had disappeared earlier. As soon as they landed on the battleship, he immediately got in as if he needed to use the place to restore his power. During the period he was restrained, he had consumed a lot of energy without any supplementation. His confinement also had a barrier that prevented him from gathering energy. If he couldn't refill his energy soon, it would harm his cultivation base. Hearing Berg's advice, Shi Yin smiled and nodded, but didn't ask anything. Following the man's words, he got into the battleship through a passage and went to the second room down there. The walls here were made of amethyst, sparkling beautifully with the purple light. They consecutively diffused thick and pure energies that warriors of different classes could take in and convert to use. Although it wasn't as pure as the divine crystals, it was still quite useful to the warriors. His cabin was almost 200 meters squared in area, with different sized rooms. Those rooms contained precious and exquisite furniture and facilities. Besides the rare fruits and cakes, he found a hot spring and a big bath in a room. This place was much luxurious than the bronze steamship. Staying in the middle of the opulent furniture, he felt like he was living in a dreamy purple crystal palace. Shi Yin was satisfied. He took several rounds to check the rooms and kept complimenting Princess Ziyao, who was really good at enjoying life, as she had such a luxurious and beautiful moving palace. With this amethyst battleship, moving in outer space wasn't difficult at all. It was more like enjoying a vacation, where he could ask for everything he wanted. From this point, Shi Yin knew that Princess Ziyao's position in the dark firmament divine nation wasn't ordinary. Also, that country was a filthy rich country, worth being one of the most powerful forces of the Raging Flamestar area. Shi Yin stayed in the amethyst battleship, enjoying the fine cuisine and the solid pellets every day to enhance his body and power. He didn't ask Berg anything initially. Shi Yin could see that Berg didn't have a good impression of him, and he didn't want to care about Shi Yin. So, Shi Yin shouldn't go to him to lose his face. Today, while he was cultivating with his eyes closed, he found Princess Yao coming to his cabin quietly. This woman was wearing purple silk pajamas. She strolled with a lazy smile hung on her mouth. Her beautiful eyes looked like the vast, purple sea, where people wanted to sail and never get back. Shi Yin woke up, opened his eyes, and beamed a bright smile. He stood up, then slightly bent his body. "Greeting, Your Highness. Here, take these 10 God-congealing pellets and 10 medium-quality divine crystals. You are only at the second sky of true God realm. They should be enough for you until you break through to the King God realm." Princess Zi Yao beamed a smile. God-congealing pellets are to be used when you break through the King God realm. It can provide an enormous energy, which helps you condense the God body faster. As you have followed me, of course, I will treat you well. Then 10 God-congealing pellets and 10 pieces of medium-quality divine crystal flew towards him. Yin extended his arm to receive them. Touching a medium-quality divine crystal, he was astounded, thanking her sincerely. He could feel the massive energy contained inside that medium-quality divine crystal. Only a piece of this kind of divine crystal was enough to refill all of his exhausted essence chi. Also, he finally knew the effects of the god-congealing pellets which Nita had used as blood chi to refine. Turn out, it was such a big help to refine the god body. He could imagine how bloody the war to compete for a piece of god-congealing pellet would be if it fell on the Grace mainland. At this moment, he knew that the peak experts of the Raging Flamestar area had more support and better natural resources than the Grace mainland. And this god-congealing pellet was just a low-level supplement. Yet, alchemists of the Grace mainland could never produce it. I could see that you have a sturdy body while fighting with the little girl from the Underworld League. I want to check your body to know your level. Princess Ziyao smiled beautifully. Then, she extended her left arm, which was such a great piece of art. The fingernail on her index finger sparkled, slowly pricking toward Yin. The distance between her and Yin seemed to be shortened immediately. An orchid fragrance permeated Yin's mouth and nostrils, making him dreamy. Lust could be seen in his eyes at this moment. This woman was such a gorgeous disaster of the world. She was incomparably charming. She was much more perfect and sexier than any women Yin had met. She could be considered the best of the best. Her jade-like index finger had a moving halo, but her fingernail was really long, like a small, sharp knife. When it approached Yin's chest, the aura it diffused was so sharp that nothing could resist its power. Yin suddenly became tense, his face solemn. He silently activated the petrification martial spirit and accumulated the powers in his body. They congealed in front of his chest, creating a dedicatedly fine, textured protective flesh layer that naked eyes couldn't see. Don't be so nervous. You're one of my people, so I won't hurt you. I just want to check the intensity of your body to see how much pressure you can bear. Princess Ziyao giggled. Her breath smelled as good as the orchid fragrance. Her heavenly voice was as effective as the best tranquilizer, which relaxed Yin's tense nerves. However, the aura from her index finger was getting sharper while she was talking. It was like an ice saber or the cold stream shooting towards him. Yin's eyes relaxed, but his whole mind was staying alert. He knew this was the first time the other had tested him. He must be careful. Chapter 722, A Battle Appointment. Chapter 722, A Battle Appointment. Bang! Princess Ziyao's index finger pricked into Yin's chest, and a clear sound of metal banging echoed. Yin shivered slightly, and his face turned red immediately. Light sparkled in his eyes, which looked really terrible. Yin felt as if a long spear had stabbed him. Fine light spots shot out of his chest, while his shirt had been ragged, revealing a finger-sized hole. The energy layer he had accumulated in front of his chest had been broken by a sharp force. Energy hidden in his flesh and blood boiled furiously, flowing towards that area to recover the protection. Princess Ziyao's beautiful eyes sparkled. She nodded, but it was hard to recognize. She pushed with more force, stabbing her index finger again. The extremely sharp energy burst off instantly. Yin felt like so many needles were pricking his stone-like body, making him tremble. An eye-catching halo bloomed as Princess Ziyao's fingernail pierced through the shield Yin had created. Her sharp finger dug deep into Yin's flesh, and blood gushed out. Yin's face was cold and calm. He stooped to see the jade-like index finger of the other while urging his energy discreetly. He had to be always cautious. Ziyao didn't push it further. She parted her lips and smiled, slowly retracting her finger. Her beautiful eyes were as bright as a pair of diamonds, her breath like the orchid fragrance. You didn't fail me, indeed. It's excellent that your body can reach this degree even before you can condense the god body. Yin exhaled in relief, forcing a smile. My Highness, could you be kind enough to tell me what your realm is? A little higher than yours, Ziyao smiled tenderly. The third sky of King Godrealm. It's not easy to destroy your flesh shield. Don't think you're too weak. A pleasant fragrance diffused from her body that could get into people's soul and make them show their masculine desires. Although Shi Yin had experienced all kinds of women, he couldn't resist it. Shi Yin felt shameful with a red face, while he had the featured reaction that a man should have in front of a beautiful woman. Ziyao chuckled tenderly. Her beautiful eyes peeked meaningfully at his crotch. She laughed for a bit. Turns out you're a bad boy. Shi Yin was so embarrassed that he could only beam a forced smile. Although your realm isn't so high, your competence isn't bad. We're going to pass by a place where you have to join a battle. Don't fail me. You need to recover to the peak. Ziyao took several steps backward, her pretty eyes raking through his body. She said smilingly, your opponent's the youngest son of a feudal vassal. He's a genius at the third sky of true God realm. Anyway, he's much stronger than Fergie. I heard that. He can fight with a King God realm warrior for a while without falling into the disadvantaged situation. You'll help me destroy his fighting spirit. Your Highness, you do favor me. Shi Yin felt funny. Of course. I was willing to give up the metal wind mineral load by Ro had offered, which means I do favor you and highly appreciate you. With your innate ability and learning, you will have a bright future. So, you must grab it tightly while you still have the chance. While Ziyao was talking, she stretched her body. Her milky bosom under the thin layer of her purple silk dress bulged generously, as if it wanted to tear her clothes to get some fresh air out there. Such amazing elasticity and fullness had shaken Shi Yin's mind badly. Of course, I will do my best. Shi Yin took a sly look and then held his breath, circulating the cold energy of the ice-cold flame to wake up his mind. It would save him from showing his unacceptable behavior. This woman was truly a pretty disaster, the nemesis of all men. Each move of hers, from frowning to laughing, could grab a man's soul tightly, making him sink deep into her charming features. Shi Yin thought that every moment he had spent with this woman was the time his dark desire had been driven fiercely. He had to always remind and restrain himself to reluctantly escape from her charming seduction. Okay, we'll do that way. You should recover your power to the peak. When we get there, you should come out yourself. If you can defeat him, I will satisfy one of your wishes. Ziyao's succulent red lips parted. Her watery black eyes hid something. A wish? What kind of wish? Looking at her, Shi Yin couldn't control his mind but think badly. His eyes became hot. Little brother, you are bad. You said you wanted to be a flower guard of mine. Don't watch and then steal. Ziyao laughed cheerily. Her eyes stroked along his lower body. She left the laughter that sounded cheerful as the jingle of silver bells before disappearing. Although she wasn't in the room, her voice was still echoing. Don't think too much. If you can surpass me one day, I'll allow you to wander your thoughts. It's too early now. Her voice was like she was whining right next to Shi Yin's ears. It was just her voice, but it could still seduce Shi Yin that much. When her voice faded, Shi Yin looked down to see a little tent at his crotch. He couldn't hide his embarrassment. This alluring woman, he muttered, then beamed a forced smile and shook his head to wake his mind. He returned to his bed, sitting neatly and closing his eyes again. Shi Yin quieted down his mind and soul to sink in his cultivation. Princess Ziyao got back to her master cabin. The amethyst hall in this cabin was carved with exquisite patterns. A pond stayed in the middle of the room, which was full of spiritual qi and strange fruits. They were all fresh and delicious, making people's mouth water. Berg, Prince Dufeng, and the 5 King God Realm warriors were sitting neatly around a round table by the pond. They were having fruits and discussing something. After Ziyao took her seat, she smiled tenderly. That kid's innate endowment isn't bad. Although he doesn't have the god body, his body's really sturdy. Moreover, his fighting style's brutal and fierce. He should have the energy to fight once. Sis, do you really want him to battle Demeng? Apparently, Dufeng didn't agree with her idea. He snorted, in our dark firmament divine nation, Demeng is a famous genius. He has reached the peak of true god realm when he's still young. Fergie can't be compared with him. If we fail, Not only we can't trouble Delay's spirit, but it will make him even more arrogant. What we could gain wouldn't be enough to make up our losses. Delay and General Commander Tualhai of the Underworld League are really close lately. I think they have some intentions. If we don't correct him, he will feel that we aren't keeping our eye on him. He will become more arrogant. Zi Yao's smile ceased. Although she wasn't angry, she looked solemn. Demeng isn't ordinary at the peak of true God Realm. He's able to battle with King God Realm warriors. Even if he can't actually win, he's dangerous enough. If Shi Yin defeats Demeng, Delay will understand that I want him to be contented with his lot and not engage in dark things behind my back. Your Highness, can Shi Yin do that? The braids on Berg's head swung as he shook his head. That kid comes from a low-level continent. Even if he can kill Fergie, it proves nothing. That woman was just a small character in the Underworld League. He isn't as excellent as Demeng. Of course, I know that, Xiao frowned. I don't expect that he can win. If he makes a tie, he can fulfill our wish already. Since he is only at the second sky of true God Realm, even if he loses, he won't embarrass us. She wasn't so confident. Demeng's reputation was well known around the area, and there was also his outstanding father. Since he was just a little kid, he had all the best power Upanishads to cultivate. At the same time, his body had been refined by so many precious pellets, medicines, and secret treasures, which made his fighting competence earth-shaking. In her eyes, as long as Shi Yin could surprise or trouble Demeng, it was enough to satisfy her. Your Highness, you've used a metal wind mineral load to exchange for this kid. Don't bury him too early, Bird tried to advise her. Demeng's always ruthless. No one can have a decent ending fighting with him. If you let Shi Yin engage in a battle with him, it's not different from a slap on his face. He won't give you face. If Shi Yin got killed instantly, we would lose our face for sure. It will harm our imperial prowess. That kid won't be killed that easily. Princess Xiao hesitated for a while, and then continued with a faint voice. Let him prove himself. Let's see if he's worth a metal wind mineral load. If he can make it a tie in the battle with Demeng and wear out the other's fighting spirit, it proves that he's a talent that we should nurture. If he got killed, then it would be his fate. Of course, it's not a piece of cake to gain an excellent achievement. He has to pay for what he wants. It's the rule of nature. Seeing her being so persistent, Berg and Prince Du Feng understood that it was no use to give her advice. They didn't continue to discuss with her, but deep inside their heads, no one thought highly of him. They thought that the battle with Demeng would be the end of Shi Yan's life. Seeing Xiao not wanting to continue this topic, Berg and Du Feng stood up and excused themselves with a dark countenance. Waiting until everybody left, Xiao picked up some fulgent grapes and ate one by one, her eyes complicated. After a long while, she mumbled, I hope you won't fail me. I hope you can make it this time. That's how I can have the reasons to nurture you and make the others believe in you. Shurian didn't know about the talk between Princess Ziyao and the others. He was still immersed in his cultivation world, using the solid pellets and a piece of medium-quality divine crystal to enhance his energy and train his body. At the second sky of true God Realm, filling up his essence Qi ancient tree was a long-term, big construction. Normal warriors at this realm would need more than 10 years using the divine crystals to supplement their energy and fill the essence Qi ancient tree, making each branch of it translucent and abundant. It would be the required stage to prepare the essence Qi to break through to the third sky of true God Realm. He was a little bit better since he had the power from Fergie, which had promoted his progress. However, it wasn't a short period before his essence Qi ancient tree possessed abundant energy. Shi Yin had been in his ascetic training, not caring about days or nights. While the immortal martial spirit was recovering his body, it made his tendons, bones, flesh, and blood sturdier. At the same time, his soul was immersing in understanding the power Upanishads. Shi Yin didn't dare to relax for even a second. Today, Shi Yin had used up all of his solid pellets. After the immortal martial spirit had recovered his blood and flesh, he finally had some time to gather and sort the information he had gained recently. In the Raging Flamestar area, he was just an outsider. Without a guide, it was not easy for him to grow and expose his talent alone. He understood that following Princess Zi Yao was a wise decision. One day, when he could reach the higher realm and surpass the other, his cortege status would be dismissed. It was the rule of outer space. As long as one's realm and power were strong enough, one could earn a place of their own. One didn't need to look at people's countenance to live. One could fly above the restriction of any force. The amethyst battleship vibrated when a beam of sunlight crept through the amethyst, falling on him, making him comfortable and happy. His star martial spirit proactively took in the flaming energy of the sun. This harvest was much more than what he had experienced in the Grace mainland. Sure, Yin was shaken. He knew that a furious battle was awaiting him, which would determine his destiny. Chapter 723, Feudal Vassal of a Region. Chapter 723, Feudal Vassal of a Region. The amethyst battleship stopped at a continent which had 3 suns in the sky. Standing on a battleship, Yin lifted his head to watch the 3 massive suns in the sky. As his body was bathed in the thick sunlight, he felt so comfortable while his star martial spirit was taking in the power of the sun. The earth flame in the center of the heaven flame altar seemed to be happy too. Since the earth flame used to fuse with the sun essence, it had the solar energy in its nature. Staying on a continent with the 3 dazzling suns like this, Yin felt quite cozy. The heaven and earth energy on this continent was lavish. Although Yin was standing on the battleship, he could feel his mind refreshed. He understood that it would be quite useful for his cultivation while staying here. In his sight, Yin could see so many lakes and groups of massive palaces. Those palaces were like mountains piercing the clouds. In the center of the lakes and those palaces, flowers bloomed beautifully. Unknown flowers could be seen everywhere, even on the green city walls. This view seemed magnificent to Yin. After the amethyst battleship stopped, several thousand people gathered to greet them. The leader of that group was a Ghost Marklands expert. He had delicate tattoos on his face, outlined by the shoulder-length hair. This expert had a lean body, but his clothes were kind of relaxing styled. He was wearing a green warrior attire, which couldn't be said to be luxurious or precious. His face was filled with sincere and longing smiles. Standing behind him were many warriors, including almost 100 King Godrealm warriors. Their auras shot up to the sky, which frightened people. The arrival of Your Highness is Dalei's biggest honor. Welcome, Princess. The Ghost Mark clan's leader expert pitched his voice cheerily and openly. He took several hurried steps to greet her from afar. A young Ghost Mark clan's member stood behind him. This man had some similar features as his leader. His eyes sparkled, gazing at Princess Zi Yao without blinking. Apparently, he had a deep admiration for her, and he didn't mind showing it. Princess Zi Yao smiled implicitly. She descended off her amethyst battleship, talking tenderly. Having Uncle Lei guarding this region, my father could ease his mind. I'm passing by just to send Uncle Lei my father's appreciation. Thank you for keeping this area peaceful. As the feudal official, it's my duty to erase the worry and solve the troubles. I don't dare to show my achievement. Delay laughed. Please, Your Highness, please join our party. I've arranged everything for you. Yin walked together with Berg's team, getting off the purple battleship. He eyed Delay, the leader, and he couldn't hide his surprise. Yin felt no energy fluctuation on Delay's body. At first glance, he was just an ordinary person. However, the warriors standing behind him all had the aura of the high mountains or the deep ocean. Their energy fluctuations were all earth-shaking. Yin shuddered inside, as he immediately recognized that Delay was absolutely a supernatural expert. The one who could conceal all of his aura and reveal nothing to the outer world must have a tremendous realm, which he didn't dare to imagine. Ah, my prince, you also came here. Excellent. Today is my lucky day. My prince and princess are here. Such an honor has touched me so much. Delay looked at Du Feng, who had arrived the last. His face was joyful as he screamed continually. Greetings, Uncle Delay. I wish you could increase your realm to another level and expand your territory with more experts under your command. Du Feng slightly bent his body, his face natural. Thank you. Thank you. Delay laughed cheerily. As your golden mouth has wished me the best, I must try my best effort. Haha, perhaps I can borrow your luck. I can feel the sign of breaking through recently. I think your wish has its effect then. Delay seemed to be in a good mood as he thundered his happy words. Standing behind him were the experts under his command. They stood upright, making their auras stronger and more intimidating. Ziyao, Du Feng, and the others had a streak of fear in their eyes, their faces panic-stricken. Shi Yan's face remained as calm as usual. However, he was shaken inside. He was more surprised while looking at Delay. Delay had reached a realm Shi Yan didn't dare to estimate, and now he said that he was about to break through again. This man was really frightening. If it happened that way, it was him prevailing over them from the very first encounter. Shi Yan was good at reading people's words and countenance. He could see how uneasy Ziyao and Du Feng were, so he understood that what Delay said had given them a headache. It was a feeling of finding the way to get off the tiger once one got on its back. Then, we have to congratulate Uncle, Princess Ziyao smiled. Her beautiful eyes moved, falling on the young man standing behind Delay. Brother Demeng, are you about to break through too? The young man of the Ghostmark clan was shaken. He cracked a smile and then nodded. Your Highness has such bright eyes. I think it will take 3 years max to enter the King God realm. Haha, it's my father who cares about me a lot. He has collected a lot of spiritual pellets and medicines to help me advance. Ziyao's eyes sparkled, but her heart sank to the bottom. She peeked at Shi Yan meaningfully as she was sighing in her heart. She was hesitant now, whether it was a good idea or not. Demeng had been so intimidating already. At the third sky of True God Realm, he could battle with a King God Realm warrior under Delay's force. Although the other hadn't tried his best, it was enough to prove that Demeng was prominent. If he could reach the threshold to break through again, he must have made some attainment recently. This was what was dangerous about Demeng. He was about to reach a new realm. Ziyao didn't favor Shi Yan especially, and on hearing Demeng, she became even more worried. Now, she was afraid that Shi Yan would be defeated right when he joined the battle. At that time, Delay and his son wouldn't be scared, but it would help increase their pride and arrogance even more. She suddenly got a headache. My son didn't just boast. I've checked him carefully. He's at the threshold indeed. Delay laughed contentedly, glancing at Ziyao and Du Feng. A mysterious pride appeared in his eyes. Ziyao's mood became heavy. Du Feng and Berg also signaled her to give up the idea of letting Shi Yan combat with him. It would save their faces and the imperial prowess. Ziyao frowned, but she didn't reveal her thoughts, just glancing at Shi Yan, as if she were asking for his opinion. Shi Yan's bearings were neither scared nor surprised. He looked at her straight in the eyes and nodded slightly. Ziyao was amazed. She looked at him for a while. Her hesitant thought seemed to get clearer. It was unknown why, but on seeing Shi Yan's natural posture, she felt that she still had hope betting on this battle. Shi Yan had something that could ease her mind, giving her an unclear trust. Shi Yan had soon known who was going to be his opponent. The aura and energy surging from Demeng's body was tremendous and intimidating, which was much more exaggerated than Bao, Ao, and Jieji. It was true that he was about to break through. If Shi Yan hadn't broken through to the second sky of True God Realm, going through the period of arduous practice and his tough self-training, he wouldn't dare to agree with her. However, he understood that this battle would determine his future. He didn't want to retreat, and he did want to see how much those days of ascetic training had helped him increase his power. Your Highness, can we join the party now? Delay was laughing inwardly, but his face was respectful. He bowed and asked. Princess Ziyao nodded and smiled. Thank you, Uncle. Ziyao's group sauntered toward the palaces in front of them amidst the warm welcome of father and son Delay. They then saw the high and luxurious structures like small mounts, accompanied with so many beautiful lakes like pieces of emerald decorating the area. Thick heaven and earth energy was guided into the place. The walls around the place had so many restraints and barriers, which emitted a furious energy. If someone carelessly touched them, the counterattack shot back would be tremendous. Shi Yin frowned, quietly following Princess Ziyao. He discreetly assessed the surroundings and becoming more astounded. Compared to the defensive walls of this place, the utmost 8 purgatory city he had built in the perpetual night forest was just a toy, be it in terms of the scale or defending ability. He believed that even a king god realm warrior who wanted to vandalize this place would be killed by the formation and barriers set up here. The guard of this place didn't need to move even a finger. Demeng put on a sincere, smiling face, following Princess Ziyao. He generously and amicably introduced the defensive power of this area. Shi Yin could see a gleam of arrogance in his eyes. This young man didn't conceal his admiration towards Princess Ziyao. Anybody could see that. While he was introducing the place, he didn't forget to chat with Du Feng. He was so thoughtful that he didn't let Du Feng feel neglected. However, except for Ziyao and Du Feng, he didn't care about anyone else. He didn't even give them a glance. Demeng disdainfully skipped them all. In this star area, he was the master. He could swagger without caring about anything, as each life star in this area belonged to his territory. Since he was a little kid, he had been grown up under his father's favor and affections. With outstanding innate endowment, he could break through to the new realm fast. That was why his father loved him even more than before. He had the competence to be arrogant. Shi Yin watched everything in silence. He didn't say anything, but he was astounded in his heart. Delay was one of the feudal vassals of the Dark Firmament divine nation. However, he had around 10 life stars and some big mineral stars. He had his own territory and people. He could be considered the lord of a large region. His palaces were grand and large, like the mountains jutted up to the sky, with countless restraints and formations. Under his commands were many hot shots, as dense as clouds in the sky. Shi Yin could detect almost 100 king god realm warriors, even one of whom was enough to destroy the entire Grace mainland. Delay's force was too powerful in Shi Yin's eyes. Thinking about the Dark Firmament divine nation and the other forces that could stand shoulder by shoulder with it, Shi Yin felt so small in this vast universe. He had just made his first step to the raging flaming star area. Compared to the other experts, he was just like a tiny, vulnerable ant. He knew he had to try his best nonstop. He shouldn't relax. If he wanted to survive and gain things, he must become stronger by any means. Quietly clenching his fists, Shi Yin's eyes became more resolute, as his goal was clear. Chapter 724, A Quota. Chapter 724, A Quota. Inside the massive palace hall, people were enjoying good wine and various kinds of delicious food. Gentle young girls were dancing on the green-tiled floor in the middle of the hall. It was a peaceful and harmonious atmosphere. Delay and Demeng were constantly offering good wine to them with smiling faces. They were showing their warm hospitality to their distinguished guests, making Princess Ziyao and Prince Du Feng comfortable. Shi Yin and Berg's team weren't eligible to join this party. They were all standing behind Princess Ziyao and Prince Du Feng, waiting for orders. Many warriors under Delay's command visited and cheered with Princess Ziyao and Prince Du Feng. No one paid attention to the group of warriors standing behind them. Shi Yin belonged to the group, which was neglected. No one gave him even a glance. When the party had come halfway, Delay laughed cheerily. "My distinguished guests, Your Highness, I have nothing to offer you but some exotic fruits we don't have in our country. I hope you would enjoy them." He clapped his hands. Shortly, some maids brought over trays of fruits with so many succulent and fresh fruits. Those fruits had an intimidating energy accumulated within. At first glance, Shi Yin was shaken, discreetly amazed. Those fruits looked really delicious. They had some fine, natural patterns with clear energy waves rippling. It seemed the energy they contained was much easier to absorb than that of the divine crystals. Those fruits should be some kind of heaven and earth products that they could use directly without waiting for the alchemist to refine them. Right when Princess Ziyao and Du Peng saw the fruits, their eyes brightened. They didn't wait for the others to offer, but extended their hands to grab the fruits. Uncle Delay's generous, indeed. We haven't seen the fruits with pure energy from heaven and earth like these. It seems we've made the best decision to let Uncle Delay guard this area. Princess Ziyao smiled tenderly while having the fruit. She nodded continually, as if she was in a good mood. Dufeng didn't say a word as he was wolfing down the fruits, which were the best for his cultivation. He didn't want to let this chance slide away. While eating the fruits, a clear energy fluctuation rippled from him as though he was taking in the energy of the fruits. Shortly, his chi became abundant, and his face glowed with full spirit. Delay laughed. If your highness likes them, I'll give you some when you leave. You can enjoy more on your trip. Thank you, Uncle Delay. Princess Ziyao laughed cheerily. Her beautiful eyes sparkled while she threw a glance at Demeng. Demeng, your realm has been progressed fast. I think you can break through to the King God realm shortly. It's our fortune, too. When I get back, I will report my father on your efforts. I'm sure my father will be pleased. Demeng's eyes brightened. If I can gain the king's recognition, it will be my greatest honor. As long as you're loyal to the empire and making progress, my father will recognize you. Ziyao smiled, but her eyes were somehow strange. Come here, come here. We'll drink more. It's not often that your highness comes here. We must enjoy until we feel pleased. Delay laughed and continued to pour wine for them. Shi Yin was always watching to evaluate Demeng's moves while standing behind Princess Ziyao. He knew that this man was really dangerous. If they had a fight, Shi Yin couldn't be 100% sure. It was beyond his expectation that Ziyao didn't arrange a battle for him and Demeng. She hadn't mentioned it, even when the party got over. She made an excuse that she was tired due to the long trip, and then took him away, leaving the party. Leaving the palace, Shi Yin saw many warriors under Delay's command transporting materials and goods to Ziyao's battleship. Those were probably the presents, the taxes that Delay had to submit to his superior. Many of them were strange and rare things Shi Yin had never seen before. Demeng himself took Ziyao's delegation to a charming but quiet palace. From the beginning to the end, Demeng had always smiled and talked to Princess Ziyao and Prince Dufeng as if they were chatting about some family stuff. He didn't look at Shi Yin even once. When Ziyao implied him, Demeng got her signal and left. Waiting until the young man left, Berg and Dufeng immediately put on solemn countenances. Sis, I think we should forget this battle. Lately, Demeng's realm has been upgraded. The energy fluctuations accumulated on his body aren't much less than a king god realm warrior. He just hasn't achieved the god body yet. We don't need this battle for sure, advised Dufeng. Berg nodded in agreement. Your Highness, I think we don't have even 1% chance of victory in this battle. We don't need to carry on with this idea. Princess Ziyao didn't answer them. Her dark brows slammed together as she looked at Shi Yin. Do you dare to battle with him? Under people's scrutinizing look, Shi Yin's visage was cold and somber. I want to try once. Although I'm not sure I could win, I won't embarrass you. You should think about it carefully. Princess Ziyao was severe. It was rare that she put on such solemn countenance. Demeng's a brutal man. Not many people could have a decent end after fighting with him. Have you made up your mind? If you lose, the best scenario would be you being hurt severely. It'd be normal if you got killed. Demeng holds a noble status. If he kills you during the fight, I can't say anything. Have you made up your mind thoroughly? Sis, Your Highness. Dufeng and Berg let out a low shout. They seemed to be very discontented, as they didn't know why Princess Ziyao was so stubborn. Waving her hands, Princess Ziyao eased the other two's minds. She frowned and then explained. Although Delay looks humble, I can sense his arrogance through his voice. If we don't correct him, he will become wilder. Demeng's at the peak of true God realm now. If nothing unexpected happened, he would break through smoothly soon. Of course, if he loses this battle or it's a tie, it will leave a deep impression in his heart. It would follow him forever and create a Mara. It's a good chance. Don't miss it. If we miss it and let him enter the king god realm, it'll be tough to suppress him later. But Yin has no chance to defeat him. Berg beamed a forced smile. Princess Ziyao didn't say anything and just looked at Yin. I'll do my best. Yan's face was indifferent, as if he didn't know how dangerous Demeng was. Your Highness, don't worry. I won't let you down. Good. Brave enough. Princess Ziyao nodded heavily. I'll make a bet this time. If you can win this battle, I will give you more benefits. I won't tell you what it is. When you win, you will know what you can get. Yan's eyes brightened. Then, we'll do like that. Princess Ziyao stopped Berg and Du Feng from talking more. In the next 2 days, you guys have to watch everything carefully, especially the tax. Don't let delay trick us and submit less than required. Berg nodded. It had been 3 days, and Princess Ziyao's delegation hadn't come out, using the excuse that they wanted to rest more. Yin didn't notice anything outside, just focusing on his cultivation. He had performed the powers Upanishad he had learned in his head several times. Also, he always maintained his spirit, soul, and chi at the peak to be well prepared for the upcoming battle. Staying on this life star, he found that his star martial spirit had gained the best benefits. When he urged his star martial spirit, the solar energy from the 3 suns in the sky flowed massively into his body, pouring in a scorching heat which made him want to battle to vent it out. So, a battle was his wish at this moment. He still maintained this desire for a fight with tense nerves. He had prepared for a strenuous battle, which could happen at any minute. Eventually, Princess Ziyao got out of her room. She walked with a group of her men to her amethyst battleship. A warrior handed her the logbook, then she started to check it thoroughly. As Delay and Demeng saw her, they took a delegation of 100 warriors and came to greet her humbly. Princess Ziyao nodded to them, and then continued to read the list of materials and goods in her documents. After a while, she lifted her head, talking with astonishment in her voice. Uncle Delay, I think something's wrong with this list. Yin shuddered. His eyes changed as he secretly put up guard. Delay was still smilingly calm as usual. What? We've missed something? No, nothing's missed. Princess Ziyao shook her head, her face odd. Much more than required. Uncle Delay, your required amount isn't that big. You've miscalculated, I suppose. Yin was surprised. He used to think that Delay didn't have goodwill and he would reduce the offerings. He thought that the battle would happen soon. However, the situation was quite contrary. Yin was skeptical. Haha, then it's all right, Delay laughed. The added amount is in the hope to open a path for my son. It's the extreme purgatory field is about to open. Although my son's realm is relatively low, he can reluctantly go there. I'm offering more goods to ask for a favor from the king. I hope he would remember my loyalty and give him a quota. Princess Ziyao and Du Feng became odd, frowning. Yin didn't know what the extreme purgatory field they mentioned was. However, seeing the big amount of goods Delay wanted to submit to gain a slot for his son, it was no doubt it was a good place indeed. 2 quotas Uncle Delay nominated have gone to the extreme purgatory field. People who get in there need to contribute greatly to the empire. Although Brother Demeng has an exquisite cultivation base, he hasn't contributed much to our country. It's not good to favor him. Princess Ziyao furrowed her brows as if it were hard to decide. It's not easy to solve this. Delay's face darkened. I've done so many things for the empire. It shouldn't be a problem if I let my son share my merit. Moreover, I've offered a lot of good things. Aren't they enough to let my son get in there? When my son gets out, he will contribute to our empire. Can't you help us with this? Demeng's face was getting colder. The number of quotas is limited each time. If Demeng wants to go, we have to cross out another person. It's not convenient. Princess Ziyao calmly shook her head. I heard that your highness has a quota this year. Can you? Delay suddenly smiled again. You've reached the 3rd sky of King God Realm. You don't need to visit the extreme purgatory field, right? What about you name a prize for your quota? I'll really appreciate it. Yin immediately reacted. Turned out that Delay had planned for a long time to get the quota from Princess Ziyao. Princess Zi Yao changed her visage. Rage flashed in her beautiful eyes. She pondered for 3 seconds and then pointed at Shi Yin all of a sudden. I want to give that quota to him. Chapter 725, Exposed. Chapter 725, Exposed. After her words, everybody else gazed at Shi Yin. Not only were Delay and Demeng startled, but Du Feng, Berg, and the other warriors following Princess Yao also discolored in shock. Only Princess Zi Yao could maintain her natural composure. She smiled charmingly. I've planned to assign that quota to him. Recently, he's done many things for me, and all that I've done is to contribute to the Empire. So, it can be said that he has contributed his efforts to the Empire too. Delay's face was cold. His blade-like eyes scanned Shi Yin over and over. Shi Yin felt a vague pain wherever the other's eyes glided over his body. It seemed that his soul also got attacked by needles, causing an annoying pain that he made him want to die to end it. Shi Yin was frightened. His visage changed while he was accumulating his energy to prepare himself discreetly. Delay had just looked at him. It was too much to bear. If the other wanted to kill him, it would be much effortless like killing an ant. This feeling irritated him a lot. Shi Yin understood that what Princess Yao said was just to deceive the others to make a chance for him to get on the stage, facilitating his battle with Demeng. As for the merit, it was all fiction. Since Delay and Demeng had never seen him before, they would have no means to prove it. Is he entitled to enter the extreme purgatory field when he's only at the second sky of true God realm? Delay snorted with a dark face. Since when has the extreme purgatory become that easy to enter? Although his realm isn't high, his competence is enough. Princess Ziyao nodded and smiled. Just several days ago, he killed a third sky of true God realm expert of the Underworld League. Well, it took him less than a minute. Delay was surprised, though disdain was still visible on his face. Just a small warrior of the Underworld League. Do you think he could be compared to my son? My son can battle against King God realm experts. His competence is proven to get into the extreme purgatory field. About this kid, I think he isn't eligible. Well, whether or not he's eligible, I think we should test it. Princess Zi Yao wasn't enraged, smiling to Demeng. You guys can fight with each other. If you win, I will give you this quota. How does it sound? Is he eligible to be my match? Demeng sneered. My opponents all have reputations. Well, do I look like I have a lot of free time to play with an anonymous kid like him? Shi Yan's my follower, also the one I want to send to the extreme purgatory field. He has done a lot for the Empire. When I say he's eligible, he's eligible. Princess Ziyup didn't smile anymore, speaking coldly. If you don't dare to battle him, I'm sorry, you guys should find another way around for a quota. Perhaps you can ask for it from another feudal vassal. Then, you don't need to babble with me. Delay paled slightly. The dark firmament divine empire had 5 grand vassals under the king. Delay was just one of them, and his position and force weren't the strongest. The other 4 grand vassals were not weaker than him. Their realms and forces were even better than his. It was really tough to ask for a quota from them. Since he had known he couldn't do that, he had to aim at Princess Zi Yao's quota. Shi Yin hadn't said anything, but he was accumulating his energy secretly. He had maintained the peak state for a fight. He knew that he would be exposed to a bloody battle, where he could shine his talent for the first time in the raging flame star area at any minute. Your Highness, you mean as long as my son can defeat your cortege, you will give us that quota? Delay contemplated for a while, and then grinned all of a sudden. He wasn't so hostile as before, giving people a feeling of a tender and mild person. However, his sharp eyes were gazing at Shi Yin with a gleam of brutal aura in his pupils. As he had said that, Princess Zi Yao was bewildered. She slammed her brows together, throwing a glance at Shi Yin, while she was actually sighing in her heart. She said persistently, "It's true. If he can defeat Shi Yin, I'll grant him my quota." "Thank you, Your Highness." Delay suddenly laughed, clapping his hands. "It's my bad. I misunderstood you. Turns out you've treated us best, as you wanted to give us a quota for free. How dumb I am. I just realized your hardship. I'm so bad I deserve to be dead. He laughed out loud, glancing at Demeng. Then we shall get to the arena and train with the princess warrior. Remember, son, you have to reduce your force. Don't you ever hurt the princess henchman. As Demeng heard his father, he seemed to understand something, bowing to Princess Ziyao with a big smile on his face. Your Highness, thank you for your favor. I will carve it in my heart, and I will never forget your favor today. The other warriors standing behind them also wore a strange smile. Princess Ziyao and Du Feng grimaced, and people couldn't see their real thoughts. Apparently, the other didn't consider Shi Yin an equal match. He disdained Shi Yin, and he just took the battle as a step of the procedure to get a pass. This game will be ended in seconds. Please instruct me more. Under such pressured atmosphere, Shi Yin took one step forward. With a calm face and a straight back, he diffused an aura as massive as a mountain. People's mocking laughter ceased gradually. Delay, his son, and their men looked at Shi Yin with a natural face, as they weren't really serious while standing before this big fight. Go and behave. Don't act unreasonably like you've always done. They offer you a quota for free. You should be grateful, Delay said relaxedly, waving his hand. Princess Ziyao's beautiful eyes sparkled strangely. She signaled Du Feng, Berg, and the others to step back and leave a spacious area for Shi Yin and Demeng, which would facilitate their battle, as they didn't need to worry about hurting the onlookers. Shi Yin stood firm like a rock. He wasn't enraged by the sneering and mocking noises around. Such calmness made people feel weird. He acted like he was just a man in the crowd who was about to watch a good game, instead of the one who would take part in the battle. Delay also waved his hat to make his delegation step back. Demeng laughed out loud, throwing Shi Yin a glance. Don't worry, I'll give the princess face by not killing you. Anyway, I'm not a well-behaved guy. I'll perhaps leave some marks on you. It's normal, though. Don't be tense. I won't take your life. Talkative, Shi Yin parted his lips and couldn't help but snort. Demeng's countenance became icy cold. Kid, what did you just say? I say, you like a P*SSY. You talk too much before the battle. Too talkative. Don't you feel annoyed? Shi Yin said with a serious face. Demeng laughed louder. You want to enrage me? Funny, yeah? Do you think that you can affect the match by provoking me? Are you that naive? Who do you think you are? Although you can provoke me and mess my mind, do you think you could dodge this disaster? Annoying. Shi Yin stooped slightly, then frowned and shouted. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 bone thorns appeared behind Demeng, hissing and stabbing fiercely towards his back. Since those bone thorns were added with space power, they could use Shi Yin's soul consciousness to tear the space and appear out of thin air without any prior signals. By the time Demeng found them, the 3 bone thorns were just a blink away from him. Thud, thud, thud. 3 dull, thudding sounds echoed. A flower bloomed behind Demeng beautifully and evilly, creating a flower shield to prevent the 3 bone thorns thrusting. Real flower petals scattered. The man's body shook 3 times. His face reddened, as a gleam of anger sparkled in his eyes. Shi Yin had finally provoked him. You've overreached yourself. Demeng thundered indignantly, touching his forehead. A spinning soul altar flew out from his sea of consciousness. A massive soul got out of his glabella. It was a silver-armored Taigen King that was around 10 meters long. This Taigen King was really famous in the Raging Flame Star area. The silver-armored Taigen King had silver scales around its body. It looked both like the lion and tiger, with an intimidating power and extremely sharp claws that could tear metals and rock easily. This creature had an inborn prowess, with its 2 eyes looking like 2 cubes of vivid blood. It was so frightening and amazing. This silver-armored Taigen King was just a soul. It seemed to have taken shelter in Demeng's soul altar, where Demeng raised the Taigen. As soon as it got out, the silver-armored Taigen King rolled on the ground. Big rocks then stuck on its massive body like pieces of clay. Shortly, the Taigen in its soul form had gained flesh from rocks. Its aura diffused brutally and evilly as its formidable blood chi and energy expanded torrentially. The 10 meters tall, silver-armored Taigen King now had silver rocks as its armor. It then faced up the sky and roared ear-splittingly. Then, its sharp blade claws swept over Shi Yan, as if it wanted to rip Shi Yan's body apart and tear his abdomen instantly. Energy fluctuations on the silver-armored Taigen King were formidable. This creature didn't act as if it were just a soul. Moreover, it was more ruthless than before it died. Seeing its aura and swift moves, Princess Ziyao's warriors were startled, their looks changing. The cold visage on Ziyao's face disappeared. Worry showed on her exquisite face. Her eyes flared as she was nervous secretly. If Shi Yan lost this game, not only would she lose a quota, but it would also blow Delay's arrogance. This opportunity would give Demeng a great benefit, which would make it hard to suppress him later. No matter what, she didn't wish that Shi Yan would lose this game. However, as soon as Demeng took action, she was astounded by his power. Finally, she could verify the rumors about this young man. Demeng did have the competence to battle with King Godrealm warriors. Different from her, as soon as Demeng struck out, his father, Delay, immediately smiled relaxingly. With the service from his maids, he was smiling and eating fruits while talking with a warrior standing next to him. He wasn't worried at all, as he seemed to know the result of this match beforehand. He believed that his son would win effortlessly. No one expected good prospects for Shi Yan, including Princess Ziyao, who had believed in him before. After seeing how strong Demeng was, she suddenly felt regret. She regretted her decision of taking a risk and letting a strange warrior join this battle. The woman worriedly watched Shi Yan as she sighed, thinking about her mistake and what to do to make it up. However, while she hadn't thought about any good solutions, she saw something in Shi Yan's eyes. A tyrannically malicious aura burst out from Shi Yan, which could even shake her. Princess Ziyao's eyes brightened and couldn't help but let out a breath. Chapter 726, Upanishad Advancement. Chapter 726, Upanishad Advancement. Shi Yan immediately urged negative energy of the acupuncture points in his entire body, creating a pale membrane enveloping his body. Second sky of rampage. His eyes turned blood red instantly. A brutal, wild, and malicious aura diffused quietly from his body, raising his imposing aura to another high level. The sharp claws of the silver-armored Taigen King tore the wind. Its 10 meters long body jumped like a massive mountain, pressing down on Shi Yan and giving forth a strong, intimidating. 7 stars changed the moon. Shi Yan thundered. The star martial spirit in front of his chest radiated a dazzling light. Numerous stars gathered into 7 massive star clusters. The 7 star clusters were as bright as blazing diamonds, with torrentially surging energy. They rotated and then moved in the trajectory of the northern stars. Roar! The silver-armored Taigen King roared, storming towards the center of the 7 massive star clusters. It twisted its body in the air and then pressed down. A furious energy wave exploded from inside the 7 clusters. The 7 northern stars released formidable energy waves like the strongest dynamite, as starlight shot out at max speed. Silver scales on the silver-armored Taigen King's body shook. The starlight that had just fallen got through the scales to intrude the Taigen's body and then its soul. Swoosh! The silver-armored Taigen King's giant body disappeared into so many beams of starlight, which looked extremely strange. When the silver-armored Taigen King reappeared, it fell around 1,000 meters behind Shi Yan. It then heavily impacted the ground, digging up a large and deep hole. Pieces of rock scattered everywhere, with thick smoke and dust rising up. Shi Yan didn't look behind his back. His eyes were like a sharp sword shooting towards Demeng. A thought flashed through his head. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 3 bone thorns, which had already disappeared, suddenly stormed over from a blind corner. Their aura became sharper and stronger, thrusting towards Demeng. This time they didn't aim at his back, but his front. Two of them aimed at his eyes, while the last one was flying towards his glabella, with a strange aura that could pierce through anything. The onlookers were breathing gingerly with astounded faces. Their eyes gazed at Shi Yin, but they were all tense. Delay stopped talking to the warrior next to him. He was still holding a bunch of crystal grapes, but he seemed to forget eating them. His black eyes were gloomy, as he was extremely dissatisfied. Standing behind him were almost 100 King God Realm warriors. They all were frowning and putting up guard. Their happy and relaxed manners had been replaced with serious looks. Prince Du Feng and Berg's group dropped their jaws, as if they were watching an unbelievable scene. They were astounded, looking at Shi Yin with awe. At this moment, they had put aside the distressed and begrudging feeling they had had before the battle. Princess Ziyao's eyes were still as bright as diamonds. A gleam of happiness appeared on her smooth cheeks. Her perfect body became calm as she stretched out laughing. She threw a glance at Delay. Seeing Delay discolor, she suddenly felt much better. Shi Yan's performance was a little bit over her estimation. She had thought that this battle would have nothing surprising anymore. Under Demeng's furious attack, Shi Yan would be hurt soon, or he could even be killed shortly. She didn't know what to do and began to consider how to save the situation. It was unexpected that at the moment she was worried the most, Shi Yan suddenly showed his supernatural abilities, dissolving a fatal attack of the silver-armored Taigen King. She was cheered up again as the flame of hope was ignited in her heart. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The tearing wind sound made by the bone thorns was like a ghost screaming and asking for people's lives. Beyond their expectations, when the bone thorns flew in the sky, they didn't move in a straight way. Strangely, they moved like snakes, slithering and changing their directions constantly, which made it hard to trace their whereabouts. Wherever the three bone thorns glided over, they left three bright white streaks in the air, just like the tail of meteors. They even twisted with each other, which looked extremely strange and devilish. Demeng knew that the aura of those three bone thorns had locked his eyes and glabella. However, seeing their constantly changing direction and their increasing aura, he couldn't make up his mind, as the bone thorns could come from any direction instead of the starting one. Although the first attack from the three bone thorns was sharp and fierce, it was a straight attack with obvious targets. Thus, even if he had reacted a little bit slower, he could still create a shield behind his back to stop them. However, at this moment, he couldn't be sure about anything. He couldn't guess the direction of attack, so he had to create a thick defensive layer covering his entire body, leaving no tiny leak. He was afraid that the bone thorns could aim at his flaws. Shi Yin stood still, but a blood-red halo was expanding from his eyes. He looked like a demon from the abyss of hell, watching its prey. His look made people anxious. Flows of his soul consciousness quietly reached the three bone thorns. Since he had mastered using space power, his bone thorns could swiftly glide through space and avoid the other's soul consciousness coverage in a short period. That was how they became so evilly cunning that people couldn't catch them. Not long after Shi Yan had arrived in this raging flame star area, he knew warriors in this place didn't use many clear or fixed martial techniques, as they had only used the power Upanishad, the fundamental knowledge of heaven and earth's power. Martial techniques were the ways of using energy and power Upanishads accurately. If they had a deep understanding of the Upanishads and a profound realm, they could vary their use of powers and could create their unique martial techniques without considering the minor details. Warriors in the Raging Flame Star area had used the power Upanishad as the foundation to create the martial techniques through their understanding of the principles of their own powers and the particular situations. They wouldn't have a fixed style during fighting. For example, the Dipper God arrow of the Radiant God cult was a way of using the star power of the star martial spirit. However, as Shi Yan had a deep understanding of the Star Upanishad and the movement of the Big Dipper, he could use the simplest rules of nature and the situation of his battle to adjust the Big Dipper God arrow as he liked. With small amendments, he could create a new martial technique and also a new type of energy attack. In the high-level continents, the power Upanishads were the foundation. As long as a warrior understood a rule of natural power, when he used this energy, he could base it on different given circumstances to create a better martial technique to attack his opponent. He could create a new martial technique at any time as he pleased. Martial techniques were just a means to show the rules of nature as they rebuilt and changed some kind of natural energy. As they knew the foundation, the martial techniques would frequently change from time to show its best features. The more they understood the power, Upanishad, and principles of heaven and earth, the more perfectly and flexibly they could utilize their energies during a fight. At the same time, the martial techniques they created during the battles would become more powerful and tremendous to promote the essence of power Upanishads. As the three bone thorns had the essence of the mysterious space, it naturally advanced into the magical martial technique. It took curves in the air, making indefinite turns while gathering more and more space power to become devilishly sharper. When the bone thorns almost stabbed Demeng, they disappeared into thin air one more time, as if they had fallen into a space crack, leaving no aura. Demeng discolored. He was totally alert, as he knew the attack would arrive abruptly. Swoosh! The three bone thorns suddenly flashed. They were moving in a triangular formation and hadn't changed their targets yet, still aiming at his eyes and glabella. At the moment they appeared visibly, they were just 10 centimeters away from Demeng, as if they could directly prick his sockets. F***CK, Demeng shouted ear-splittingly. A mark arose from deep inside his eyes. People could see his soul alter tremble a little bit. A beast's soul rolled, appeared, and enlarged from his left eye shortly. That beast looked like a giant hedgehog. Spikes on its body glistened radiantly. Boom, boom, boom. The three bone thorns stabbed on that beast, making it groan mournfully and bizarrely. The massive body of the beast shriveled rapidly. When the aura of the three bone thorns ceased completely, the beast got back into Demeng's eyes, staying quietly in his soul altar. Demeng sneered. Countless symbols and charms sparkled in his hands. He grabbed the three bone thorns halting in front of him with one hand. So many symbols and charms flowed like a furious current of water, swarming into the three bone thorns. The bone thorns made of the bones of a level 10 beast were softened under the power of those magical symbols. Crack, crack. Demeng squeezed his hand, and the three bone thorns were broken into 10 pieces. He then used both hands to knead the bones. Shortly, bone dust scattered as he had ground them up fully. While smirking, he touched his forehead. His eyes were icy cold as he was giving orders using his soul consciousness. 2 more beasts were coming out of his eyes. They were a giant hawk with blooming orange light and a one-eyed wolf. These 2 beasts were also in their soul form. As soon as they got out of his eyes, they started to take in the massive amount of heaven and earth energy. Shortly, their bodies gained the energy of the oppressive outer space, becoming full of flesh and blood chi. They both looked imposing. At the same time, the silver-armored Taigen King, which had been struck hard by Shi Yan's star power, stood up while glaring at him maliciously. It then faced up the sky, roaring terribly and gathering the heaven and earth energy. Just like a gray sand tornado, it furiously attacked Shi Yan's back. Don't kill him. Delay suddenly beamed a faint smile. He evilly peeked at Princess Ziyao, asking his son, "Wounding is all right. He's just a barbarian warrior. Our princess won't blame us for hurting him. Spare his life. This kid's good, though. He's strong enough to force you using 3 soul beasts." Du Feng, Berg, and the others became grim, their faces gloomy. "Kid, without those strange bone thorns, let's see what tricks you have," Demeng smirked. Even though his face was a little bit pale, his eyes were still as sharp as blades. Shi Yan frowned, but he didn't hasten to answer or to look at his back. Instead, he looked at Princess Ziyao, standing aside. "I want to use all of my force to counter, so I'm not sure if I'll be careful enough not to hurt the opponent." Rumble, rumble. The gray tornado of the silver-armored Taigen King fell into Shi Yan's gravitational field, and then was ground by different energies in there. The Taigen could create no threat to him now. Princess Ziyao's heart which was tense tight, calmed down on hearing him. She looked at him in the eyes and then beamed a bright smile. It's hard to avoid getting hurt during a battle. I think Brother Demeng has been prepared. You can use your full force. No need to be afraid so much. That will do. Chapter 727, Soul Burial Ground, Deadly Upanishad. Chapter 727, Soul Burial Ground, Deadly Upanishad. Sure, Yin extended his right arm. As starlight gathered rapidly together, along with a flow of flaming solar energy. It happened in just a blink of an eye. A broad starlight sword that was around 3 meters long appeared in Shi Yan's hand, which was made of starlight and solar energy. The sword had a burning red core and edges made of starlight. It sparkled beautifully while releasing intimidating energy fluctuations. Shi Yan didn't wait until the beast from Demeng's soul altar approached him. He faced the sky and roared. Holding the starlight sword, he rocketed to the sky. The broadsword made a gentle curve in the air, then furiously slashed the giant orange-red hawk, the first one approaching him. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless beams of starlight shot out from the broadsword. As the sword slashed the giant hawk, it screeched mournfully, struggling in the air as if it wanted to tear Shi Yan apart. Starlight twirled around Shi Yan's body, moving accordingly to the trajectory of the stars. Shi Yan continually changed the directions as he agilely dodged the attack of the giant hawk. The broad starlight, sword in his hand, constantly hacked down. Starlight energy in the sword flowed like quicksand towards the hawk's body. The giant hawk screeched painfully. However, no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't catch Shi Yan. This also made the bird suffer. The malignant wolf was pure gold, with a magical moving halo on its big body, as if it was molded out of water. When the wolf moved, water-like light waves would ripple continually. The wolf bared its fangs and claws, facing the sky to roar loudly. Pure gold beams of light were weaving a net with thick mesh in the air, in an attempt to cover the whole space Shi Yan had occupied. It wanted to confine Shi Yan for a slow torture. There! Shi Yan's blood-red eyes were shining radiantly. With a cold countenance, the broad starlight, sword in his hand, suddenly sent a fierce wave of energy. A flaming energy current that looked like a burning red stream shot out from the sword, pouring on that giant hawk. The hawk had a fragment of refined energy outside its body, but it was the soul of the bird which was its foundation. However, every kind of living being in their soul form had to be afraid of scorching heat. Furthermore, the flaming energy of the sun was the nemesis of such soul living beings. As so many flows of flaming energy were pouring into the hawk and seeping through its soul, the bird's screaming became more pathetic, which irritated people. When the bird was screeching painfully, the vivid gold wolf also wanted to fly up to support his comrade. The silver-armored Taigen King roared and dashed forward one more time, but got trapped in the gravitational field again. It was like the Taigen had fallen into a dangerous muddy puddle. The more it wiggled, the worse it was dragged into the twisting field of different energies. Obviously, it couldn't escape the coverage of the gravitational field shortly. It became more indignant, but it couldn't get out. The starlight sword continued to shoot out the surging flaming solar energy, which shriveled the giant hawk. As the giant hawk was shrunk, the energy fragment on its body was burned. It looked yearningly at Demeng from a distance. It was so frightened that it wanted to get back to the soul altar to recover. Demeng grimaced, standing there with cold and dark eyes, as a flame of anger was seething. However, he didn't send a thought to the hawk to let it get back. Instead, he gritted his teeth and shouted, "All right, you have good tricks. Seems like I have to do my best here." He touched his forehead one more time, sending his thought to his soul altar. Abruptly, distinctive energy fluctuations of beasts shot out of his altar. However, there was no beast coming out this time, and instead, the flesh and blood of his entire body started transforming. Crack, crack, crack. Demeng's body started to be animalized at the speed that naked eye could observe. He generated a tremendous suction force to gather the heaven and earth energy, supplementing his bestial power. A bestial armor appeared on his limbs, forehead, and chest. There were thick layers of silver armor and animal fur growing on his body. At that moment, Demeng seemed to transform into a savage beast with a mighty strength. It seemed he had absorbed the energy of the beast he had abruptly to push his energy to another higher peak, which made people feel scared of him. From the beginning, Demeng had never taken action. He had just used the beast to attack his opponent. Eventually, he couldn't help it anymore. He howled like a beast, just like a great beast of the ancient times getting awakened. He stood on all fours, storming forward to attack the other. Stomp, stomp, stomp. He used all of his limbs to move on the hard stone ground, which was dug up under his massive pressure. At this moment, he looked like a dangerous beast that had the energy to destroy everything. Return, Demeng shouted, ear-splittingly the second time. Instantly, the silver-armored Taigen King, the giant orange-red hawk, and the pure gold wolf had returned to their soul form, turning into 3 beams and disappearing into his chest. Demeng had transformed completely. His neck and back were covered with thick bestial armor, while his arms and knees had sharp spikes, with a cold metallic light shining. They seemed sharp enough to stab through a mountain. As he was completely animalized, there was no human feature to be seen on his body. Just like a wild hybrid of many kinds of monsters, he had absorbed the monster energy to develop a bloodthirsty and savage intention of destroying all creatures in the world in his eyes. This was the power Upanishad Demengs had comprehended, which was to fuse with beast souls to improve his abilities. With the power of beasts in his body, he could have the competence to challenge higher realm warriors. Being able to make young Master Demeng bring out his real power, this man is excellent enough to be arrogant. Anyway, it's nothing more than that. A king god warrior standing next to the lie frowned, and then said, after being animalized completely, young Master Demeng will become more bloodthirsty. I just hope that kid would be lucky enough to survive this savage battle. Dalai became absolutely calm. He didn't say anything while his eyes gazed at his son. Pride could be seen in his eyes. He knew how lethal Demeng was after he was animalized better than anyone else. Even if there were a king god realm warrior, if his god body hadn't reached a high level yet, he couldn't resist Demeng's animalized body. Besides, after Demeng got animalized, he could use all the energy of the beast souls he had absorbed, which could skyrocket his energy to an intimidating level. He believed that even if Shurian were at the peak of true god realm, his result would only be an instant death while fighting with Demeng. Du Feng and Bird were desperate now. They shook their heads with forced smiles, as they had nothing to believe in at the moment. The power Demeng was showing could give a headache to Du Feng, a warrior at the first sky of King God Realm. He felt like he didn't know how or where to attack the other, let alone Shurian. Princess Ziyao wasn't relaxed anymore. Her bright smile had disappeared a long time ago. She knitted her brows tightly, sighing. Shurian's performance didn't fail her. She believed that if it were another peak of true God Realm warrior, Shurian could gain triumph and give her face. Too bad, Demeng, a new Nova that could fight against the King God Realm warrior, was his opponent this time. Ziyao suddenly realized that she didn't underestimate Shurian, but Demeng. That was why she thought that at this moment, this battle had nothing else surprising left in it to continue watching. Third sky of Rampage. Seeing Demeng storming towards him with a deadly savage aura and the holes he made along his way, Shurian changed his face for the first time, screaming wildly. Shortly, pallid tentacles jutted out of the acupuncture points of his entire body. This was the feature of the Acme accumulation of Shurian's negative energy. Each tentacle was filled with thoughts of despair, resentment, bloodlust, and a mysteriously evil energy. They all were the representatives of evils. In the third sky of Rampage, his body suddenly shriveled grossly. His flesh and blood seemed to be squeezed off his body. However, the energy in his body had become purer than ever. In people's eyes, his bony body was full of essence energy. At the same time, his eyes became nonchalant, having no gleam of human emotions. At this moment, Shi Yin didn't look like a human anymore. Even his breathing had lost the vitality of a living creature. It seemed that his aura had been transformed into a pure part of a combined evil force. This gave people an annoying feeling. What kind of power Upanishad is that? Why is it so strangely evil? The warrior standing next to Dalai was startled, his face astounded. Dalai was also frowning, looking at Shi Yin with great astonishment. A feeble beam of light sparkled in Princess Zi Yao's gloomy eyes. She was a little bit shaken. A death intent domain slowly expanded from Shi Yin. Under the effect of that death intent domain, flowers in the garden pretty far from there suddenly withered. Their vitality flowed massively like a flood, draining away. Insects underground also cried continually as their lives were taken away. Everything became scarily quiet. Small, flickering light dots also appeared on Princess Yao, Dufeng, Berg, and the other warriors standing near Shi Yin like fireflies. They then converged slowly towards Shi Yin. Anybody under the coverage of the death intent domain, as long as they were living creatures, felt irritated while their souls became exhausted unknowingly. Princess Zi Yao became dumbstruck, looking at the light dots flying out of her body. She frowned, feeling her soul agitated. Taking life, origin, soul burial ground, deadly Upanishad. In the deadly silence, Dalai suddenly recalled something, screaming hoarsely. His face grimaced. Princess Zi Yao felt like she got a bucket of cold water pouring on her head. She reacted, her beautiful eyes becoming odd, while looking at Shi Yin in fright. The onlookers acted as if they had seen ghosts. Their countenance became terrified. Looking at Shi Yin, without an energy fluctuation of living beings, they felt like they were watching a man who reaped lives. They shuddered in their hearts. However, at this moment, pale tentacles extending from the acupuncture points of Shi Yin's entire body suddenly moved, rolling the flows of light dots from the others and driving them toward Shi Yin. Those light dots came from the flowers pretty far from Shi Yin, the underground insects, Zi Yao, Dufeng, Berg, and the other warriors. Those were the life origin, the power of vigorous living beings. Shi Yin felt refreshed and comfortable, as he was brimming with energy incomparably. He could feel his body taking in a large amount of energy. He moved his body and bumped into Demeng directly, using his bursting energy in its purest form to collide with the other. Light spots sparked everywhere. Dalai's face was ash gray, while Princess Zi Yao felt insecure. Chapter 728. The feudal vassal admits his defeat. Chapter 728. The feudal vassal admits his defeat. Dalai, Zi Yao, and the other onlookers all wore a grimaced face. Their torch-like eyes gazed at Shi Yin without blinking. It was so quiet that they could even hear the sound of a needle falling on the ground. This silence was terrifying. The battle between Shi Yin and Demeng was still going on. Furious auras and lights twirled around them. However, the two of them didn't recognize the astounded onlookers, as they were still fighting hard. After Demeng had been animalized, he had the power of beasts and a non-human appearance. Shi Yin, his opponent, was even more bizarre. His body was shriveled, and he had so many peculiar tentacles sprouting from his acupuncture points. It seemed like Shi Yin didn't feel pain or other feelings. He just used the strongest attack to counter Demeng. Martial techniques that had been generated from different power Upanishads bloomed on their bodies. The two were covered in so many strange beams of light. During their fight, magical light spots were still sparkling on Zi Yao, Dufeng, Berg, and the others. They couldn't do anything but watch the flow of light spots rolling towards Shi Yin's tentacles. Those light spots then turned into his unceasing, violent energy, supplementing his battle power. The more he battled, the fiercer Shi Yin became. Demeng had to increase his power continuously to fight Shi Yin. Bestial energy revolved furiously around his body, which could be compared to a level 10 beast at this moment. His animalized body was more like a rigid metal or stone. Soon, Xiao pulled herself together first. She threw a glance over her shoulder and then shouted, "Move! Stay away from Shi Yan's intent domain." As soon as she said that, Prince Du Feng and Berg felt like they were granted amnesty. They immediately retreated backward with a panic-stricken visage, as they were afraid that the field from him could affect them badly. Xiao also stepped backward far from the battle arena. Delay darkened his face. His eyes sparkled with a terrifying light as he suddenly shouted, "Retreat, all of you. If you don't want to die, stay as far as possible from that kid." Many warriors on this life star moved away anxiously. They stood several thousand meters away from Shi Yan, then quietly urged their energy to seal their aura. After Delay had uttered Soul Burial Field, any warrior who had heard this name before acted as if they had seen ghosts. They now looked at Shi Yan with great fright, as an unknown cold current rose from the bottom of their hearts. In their eyes, Shi Yan used to be neglected, but now he had turned into a demon which could easily drag their lives into the infinite abyss. Bang, bang, boom. Shi Yan's body, which had been quenched through countless challenges, was now covered in blood after Demeng, in his animalized form, had bombarded him furiously. Shi Yan got badly wounded. Just like him, Demeng wasn't as comfortable as he had thought he would be. Wounds appeared on his entire body, while spikes on his elbows, knees, and shoulders were broken. As blood stained all over his face, his eyes became gloomier. Quite the contrary, this had stimulated his wild instinct. He roared ferociously, constantly boosting more energy. The surrounding people quieted down. They stopped talking to each other, their faces solemn. As they looked at the two of them, their looks became bizarre. Gradually, Demeng felt exhausted. From time to time, magical light spots would detach from him. After each passing minute, he felt more tired, and he felt that his vitality had been draining unknowingly. Shi Yan, his opponent, had the opposite status. The more he fought, the more intimidating he became. It seemed that he would never feel tired. His eyes were excited while his aura was getting sharper and more formidable. The fight continued, but in the other's eyes, the situation now favored only one side, which was totally different from what they had expected. Apparently, Shi Yan had gained the upper hand at this moment. "Little Meng, come back here." All of a sudden, Delay shouted. Demeng ignored his father. He continued to accumulate his energy, bombarding Shi Yan ferociously. It seemed he didn't want to stop. So many light spots sparkled on his body, then rolled into Shi Yan's tentacles. Demeng didn't feel anything besides his exhausted spirit. However, depending on his tenacious body, he didn't want to stop. He didn't want to admit his defeat. Delay's face became more solemn as he suddenly rose his arm. A light curtain unfolded like a fishing net and covered Demeng instantly. Without waiting for Demeng to wiggle, his father dragged him out of the arena, far away from Shi Yan. "Father!" Demeng screamed, his face brave and stubborn. "Why did you stop me?" Delay's face was as if he could hardly endure it anymore. He shook his head to his son and then took out a Longan-sized verdant pellet. "Take it. You should refill your essence chi first, and then we'll talk." "I haven't been defeated yet." Demeng didn't take the pellet. His eyes reddened as he wanted to storm to the arena again. Delay harumphed. The light curtain covering his son suddenly squeezed, restraining all the powers of Demeng. "Swallow it." Delay shoved the pellet into his son's mouth. He flickered his thought to confine his son totally, even shutting his son up. In the battle arena, Shi Yan lost his target. He frowned in surprise, looking at the others bewilderedly. Having ceased engaging in a battle, his aura started to recede. His terrifying intent domain gradually faded out to the point the others couldn't sense it anymore. "What's going on?" He looked at Lei from far away. "Does it count as an end? My son got defeated." It was beyond people's expectations that Delay would proactively admit his son's defeat. He gave Shi Yan a deep look and then talked to Xiao. "Your Highness is always excellent. Even your follower is indeed talented. Today, I have widened my vision. Your Highness, I just want to ask what kind of relationship is between Yin and that man. Yin was surprised, as he didn't understand what the other was talking about. However, before he had the time to say anything, Princess Ziyao smiled naturally, waving her hand to signal him to shut up. She seemed to have something in her mind already. She laughed cheerily towards Delay. Yan's is descendant. I think I don't need to talk much about it, right? Uncle Delay, you've seen everything clearly enough, haven't you? Delay contemplated for a while, and then nodded helplessly, his face bitter. I got it. Why didn't you tell me earlier, Your Highness? If you had told me he was the disciple of that man, how would have I messed up like that? Yin frowned as he didn't understand anything. He knew that Delay and Ziyao were talking about something related to him, but he didn't know what to do. Ziyao waved her hand, using her eyes to signal him not to talk. He could understand her signal, which was why he didn't say anything. However, on listening to their conversation, he felt something strange, but he couldn't explain. It seemed that this person they were referring to was someone Delay had been wary of a lot, and he had something related to Yin. However, Yin had never known what relationship he had that was enough to terrify Delay. Haha, I didn't want to reveal it, but Uncle Delay has forced me. I had no choice and had to let you see it yourself. Princess Ziyao beamed a faint smile, then continued calmly. If you don't have anything else to discuss, we shall bid farewell here. Anyway, I hope Uncle Delay would keep it in a down low for me. Delay put on a forced smile. How could I dare to talk about it? If someone gets to know about it, it will bring big trouble to our divine nation, I'm afraid. Don't worry, I will consider that I haven't seen anything. Thank you, Uncle Delay. Ziyao bent her body to greet and thank him. Your Highness, Delay was dazed for a while, then asked with hope, is he staying in our Raging Flame Star area? I've heard about his legend, but never seen him before. I wonder if I can be lucky enough to meet him once. He isn't in our Raging Flame Star area. And where he is, I'm sorry I can't tell. Yan's his disciple. He comes here to practice. That's why I will grant him the quota to go to the extreme purgatory field this time. I think Uncle Delay won't have any opposing opinions now, right? Princess Ziyao beamed a vague smile. How could I dare? Even if I had more guts, I wouldn't dare have any objections. Delay was scared. He bid to greet Yin, his face smiling and friendly. Little buddy, I've offended you as I didn't know your identity. Please be merciful. Pausing for a while, Delay continued. Servants, present him a carriage of mineral ingredients for pellets from my treasure. It's my gift to ask for his pardon. Right after he finished, the King God Realm warrior, standing next to him, disappeared. Shortly, he pushed over a silver war chariot, which was full of colorful materials. Then, they put the entire war chariot into Princess Ziyao's amethyst battleship. I've offended you, little buddy. Please don't blame me. Delay clasped his hands, his face honest and his tone sincere. Ah, thank you, Uncle Delay. I'm late already. I shouldn't annoy you any longer. Goodbye. Princess Ziyao laughed happily, then turned to Yin. Get to the ship. We shall depart right now. Yin was filled with suspicions, but his face was still calm and natural. He smiled and thanked Delay, then followed Princess Ziyao to board the purple battleship. Ziyao was a little bit hurried. Right when they had boarded, she ordered to depart. With a loud explosion, the amethyst battleship tore the atmosphere to rocket into the dark universe. The giant bronze steamship, which was waiting for them in outer space, started to move, floating behind the amethyst battleship. Delay watched the amethyst battleship leaving. He didn't say anything, his eyes quite complicated. After a while, he swung his hand to dissolve the restraint he had put onto Meng, talking to the others. You should forget everything you've seen today. No one is allowed to disclose even a small detail. Otherwise, your entire family will suffer. 100 King God Realm warriors standing behind him nodded with icy cold faces. Father, what has happened to you? Why did you stop me? Deming shouted, right when his restraint was lifted, his face grimaced. If you had continued to fight, your vitality would have been taken away completely. At that time, no pellet could help you recover. Delay took a deep breath, his face dark and gloomy. If what Princess Ziyao said is true, we can't offend that kid. In our raging flame star area, no one could bear the cost of offending him. Demeng was extremely frightened, looking at him bewilderedly. It happened so many years ago when an unknown warrior came to our raging flame star area with several severe wounds. Wherever he passed by, the vitality of the life stars, including their inhabitants, was taken away. Life stars became dead stars wherever he went by. Within only half a month after he had appeared in the raging flame star area, there were more than 10 life stars that turned into dead stars. Not even a single life fluctuation could be detected. Delay paused for a while and then beamed a forced smile. The power Upanishad that man used is the death Upanishad. The god domain he used was called the soul burial ground. Rumors said that the reason why he had to do so was due to his bad wounds, and he had to recover quickly. It wasn't half a month, and he had consumed more than 10 life tars. Can you imagine that? Demeng and the warriors standing next to him paled in fright. They couldn't even utter a word. Chapter 729. Fabricate a new identity. Chapter 729. Fabricate a new identity. Making the creatures of more than 10 life stars live in misery just to recover his wounds. Using the soul burial ground dead Upanishad to absorb the vitality of countless species could be considered an extremely ruthless operation. Demeng's group paled, as they were scared by the brutal cruelty of the other. They didn't know what to comment either. After a while, Demeng beamed a forced smile. The forces in the raging flame star area aren't too naive to be bullied, right? Didn't they do anything to take revenge or to stop that man? The smile on Demeng's father's face was much bitter than his. How could they not do anything? It's quite the opposite. Right when the first life star was destroyed, the forces from everywhere started to send their best hotshots. However, none of them returned. They had all turned into energy for the other to recover his power. Demeng discolored in fright. He swept over the area like a cloud of grasshoppers. He had killed so many warriors and destroyed more than 10 life stars of the raging flame star area. In the end, the hermits of many forces had joined hands to kill this man. Delay shook his head, his face grimaced. Too bad, the hermits of our raging flame star area all ran away when they sensed the terror of the other. None of them dared to attack him. Demeng's group didn't say anything, but their eyes showed that their fear had reached the extreme. Just like what you think, the realm and competence of that man are much more frightening than that of our hermits. Delay hesitated for a while before speaking up again. As they knew they weren't his rival, they quit, not daring to engage in a battle with him. What happened in the end? Demeng contemplated for a while. Seeing his father musing, he asked for the second time, "How would it develop according to you?" Delay forced a smile. The other continued his robbery. He destroyed another 5 life stars. After he had recovered his power, he left our raging flame star area. Ghost knows where he came from. He was inexplicably strong. Before he left, the hermits of the raging flame star area had come to see him off with the humble manner of juniors. They hoped that he could teach them something. At that time, our old freaks knew that the other had used the death Upanishad, and his god domain was called the soul burial ground. But he didn't reveal more. He didn't leave any useful information. Since the day he left, he hasn't reappeared yet. Pausing for a while, Delay continued. I thought that it was just a rumor people had fabricated. But today, I'm convinced. Everybody quieted down, as if they were struck hard by the information. Even after a long while, no one had spoken anything. That's it, Demeng asked. Father, do you believe that kid is the apprentice of that man? I don't believe much, but I don't dare to take risks. Delay put on a solemn face. At least, I won't offend him directly. It will help avoid a disaster for our family. What should we do? You disclose the information, saying that Princess Ziyao is transporting a large amount of materials and her whereabouts to the others. Let them try. Delay pondered and then ordered. You are not allowed to say anything about that boy. Your information should only include Princess Ziyao's situation. And you should fabricate it complicatedly. Try to pass through many people and don't make the others detect that the information came from us. Demeng's eyes brightened as he asked, "Father, you want to make those stealthy men take action? Well, I'm not that easy to talk with." Delay smiled coldly. "Not offending him directly doesn't mean that I want to press down my anger. Ziyao has swaggered in our territory. I won't let her be satisfied for a long time." "All right, as long as they won't put the debt on us, it's all right." Demeng burst out laughing as he understood his father's intent. "You arrange yourself. Remember, Ziyao isn't easy to deal with. Don't let her discover you guys. At least, don't let her catch your real weaknesses. It would prevent her from aiming at us," Delay said seriously. "Father, don't worry. I know what to do. Remember carefully, do not talk about anything related to that kid. Otherwise, it will not be good for any parties." "Understood." In the silent and cold outer space, the amethyst battleship moved slowly. Behind it was the massive bronze steamship tagging along. As soon as Yin boarded, he felt something wrong. The other warriors, including Berg and Du Feng, were eyeing him strangely. They discreetly kept a distance from him, as if he had a monster inside that could harm them at any minute. Berg and Du Feng had no gleam of disdain in their eyes anymore. Quite the contrary, they became more respectful and cautious. Yin could see the deep fear in their eyes. Yin didn't know what had happened. He also felt strange on seeing their attitude towards him. However, he couldn't find a clue. "You follow me." After steadying her body on the ship, Princess Ziyao frowned and contemplated for a long time before calling Yin. It was when her amethyst battleship had moved far away from Delay's life star. She took a deep breath, raising her ample, milky bosom and talking tenderly with Yin. Yin didn't say anything, just following her in silence. "Sis!" Du Feng suddenly shouted in fright. He wanted to say something, but he didn't finish it. "Shut up." Ziyao glared at him, her eyes sharp. "I know what I'm doing. Don't cause more troubles." Du Feng retracted his head, not daring to talk more. Berg and the other warriors frowned, their eyes complicated, as they were assessing Yin discreetly. They were afraid of him. Yin walked with Ziyao to a spacious main cabin. Ziyao sat down neatly on a round platform, her dark brows furrowed, as she no longer wore the bright smile. She seemed to have many thoughts in her head. Yin waited in silence. After a long time, Princess Ziyao lifted her head, looking at him calmly. "Who imparted you the death Upanishad?" "No one. When I was in the low-grade continent, I found a book, and I've been practicing using that book. After a while, I discovered the Upanishad." Yin wasn't stupid to tell her everything. He found a good reason to pass the topic. Ziyao looked at him. Her star-bright eyes didn't even blink, as if she wanted to see every thought in his head. Yin was natural. There was no gleam of chaos in his eyes. He was relaxed and cold, not showing even a streak of anxiety of lying. "No one has taught you that." Ziyao pondered for a while and then continued. "Don't worry. You are going on the same way with me. No matter what, I won't hurt you." "It's true. No one has taught me," Yin confirmed. He mused for a while and then beamed a faint smile. "Powers Upanishad are interlinked. Each power Upanishad, when cultivated to the profound level, could connect with the others. It's the foundation. When you advance a power Upanishad from the foundation, you don't need a teacher to reach the same realm. At that time, you'll understand how to perfectly use a power on your own." Yin didn't just make it up. When warriors cultivated a kind of power Upanishad to a deep level, it could be interlinked. Taking the water power Upanishad, for example, when a warrior hadn't grasped the essence of the power at the beginning, he would have to use many different martial techniques. Only when he could understand it thoroughly to create the power Upanishad soul altar and the seal of Upanishad in his god soul could he finally understand the principles of water power. And when he created the god domain, it could be linked all together. It was the same with other powers. When a warrior could cultivate them to the acme, the god domains generated from the powers wouldn't be much different. When a warrior understood the power Upanishad, he would get a good grasp of the fundamental principles. The principles would never change. However, Each person would have their own ways of using the power. Anyway, there's so many powers Upanishad in our Raging Flame Star area. We have 5 elements: light, darkness, and so on. They are greatly varied. For example, Demeng knows the beast-merging power Upanishad. No one else can use it. Ziyao's pretty eyes sparkled a beam of strange light. There was a man like you, who controlled the death Upanishad. He had come for a short period in the Raging Flame Star area. His god domain was called Soul Burial Ground. Ziyao seemed to try to guide Shi Yan's memory. While talking, her voice was calm and relaxing, as her bright eyes were studying Shi Yan from the beginning. However, Shi Yan had shown her nothing anomalous. He seemed to be surprised. Someone has the same power? So, why did you tell me that no one in the Raging Flame Star area knows how to control it? He's not from the Raging Flame Star area. Ziyao beamed a forced smile as she found nothing strange from Shi Yan's countenance. He was so dangerous. He created a catastrophe in the Raging Flame Star area, destroying more than 10 big life stars. Shi Yan was scared. Ziyao pondered for a while, and then explained to Shi Yan what Delay had told his son. Shi Yan couldn't hide his fear and was unable to react even after a long while. So, now you know why Delay changed his attitude? Ziyao waited until Shi Yan could digest the information, then asked him with furrowed brows. Shi Yan nodded with a heavy visage. I got it. However, I have nothing related to that man. He's too strong. I can't reach him. Your Highness, is it true that the identity you've fabricated for me could threaten Delay? He'll be threatened. As long as he can't verify the relationship between you and that man, he will still have something to be afraid of. He won't dare to set us up explicitly. Ziyao suddenly smiled like a blooming flower. Not only him, anybody who knows about that man won't dare to mess with you. Although your existence is perilous, it could be a strong dose at critical moments. Shi Yan was surprised. His thoughts flickered, and he got it. From now on, you are the apprentice of that man. Remember it. If anyone asks you, just answer you are here to train yourself, and you don't need to tell them the information related to your teacher. Princess Ziyao pondered for a while, and then said excitedly, as you can use the death intent domain, people will be afraid of you. As long as they can't prove that you've lied, many people would consider you a peculiar existence. They won't dare to deal with you. And you will be an ace in my hand. At critical moments, your effect could be unimaginable. Chapter 730. The Solar Star Exploding Fragment Field. Chapter 730. The Solar Star Exploding Fragment Field. After the talk with Princess Ziyao, Shi Yan returned to his amethyst cabin. He wasn't assigned another task. Servants would timely visit his cabin, bringing him good food. Since he didn't need to worry about anything, he started to focus on his cultivation. Prince Du Feng and Berg's team would show respect to him every time they saw him. No one dared to disdain him anymore. Some even tried their best to stay away from him, as they were afraid that their vitality would be drawn if they stayed close to Shi Yan for a long time. Shi Yan stayed in his cabin and cultivated wholeheartedly. Hence, he recovered in a short period of time. The wounds he got in the battle with Demeng had disappeared, leaving no scratches at all. Under the magical effects of the immortal martial spirit, his recovery ability was kind of morbid. Since he got to know about the mysteries of his death Upanishad, he started to cultivate and comprehend this power more. When he could create the god domain using this power, it would be much more intimidating. Shi Yan had also contacted the ring spirit of the blood vein ring. He wanted to know the origin of his death Upanishad. Unfortunately, the ring spirit had remained quiet after they escaped the first demon area. It had no longer sent Shi Yan any living energy fluctuation. It seemed the ring had used a lot of its energy, so it had to be dormant. Shi Yan knew that the ring spirit would understand his situation. However, since it didn't contact him, he could have no information. The ring still had some magical barriers inside. After he had broken some barriers, he gained the Rampage, Death and Life Seal, and the technique to raise the inner world 5 devils. Shi Yan knew that hiding behind the barriers would be something magical and formidable. However, he had to reach a certain realm to break those barriers again. It had been really long time since he had last attacked the barrier. Today, as Shurian had reached the second sky of true God realm, both his body and essence chi had extended to a level he had never dared to dream of. However, he couldn't break another barrier. After several failed attempts, Shurian stopped without gaining anything. Vaguely, he thought that when he could level up to the King God realm and have the God body, he would be able to break another barrier inside the ring to know what was hiding there. The King God realm seemed not far from him. However, from the second sky of true God realm to the King God realm, even if it were a warrior of the raging flame star area, it would take a lot of time. Some people would need dozens or even several hundred years to break through. Once they entered the true God realm and created the soul sacrificial altar, their longevity would be extended greatly. If nothing unexpected happened, they could even live for several thousand years. Compared to thousands of years, dozens of years, or hundreds of years weren't too long. Anyway, to a person who was used to breaking through quickly, this period seemed to be infinitely long. Sure, Yin wasn't the type of person who would wait in pain. After pondering for a while, he understood that he had to keep fighting continually to absorb the essence chi from other warriors through slaughtering and push up his progress. All of a sudden, he desired to fight. He desired dangers and slaughter. He wanted chaos. He hated that the forces of the raging flame star area couldn't rebel altogether. To him, only wars could bring him miracles, making him thrive vigorously and gain a deeper knowledge of his powers and realm. On the amethyst battleship, Princess Ziyao sat neatly on an ivory bone chair. She was looking at some place further in this vast starry universe. Her beautiful eyes flashed, and her face became more solemn. Du Feng, Berg, and some King God Realm warriors were standing behind her. They all had solemn expressions. In front of them was a dazzling light sea. Numerous blinding beams came from countless flaming rocks, emitting a tremendous flaming energy. Each beam could pierce through and melt any object. Once they reached the amethyst battleship, it would be melted gradually. Of course, there were still some gaps between those bunches of light. If they were careful enough, they could dodge them all. This area was famous for its hazardous features in the raging flame star area. It was the solar star exploding fragment field. When the battleships of the forces crossed this area, they would always slow down to avoid the beams. They had to move and worm through the gaps between the lights to prevent getting shot. Few people dared to fight in this area, because when they started a battle, they could hardly control the situation. If a King God Realm warrior got hit by the beams of light, his body would melt, and his soul would be burned into dust. However, to many other people, that area hid some marvelous things to comprehend. Some warriors cultivating special power, Upanishads, would consider this place the holy land for their cultivation, where they could break through their realms. Sis, are we going to take this way? Du Feng furrowed his brows tightly. Everyone knows it's dangerous. Many people who don't have a country or a faith stay there. They live only for themselves. They're all tyrannical and hate all big forces. Once they find us and the materials we are carrying, I don't think the name of the dark firmament divine nation is enough to scare them. Berg also advised, Your Highness, should we change the route? Although we have to delay the journey, it will be much safer. If we want to cross this place, I'm not sure we can get out safely with our current force. If we change the route, it will take a lot of time. And I come here to visit someone. Princess Ziyao's face was still bright as usual. She smiled all of a sudden. No need to worry too much. If we can meet him, we will get out of this place smoothly. I've spent a lot to get his whereabouts. I don't want to give it up. Ooh, Du Feng asked, why don't I know him? Harumph. Princess Ziyao rolled her eyes at him. If you can behave and stop flirting around, Father will assign you important tasks. Too bad you don't want to compete. You just want to wander around and have fun. You're still at the first sky of King God Realm. I can tell that if you still live like that, Demeng will surpass you shortly. Du Feng stooped embarrassingly as she was teaching him. He didn't dare to snap back. Father doesn't have you as his only son. Ziyao considered for a while, then softened her voice. You and I have the same mother. That's why I have to take care of you daily. If you weren't my blood brother, I would never care about you. Sis, I know you want the best for me. I'm totally wrong. Dufeng lowered his head, answering in a low tone. Thus, you have to compete and gain the good things for your sister and mother. Don't let the other suppress you. Princess Ziyao sighed. Thinking about the situation of the Divine Nation's royal family, she couldn't hide her worries. You shouldn't mention things related to Shi Yan. Perhaps his presence would grant you a great reputation in the future. If we can actually connect him and that man, we will gain big shortly. Berg's eyes brightened. He admiringly bowed to her. You have such a wide vision, Your Highness. It is all for you, Prince Dufeng. Thanks to your sister here, you can avoid many problems. Dufeng seemed to remember his mother. He said with watery eyes, I know you love me. Thank you, sister. A visit to that man is also what our father wants. If he favors us, it's the best scenario for you and me, Princess Xiao nodded. Thus, we can't change the route. We must go in there. As long as we can meet him, it won't waste our efforts of taking risks and the thousands of miles we have traveled to get here. If he favors you and me, even if we have to offer all those materials, it will be worth it. Sis, who is he after all? Du Feng's eyes brightened. When our father was young, he had befriended a man. It's been years, and they haven't contacted each other. Princess Xiao pondered for a while and then carefully disclosed a part of what she knew. I heard that our father had offered him the imperial preceptor position, but he denied. Our father wasn't angry. He still tried to maintain a good relationship with him on purpose. If we can ask him to create a closer relationship with the nation, I think our father will be joyful. Du Feng's eyes lit up as he made up his mind. All right, we should take risks this time. If we can get his approval, we can have a stronger assurance. Your Highness, we admire your labor, Berg said respectfully. I have only one brother. Even if he can't endure it, I have to plan everything for him. Princess Ziyao beamed a forced smile. The empire has its own rules. The competition for the crown prince position is always brutal and merciless. Princes who fail won't have a decent ending. Of course, I have to calculate everything beforehand. Dufeng stooped lower, his face touched. In the area where lights were entangling with wild, bursting energy emitting from countless burning meteorites, almost 100 strange war chariots were gathering in a corner. Those chariots were all dark green and tiger shark shaped, around 10 meters long. They were decorated with exquisite drawings, shooting out sharp auras. Sitting neatly on the biggest tiger shark chariot was a bulky man with a shiny bald head. He was a member of the Dark Spirit clan. This man was wearing armor with numerous bloodstains. His aura was brutal and ferocious like a bloodthirsty beast. Are we all here? He lifted his head, looking at the area where lights were entangling not far from them. His sight seemed to cross the blinding beams of light to a faraway place. Commander, we're all here. A young man of the human clan kneeled down, cracking a bright but cruel smile. We could take action at any minute. Yeah, the man nodded, talking with a husky tone. Remember, do not make mistakes. If we take action, we won't let any fish escape our net. Understand? They are the royal members of the Dark Firmament Divine Nation. If it's disclosed, we're going to have big troubles. Commander, you're so brave. You dare touch the royal members of the Dark Firmament Divine Nation. In our place, only our commander can have such guts. You aren't afraid of the prowess of the nation at all. The young man tried to be more servile. If the price is high enough, we can always take risks out of desperation. If we have no way to run, we can retreat to the desolate, lonesome, dead territory. After 10 years or 100 years, we can dodge the wind easily. The leader grinned fiendishly. The payment we got this time isn't only the materials the others carrying. Someone has priced a good deal for a guy. That's what I want. It's worth taking risks this time. Someone has set a big price. The young man of the human clan was amazed. Then he probed cautiously. Who is that? Mwahaha. I can't tell. The commander laughed contentedly. I'd like to participate in people's internal matters. It's okay if they think we are just a piece of their chessboard. As long as they pay us adequately, I don't feel humiliated being a chess piece. How wise you are. Mwahaha! Strolling in outer space, you can't survive for a long time without a wide vision, buddy. Chapter 731, Space Pirates. Chapter 731, Space Pirates. The amethyst battleship slowed down deliberately. In just a blink, it was 5 times slower than before. Yin was sensitive enough to catch this change. He walked out of his cabin, heading to the main deck. At first glance, he saw Princess Yao, Du Feng, and Berg there with their solemn countenances. He was surprised as he found a flow of soul fluctuation sent from his star martial spirit. In his sea of consciousness, the star Upanishad also rippled, as if it had found something marvelous. Looking at the space ahead of him, Yin was dazed. In front of his eyes was a sea of flames and burning light. Countless massive, scorching meteorites floated as if they had been heated to the acme. Yin could see the beams of light that were so hot that they could melt any matter. The earth flame was shaking in thrill. It was overjoyed, dancing in its soul altar, sending Yin its happy soul thought. This place is marvelous. It suits me best. I love this place so much. Yin was surprised. He was in a daze for a while before he realized the dense, burning halo quietly rolled into the center of his star martial spirit. His entire body was bathed in warm light energy. He didn't need to urge his power to see how big the benefit he had just gained was. Yin was so comfortable he couldn't hold his groan. Ah! Princess Xiao sighed while talking to Du Feng and Berg. She exhaled gently and then smiled at him. Oh, here you are. Yin nodded, smiling brightly. I suddenly found a ship slowing down, so I came out to check it out. What is this place? Looks so strange. Seeing Yin, Du Feng, Berg, and the others paled slightly. They instinctively gathered their energy in case their vitality started to be drawn. After they knew that Yin could use the soul burial ground, they became wary of him. None of them dared to come close to Yin, avoiding him discreetly. Du Feng sensed for a while. After he could confirm that his vitality wasn't being drawn out, he finally eased his mind. He squeezed a reluctant smile and then nodded at Yin. Have you got used to the ship yet? My attitude wasn't good. Please forgive me. Yeah. Wait until we come back. I will give you a life star to fulfill my promise. Don't hold a grudge against me. Princess Yao's beautiful eyes sparkled. She nodded quietly as she thought that her brother had finally grown up. Yin was quite surprised. He looked at Du Feng several times with an odd face. As he found that the other wasn't joking, he clasped his fist and talked to him. It's your appreciation. How can I be talented enough to ask for a life star from you? Moreover, my realm is too low. Even if you grant me the life star, I can't keep it for a long time. We should just forget it. Then, I will keep it for you first. When you feel you need it, you can take it. As long as you ask me, I will give you at any time. I will absolutely keep my words this time. Du Feng said with a serious visage. Although Yin was more suspicious, he didn't show it out. He beamed a faint smile. Oh, thank you. I will always remember the favor from your highness. Don't be too polite. You've saved me. I should do something for you. Du Feng suddenly became excited, smiling. This place is called the Solar Star Exploding Fragment Field. Did you see the 3 suns on Delay's life star? Princess Xiao stood up from her seat, waving at him to signal him to come closer. Yin sauntered towards her, smiling. You said the 3 suns? Yeah, in Raging Flame Star area, we call the sun a solar star. Perhaps you don't know, but we could see 4 solar stars from Delay's life star. But that was a long time ago. Xiao pointed her side. This place used to be the 4th solar star. However, it exploded, creating the solar star exploding fragment field we are watching here. The solar star exploding fragment field has countless fragments of the solar star. They radiate the furious sunlight that can melt any creature or matter. Even myself, a 3rd sky of King God Realm expert, could be melted if exposed to the sunlight for a long time. Yin was frightened. Dangers in outer space were everywhere indeed. This solar star exploding fragment field was much more perilous than the energy storms. If what Xiao said were true, This area would be too terrifying. That was why his Star Marshal spirit had gained big benefits, and the Earth Flame was happy as soon as he had arrived in this area. This place was a special area created by a sun explosion. No battleship dares to move fast in the solar star exploding fragment field. Once we get in contact with those sunbeams, even my amethyst battleship will be melted quickly. Princess Ziyao continued her explanation. So, we need to slow down. And space pirates often visit this area. If we meet them, it will be a bigger trouble. Space pirates? Shurian's eyes sparkled with a strange light. They aren't afraid of the dark firmament divine nation. They dare attack you guys too? Du Feng beamed a forced smile as he answered him. The space pirates all have secret whereabouts. They don't have their life stars. They often operate in perilous areas in the raging flame star area to rob the battleships. Once they get what they want, they will find a place to hide away. It's possible that they won't show up for 100 years. We can't capture them. Sure, Yin got it right after the other had finished. He had talked with Du Feng many times in the bronze steamship. Sure, Yin knew that the raging flame star area had many dangerous experts, which could expand their soul consciousness to several life stars. Their competences were unimaginably incredible. Anyway, even such warriors couldn't really control each area of the raging flame star area, as they couldn't sense all the commotions everywhere. Also, this star area had so many bizarre and peculiar areas that could prevent the soul consciousness from surveying. For example, the Lonesome Dead territory could deactivate all kinds of soul sensing. When the soul consciousness got into that area, it would feel like it was barricaded in an endless darkness where it could sense nothing. If the space pirates took shelter in a similar area, no expert could use his soul consciousness to find them. And what intensified their headache was that the raging flame star area had too many areas like that. Those experts couldn't go and check each area themselves. Thus, even if the space pirates robbed a strong force they shouldn't create grudges with, they could deliberately retreat. As long as they didn't show up, it was hard to find them. Oh, that's how it is, Shurian nodded. Space pirates love to visit this solar star exploding fragment field. Princess Ziyao, Du Feng, Berg, and the others nodded with an ugly smile. So, why have you chosen this route? Couldn't we change the direction? Asked Shurian. We have our problems. If we don't have to, who wants to visit this area? Ziyao smiled nonchalantly, but she didn't explain thoroughly. It's good that you finally come out of your cabin. Secluded training for a long time isn't good for breaking through. The solar star exploding fragment field is also a wonder of the raging flame star area. It's stunning and unpredictable. You can observe this side of outer space. Perhaps it could widen your mind and help you break through again. It's not that easy, Shurian smiled. He understood that she was just saying so. He didn't put in his mind, just watching the marvelous solar star exploding fragment field and chatting with them. Each of the massive, flaming meteorites seemed to gush out melting, burning liquid, which radiated the formidable sunbeams. They weaved, entangling with each other and creating the magnificent light nets. The flaming meteorites were the fragments of the solar star. They hovered quietly like countless flames or giant lanterns, gloriously illuminating the whole area. The temperature of this area was of course too high. Although Ziyao's team was wearing thin clothes, their bodies were still damp with sweat. Du Feng and Berg were all right, but the sweat rolling on their bodies obviously didn't give Shurian any sense of beauty. Ziyao was different. When her flimsy, silky dress was soaked in sweat, it stuck to her perfectly charming body, revealing her seducing curves. It had increased her glamour by hundreds of times, making people's veins bulge and eyes get hot, as if they could even breath out fire from their eyes. Standing beside her, Shurian would sometimes let his eyes wander over her body for a while. It had stirred up his heart, making him want to eye her more. He suddenly felt so hot he couldn't bear it. Shurian thought that this solar star exploding fragment field was really scorching. Shortly, he was sweating like summer rain. However, he didn't recognize it, still talking to Ziyao and Du Feng. Sometimes we will sweat, and sweating means no harm. Even if we have the god body in this solar star exploding fragment field. If we don't use our power, we're no different from ordinary people." Princess Ziyao smiled as she had busted him sneaking at her. However, she didn't care about it, her smile getting brighter. When ordinary people arrive at this area, even if they can hide inside the battleship, they are unable to bear the heat. If they have the guts to expose their bodies, they will be melted shortly. However, we don't want to use energy now to make our god body adapt to the harsh ambience. It's considered a kind of strenuous training for us. While Shi Yin was listening to her, he peeked at her body from time to time. Eventually, his face reddened, as he had a particular masculine reaction toward her. Gradually, Shi Yin felt that he couldn't hold it anymore, and he felt embarrassed too. He contemplated for a while, and then tried to move his attention to other things. He released his soul consciousness, taking a walk inside the solar star exploding fragment field. As Shi Yin had comprehended space power Upanishad, his soul consciousness had been added with space power. Although his realm was the lowest among this group, the area his soul consciousness could cover was much greater than Ziyao at the third sky of King God realm, all thanks to the existence of space power. While he was concentrating on his soul consciousness surveying, he could escape his embarrassing situation. The range his soul consciousness could reach was extended further and further. Gradually, his soul felt tired, which was the sign of overexertion. His soul consciousness had reached too far, beyond his realm's capability. Shi Yin was dazed, wanting to retrieve his soul consciousness to recover. However, at this moment, one of his furthest beams of soul consciousness reported him the energy fluctuation of living beings. Shi Yin was a little bit startled. He retreated all the other beams of soul consciousness and poured more soul energy into that beam of soul consciousness to survey further. Shi Yin was shaken. His flow of soul consciousness had had an astonishing discovery. Chapter 732, Ziyao's Promise. Chapter 732, Ziyao's Promise. Almost 100 tiger shark war chariots were hiding behind a massive flaming meteorite. They were all quiet like ferocious animals waiting for their prey, pretty much calm and persistent. Many warriors with profound realms were standing on the tiger shark chariots. They didn't wear a uniform, but had the same cold and savage countenance. Those warriors belonged to different races. Shi Yin recognized the leader was a bald-headed dark spirit clan's member. He had a mighty build, accompanying a savage appearance. Shi Yin's flow of soul consciousness was flying parallel to his sunbeam. With the flaming energy he had added to his soul consciousness, it was hard to detect his beam. He secretly observed for a while. As he felt the situation wasn't so good, he retreated. Standing on the main deck of the amethyst battleship, Princess Ziyao was discussing the trip with Du Feng, Berg, and the other warriors. They made the ship dodge the sunbeams as if they didn't have a fixed route. All of them were soaked in sweat, as if they were lying in a steam pot. Their faces were reddened. Shi Yin was the same. However, he had restated his calm manner, and he didn't peek at the beautiful disaster next to him anymore. While Ziyao was talking with Berg's group, she would throw him a glance from time to time. Her beautiful eyes were smiling, as if she wanted to see more of his stealthy act, considering it cute and interesting. When she found that Shi Yin had become calm, she started to concentrate more. As the princess found Shi Yin had released his soul consciousness, she didn't notice him anymore and started to talk to Berg's team about their next operations. At this moment, Shi Yin's gloomy eyes, which just had no target, brightened. While frowning, he turned to Ziyao, his face turning more solemn. "Hold on." Princess Ziyao furrowed her brows as she was surprised. "Hold on? Why do you want to stop here? We are moving pretty slow. Why do you want to stop?" Du Feng and Berg looked at him with confused eyes. If he hadn't shown his formidable potentials, Du Feng and Berg would have mocked him by now. However, as they were all afraid of him, they didn't dare to babble, giving him the chance to explain his idea. "Do you want to go to that area?" "Yeah, we will reach that area after 50 miles, I guess." As Shi Yin wasn't so sure. He considered his words more, extending one arm and pointing in a direction. The others changed their visages. Ziao nodded. True. Although we're changing the direction constantly, we have to go through that area. That place will be safer for our battleship. It doesn't have many sunbeams, so we can reduce the danger. She paused for a while and then smiled at him. You surprised me, as you can show the most appropriate direction when you've just been in the solar star exploding fragment field for the first time. Tell me, how did you know we would have to go through that area? After she finished her explanation, Shi Yin could confirm his information. He then said resolutely, We can't go there. Everybody got surprised. What has happened? Princess Ziyao's visage was somber. His attitude made her anxious. You found something, perhaps. I didn't know that you would have to go there. However, I recommend not to. There are almost 100 tiger shark war chariots standing by. Also, I found several hundred warriors at different levels. There were different clothes. And the leader's a member of the Dark Spirit clan, a bald-headed one. His aura is really intimidating. I think he's stronger than you. Shi Yin took a deep breath. I think they are the space pirates you've mentioned. And our force isn't enough to counter them. When he finished, Ziao, Du Feng, Berg, and the others had their countenances change dramatically. They shuddered in thrill. How could you see them? Du Feng screamed hoarsely. Is it real? Soul consciousness will meet obstacles in the solar star exploding fragment field, which makes its coverage shrink. How could you sense that area? Berg and the other warriors also had a disbelieving look on their faces. Ziyao believed him. Not only believing in him, she immediately ordered stop. Berg nodded and then screamed. Almost instantly, the amethyst battleship halted, hovering near some massive meteorites. It didn't move anymore. Tiger shark chariots. The shiny bald-headed Dark Spirit clansman, strong aura. Yao mumbled with a solemn countenance. Shortly, she became grimaced. Ka-toa. It's bloody slaughter ka-toa. Du Feng and Berg paled badly, as if there was no blood running in their bodies. No, impossible. Is it a miscalculation? Du Feng whined, scratching his head as he didn't want to believe in it. Why is it that slaughtering star? As Shi Yin has just arrived in the raging flame star area. If he didn't see him, he couldn't describe in detail like that. Ziao took a deep breath and then determined herself resolutely. Define a new direction. We must avoid that area. Bloody Slaughterer Ka-toa rarely comes to this area. If he's prepared already, it's 90% sure we're his targets. Du Feng screamed in panic. We have no grudges against him, right? Ziyao's face grimaced. Grudge? Did any of the ones he killed have a grudge against him? He's waiting there. It means someone has given him the information of our trip. Someone wants us to die. Du Feng suddenly got it. He discolored immediately. Sis, you are saying that someone we know has sold us and asked him to kill us. Yep, certainly. Otherwise, he couldn't make that correct timing. Ziyao snorted impatiently. At this moment, we shouldn't talk about this. First, we need to dodge Bloody Slaughterer Ka-toa. When we're safe, we will figure out who wants to take our lives. Du Feng paled. Ziyao and Berg quickly determined a new route and instantly changed the direction of the amethyst battleship. Shi Yin, help me. Keep an eye on them. When they have any commotion, report me immediately. Princess Ziyao didn't smile anymore, talking to Shi Yin. If we can dodge this disaster, you'll be the hero. I will save that quota to the extreme purgatory field for you. Sis, didn't you agree with A.O. Guerra? Du Feng screamed in fright. Berg was astounded. Your Highness, if you give it to Shi Yin, what should we do with A.O. Guerra? He's not easy to deal with. I will arrange his business. Don't worry, I'll handle it. Ziyao knitted her brows, as if she got a headache. To make Shi Yin fight for them, she had to use her initial capital. Although Shi Yin didn't know what the extreme purgatory field was, through his observation during this period, he could guess it was the best place for warriors to train their souls and spirit. Seeing Ziyao promise to give him her only quota, he was secretly excited. He immediately gathered his soul consciousness, extending towards the direction he had sensed earlier. The amethyst battleship continued its journey. The massive bronze steamship was following neither slowly nor fast. After 15 minutes, Shi Yin slightly paled, speaking up in a low tone. Not good. His eyes flared with strange light, looking at Ziao, Dufeng, and Berg, then shifted his look towards the massive bronze steamship behind them. Princess Ziao, can Bloody Slaughter Kata sense our location with this far distance? Katuo's at the third sky of King God Realm. Although we have the same realm, he entered the realm earlier than me. His power should be much denser and richer than mine. Anyway, the soul consciousness's coverage is limited in this solar star exploding fragment field. I think he shouldn't be able to locate us. Ziao hesitated for a while and then added, anyway, if he's like you with many secrets, perhaps he can do that. Shiyin was startled, squeezing a forced smile. Then how could he know we've changed our direction? He also changed his location. Now, he has blockaded us again. After he finished, Ziao, Dufeng, and Berg became more grimaced. Is it possible that one of you has sent him the intelligence stealthily? Shiyin considered his words, mumbling. Ziao was ashen as she thought about this possibility. A gleam of panic crossed her eyes. She pondered for seconds and then said, Berg, Antrim, you two bring Prince Dufeng and leave. The amethyst battleship has big volume, so it will be slow in the solar star exploding fragment field. You guys take an amethyst chariot and cross the solar star exploding fragment field. Go straight ahead, don't pause. Sister, Your Highness, Dufeng and Berg screamed in unison. Leave, now. Ziao's face was somber. I'm sure they're not just targeting our goods. They want our lives. Even in our organization, I don't think we're safe. But I believe in Berg and Antrim. You two have always followed me. You won't have other thoughts. Promise me, take Dufeng home safely. Berg and another warrior were shaken. They kneeled down, talking with stooped heads. We won't fail you. Then Berg and Antrim shouted. A war chariot flew out from the massive amethyst battleship. However, it was different from Ziao's chariot. It should be another one. Sis, I don't want to leave. I want to fight shoulder with you. If we have to leave, we should go together. Dufeng wasn't so frightened at this moment as he shouted. Even if he's the bloody slaughterer Kata, we will make him pay. Stop talking nonsense. Ziao shouted ear-splittingly. As her thought flickered, she put her jade-like hand on Dufeng's shoulder to restrain his power. She didn't mind the painful struggling in his eyes as Ziao turned to Berg and Antrim. Take him immediately. Berg nodded heavily. Your Highness, don't worry. Even if we have to die, we will deliver our prince safely. Then they took Dufeng to the amethyst chariot. Without any words, they turned into a bunch of purple light, zooming far away in just a blink. If we can survive this trap, don't worry, I will never mistreat you. As Ziao could relax her nerves a bit, she looked at Shiyin with great seriousness on her face and then smiled. Glory and wealth, beautiful ladies and servants. Everything you want, it won't be too far from reach. Shiyin's countenance was indifferent. He smiled naturally. Then, I have to thank you in advance. He had been through so many deadly circumstances in which he would have died for sure. He believed firmly that only putting him into the harshest and bloodiest battlefield could give him chances to break through. He felt that an opportunity was waving at him. Chapter 733, Share the Hardship. Chapter 733, Share the Hardship. The other speed was much faster than what they had thought. Not long after Prince Dufeng, Berg, and Antrim left, Bloody Slaughterer Tuaw and his space pirates changed their direction again. At this moment, the other didn't try to block their way, using the wildest speed instead to storm towards them directly. Since the volume of the war chariots was much smaller than the battleship, they were moving more agilely in the solar star exploding fragment field. In other words, the amethyst battleship and a massive bronze steamship couldn't be faster than the chariots. It was obvious that they would be caught soon. When Shiyin told her about their operations, Ziao became ashen. She knew she had a traitor on her battleship. The amethyst battleship had almost 100 warriors. They were all under her command. Some of them had been with her for so many years. In such a short given time, she couldn't find out that traitor. And she didn't dare to do anything rash, as she was afraid that she could dispirit the others. For the time being, she had no good solution, so she had to plan one step after she finished another. As the battleship was still moving, Yin was sitting neatly next to Ziyao, his face calm and cold. He was using his soul consciousness to detect the direction of the pirates. After a while, Yin opened his eyes with a forced smile. Looking at Princess Ziyao next to him, he said begrudgingly, "After 2 hours max, the others will catch up with us. If we don't have a way around, we can't dodge this battle inevitably." Ziyao's beautiful eyes were bewildered. She took a deep breath and then said, "Their targets should be my brother and me. The cargo we are carrying is just the spoils of war." Yin kept silent, looking at her as he didn't know what to say in this situation. "Dejia!" shouted Ziyao. A King God Realm warrior slight bent his body toward her. "At your service, your highness. Arrange war chariots for all staff on the ship. Scatter. No one needs to stay on the ship," ordered Ziyao. The other King God Realm warrior nodded, then went to the lower deck to arrange everything. Not long after that, many small war chariots started to detach from a battleship. Each chariot carried 7 to 10 warriors. Those warriors didn't have a high realm, and many of them were the princess servants who were in charge of checking the materials on the battleship. Shortly, warriors on the Amethyst battleship left one after another. They scattered everywhere like bunches of purple light. Still, 3 warriors were standing by Ziyao, waiting for her orders. One of them was Dajia. "Inform the others to leave. No one needs to stay," Ziyao continued to order with a serious look on her face. Dajia nodded, sending her order to the warriors on the bronze steamship behind them. Shortly, many strangely shaped chariots flew out of the bronze steamship. They moved agilely like fish swimming and dodging the deadly sunbeams. Soon, they left this dangerous area. "Your Highness, we can leave now." Seeing many people running away, Dejia bowed to the princess and spoke up with a solemn tone. "I'm not sure those who leave could survive. I believe that half of them would be killed by Bloody Slaughter Ka, Tuo's team." Ziyao smiled miserably, sighing. "But when they scatter and escape, they can disorder the others' formation. They can buy more time for Dufeng to leave. Although many of them will die, some can still survive. It's still better than staying here. If they stay, they will all be killed inevitably." Yin looked at her, but didn't understand her. "Do you think I am cold-blooded?" Ziyao turned, looking at Yin with her complicated eyes. Shaking his head, Yin smiled calmly. "No, if you keep them here, they would surely die. Under given circumstances, they can have a way to survive. I didn't expect this situation. I didn't think that space pirates would wait for us here. This was my wrong strategy." Ziyao smiled begrudgingly, then turned to Dajia. "You guys should leave too. I'll stay." "Your Highness." Dajia and the other warriors changed their countenance, shouting in unison in order to stop her. "I have responsibilities that can't be shirked from. I stay to seize more time for you to leave." Ziyao's eyes were resolute. "I'm her target. If they see me here, they won't chase after the others much. Then, many of us can survive. You don't need to convince me. You should leave right now. Immediately. I want each one of us to survive, so we can meet each other again." Dajia's team was so sorrowful. They firmly shook their heads, not wanting to leave. Yin frowned, observing everything discreetly. Something strange glinted in his eyes. Although Princess Ziyao was a member of the royal family, at this critical moment, she had thought for her cortege. She wasn't a bad princess. Even though they knew what they were about to encounter, her warriors didn't want to leave. This spoke up the fact that she was trustworthy, and she had treated them well, which made them not afraid of death. "You don't want to follow my words?" Ziyao's eyes were cold. "I am at the third sky of King God Realm. Although the Bloody Slaughter Ka Tuo's power is a little bit stronger than me, he can't kill me easily. Do you think that I have to die inevitably?" The Jez group shook their heads, but they still didn't want to leave. "I'm using my name and my title of a princess to order you to leave. Immediately. If you could survive, help me save my force." Staying here is more dangerous for all than leaving. If you are all dead, my loss is going to be the biggest. Ziyao ordered with a cold face. Under her advice, the Jez team nodded sorrowfully, using another amethyst chariot to leave. I say leave. You too. Why don't you leave? Ziyao frowned, looking at Shi Yin while the surroundings became strangely quiet. Your time following me has been the shortest. You don't need to take risks with me. Just now, I meant for you to leave together with the Jez team. Shi Yin smiled, talking deliberately. Because I've spent the least amount of time with you, I don't know the others. And of course, I won't report your whereabouts to your enemy. Besides Berg and Antrim, I think I'm the one who's worth your trust the most. As he had observed, Shi Yin knew that although Ziyao was talking big and brave, she didn't believe the Jez team wholeheartedly. If they stayed, no matter how hard she tried to escape, the traitor would still be there. Bloody Slaughterer Ka, Tuaw, still could track her down. He would be like her shadow, and she would never escape. Ziyao was truly a kind woman. She wanted her people to survive. But if saying that her goodwill didn't include herself, Shi Yin would never believe it. Ziyao was astounded for a while. She pondered, then talked with a strange countenance. You're smart. Shi Yin just smiled and didn't say anything further. The reason why he stayed was the same. Besides Ziyao, he didn't believe anyone else. At the second sky of True God Realm, his realm was too low. Once he detached from Ziyao, the traitor would kill him as easily as flipping his hand. Even though staying with Ziyao was perilous, he didn't need to worry that she would attack him while he didn't notice. And, through the hardship of strenuous battles, he could break through shortly by collecting essence chi of dead people to strengthen his power. This was a rare chance he didn't want to miss. Well, you want to stay, so I have nothing to comment. We will fight shoulder to shoulder. Honestly, I did hope that you would stay. With you here, my chance of surviving would be bigger. Ziyao smiled tenderly. After all members of her delegation had gone, she calmed down and wasn't as anxious and tense as before. What do we have on this battleship and the bronze steamship? Shi Yin asked naturally. He seemed not afraid of anything. Cultivated spiritual herbs and plants, precious mineral products, and many auxiliary materials for cultivation. Ziyao looked painful, twisting her long hair that looked like a waterfall as she was listing the materials. Thinking about destroying those things, I'm bleeding inside. Those are priceless and essential to warriors for their cultivation. I don't want to do it. Shi Yin was stunned. What's strange? Ziyao threw him a glance, smiling miserably. I can't bring all of them with me. Should I leave them for Bloody Slaughterer Ka Tuaw? If I can't have them, I have to destroy them. We must not let them benefit without paying anything. Why don't you use the storage rings to store them? Shi Yin asked. But he immediately realized how stupid his question was. If they could simply do that, why would Ziyao need to use the battleship to stock those materials? If we put those spiritual herbs and plants inside the rings, without the heaven and earth spiritual chi to nurture them, they will shrivel quickly. Many mineral products on the ship will counter the space inside the ring. If we can put them into the storage ring, why do we need to use the battleship to transport then? Ziyao burst out laughing and then continued, and some ores are incomparably heavy. A small piece can be as heavy as a giant meteorite. The ring can't bear them. Shi Yin smiled embarrassedly, nodding his head. I understand. You go to the bronze steamship and destroy the spiritual grass there. I will destroy this place. We need to burn them completely. As for the mineral ores, Sai, just let Bloody Slaughterer Ka Tuaw take them. Princess Ziyao's jade-like finger pointed at the bronze steamship behind them. Shi Yin didn't move. Magical light sparkled in his eyes, as though he was thinking of some possibilities. What? Ziyao stopped, turning to him suspiciously. Don't you need them anymore? Do you want to obliterate them? Shi Yin's eyes flared up while asking in a serious tone. Ziyao nodded painfully. I can't bring them all, but I don't want to leave them to Bloody Slaughterer Ka Tuaw. I have no choice. Then I will help you. Shi Yin's face trembled. Then he suddenly grinned at Ziyao. Perhaps we can find them later. Then he sat down next to Ziyao. Energy started to circulate massively in his body. An extremely swift and sharp aura appeared in front of him under his soul consciousness guidance. Ziyao was astounded, looking at him bewildered, as she didn't know what he's doing. Chapter 734, Bloody Slaughterer Ka Tua. Chapter 734, Bloody Slaughterer Ka Ta. Shiyin sat neatly and nonchalantly. He appeared natural and calm, but the energy that rippled from him was extremely sharp. That sharp energy shot to the area between the amethyst battleship and the bronze steamship, making it disorderly chaotic. Slowly, a narrow space crack appeared little by little in that twisted, chaotic area. It appeared as if a pair of invisible hands were pulling that crack, making it wider. Shortly, the crack had been elongated to dozens of meters. Beautiful lights were moving dazzlingly while space energies were pulling and tearing each other miraculously. Flows of soul consciousness guided light from his body, which then changed the chaotic space over there into a massive space crack. Inside the crack was the chaotic space basin, with endless colorful beams of light that looked like a real wonder of the world. Shiyin Slight opened his eyes, turning to Princess Yao, who was still in a daze, smiling brightly. My understanding of space power Upanishad isn't deep enough, but still, it's not hard to make a space crack. Anyway, after the two giant ships enter that space, it's hard to locate them in the unknown space, unless my understanding of space power could be upgraded. Ziyao was dumbstruck, as strange light rippled in her beautiful eyes. An obvious joy appeared on her charming face. You know space power Upanishad too. Shiyin touched his forehead, then nodded and smiled. I have the space power Upanishad in my soul altar. Just like the death intent domain, it has created a seal of Upanishad. Ziyao's pretty eyes were brighter as she smiled more beautifully than the most attractive flower. No wonder why you could locate Bloody Slaughterer Ka Ta. Your soul consciousness can cover a wider range than mine. Turns out you have some attainment of space power. Well, I did underestimate you. Shiyin burst out laughing. Is it true that space power Upanishad is a rare power, even in your raging flaming star area? Ziyao rolled her eyes. She felt both funny and annoyed at the same time, as she explained. You don't know anything? In any high-level continent, space power is the heaven gate. Not only is it hard to obtain, but also so hard to advance. In our raging flame star area, people who make space power their main power to break through are really rare. I have never heard of anybody who has reached the level to be able to tear the space like you. Shaking her head, Ziyao pulled the purple hair draping in front of her forehead, speaking strangely. You, buddy, you always make people surprised. Not only is there your death Upanishad, which can create the soul burial ground, but also your space power that you've used to rip the space. Seriously? Are you really from a low-level continent? Are you always trying to be nice to deceive me? No way. Shiyin felt wronged. If I came from a star area or a continent that is ranked higher, why wouldn't I know anything about your place? Moreover, I fell into a disadvantaged situation right at the beginning. You guys have threatened and detained me, and I've never gained the upper hand. If I came from a higher-level continent, would I still hold on to this humiliation? Ziyao looked at him in the eyes seriously, as if she wanted to see through his mind. Shiyin still acted naturally. So, can I start now? Do it. We can't bring them with us anyway. If we put them into the unknown space, perhaps when you break through again, we can find them later. Ziyao smiled and nodded as she suddenly felt better. As long as Blood Slaughterer's group couldn't take her stuff, even if she actually lost them, it would be relatively easy to accept it. Getting her approval, Shiyin didn't hesitate anymore. He distorted his space power, enlarging that space crack. Ziyao stood up and cooperated with him proactively. First, she drove the amethyst battleship into that crack. Then, she leaped up and landed on the giant steamship. Shiyin didn't know what she had done. However, the bronze steamship started to move towards his space crack. Shiyin left a permanent soul seal of his soul consciousness on the two ships before retrieving his power. He felt tired, trying to recover his energy in silence. His knowledge and perception of space power hadn't reached a profound level yet. The space crack he had created couldn't be moved. Otherwise, he could use the space cracks to swallow all of his enemies. Yin understood that Bloody Slaughterer Ka, 2O's team of space pirates, were all people with profound realms. Once they detected the space cracks, they would disperse, giving him no chance to accomplish his goal. Only when his understanding of space power advanced to another level could he make the space cracks appear from nowhere and move it around to drag all of his enemies into this massive trap. To create such massive space crack, Yin had to consume a lot of his energy. He had used 1/3 of his essence chi, and his spirit also felt tired. He wanted to use the divine crystal to replenish it quickly. Using the divine crystal to recover your power is too slow. This recovery divine pellet could make you restore your energy to your peak. Ziyao generously took out a dark green pellet, which had many islets on its surface. A strange green, energetic energy was diffusing from those small holes. Yin didn't pretend to be polite. He reached his hand towards the recovery god pellet and swallowed it without any hesitation. As soon as the pellet got into his mouth, it turned into a green stream, flowing into his stomach. Immediately, it dispersed into countless tiny, pure energy streams, seeping through his vessels, muscles, and the essence chi ancient tree. Energy stored in this recovery god pellet was thick beyond his imagination. With the support of the pellet, his consumed essence chi had been supplemented. Yin felt comfortable and refreshed, as his spirit, soul, and chi were benefited. This recovery god pellet's just a level 7 sacred grade medicinal pellet. Since you haven't reached the king god realm yet, you can't stand the other better pellets. This pill is suitable and enough for you to restore your power. Ziyao smiled tenderly. She seemed to be in a good mood. The two of them got in an amethyst war chariot, which had her crown marked on it. Until this moment, she didn't hasten to run away, as she was waiting for the enemy in silence. Yin didn't react, trying to digest the pellet and sending energy to his entire body to recover fast. The battle would be up at any minute, and his realm was too weak to compare to those space pirates. When they attacked without being at his peak state, he would have to struggle hard to survive. He didn't dare to waste even a minute. However, Ziyao let out a light shout before he had recovered fully. Here they come. Yin was shaken. He stopped urging his digestion of the medicinal pellet, standing up and watching the space out here. Gradually, light spots started to appear at the place where thick sunbeams were weaving. Those light spots were as big as a fingernail. As they were zooming over rapidly, they were getting bigger. Yin gathered his soul consciousness. His face grimaced. Those who were heading towards them were the space pirates he had sensed. The tiger shark war chariots had been carved in his mind. Soon, the luminescent spots became larger and larger. The tiger shark war chariots revealed their original shape, worming between the sunbeams, as agile and swift as fishes swimming in the ocean at fast speed. Hisses, grating hissing suddenly arose. It was so sharp that it could even tear people's eardrums, irritating them. Standing on a tiger shark chariot was a muscular man from the Dark Spirit clan. He looked so ferocious with his shiny bald head. Although he hadn't arrived yet, his angry roar echoed everywhere. Damn it, where's the cargo? Where are those two F*King battleships? God damn it. Besides Princess Ziyao and Prince Du Feng, his other targets were the two ships carrying so many good things. He had crossed thousands of miles and waited for so long just to see those materials. Today, getting here, but seeing that his targets weren't there, he got enraged immediately. His ear-splitting voice was like a saber, constantly roaring and thundering. Behind him were many space pirates that came from different races. They also put on cold and harsh faces, looking here and there to detect the praise that were supposed to be here. Unfortunately, they found nothing. That shiny bald-headed guy is Bloody Slaughterer Ka. Among the space pirates, he's a famous butcher. Even if his prey give him all their properties, they will be slaughtered. No one can escape him. Wherever he visits, blood will splash. That's why he got the title of Bloody Slaughterer. Ziyao was still calm and natural. At this critical moment, she didn't forget to explain more to Shiyin. Encountering such butchers, we don't need to think about him coming in peace. If he doesn't die, we will be doomed. Of course, it's hard to kill him. Saving our lives is what we have to do. Shiyin nodded nonchalantly, his eyes calm. Don't worry. I know what to do. Haha. Yeah, you don't need to do anything. Ziyao looked at him, letting out a chuckle. Your realm's too low. If you fight face-to-face with a King God Realm warrior, you have no chance to win. Bloody Slaughterer Ta still has a brutal mate at the second sky of King God Realm in his gang. Don't act rashly. Listening to her, Shiyin couldn't help but beam a forced smile, nodding begrudgingly. Ziyao didn't hasten to leave. She stood serenely, looking at the incoming tiger-shark chariots. When Bloody Slaughterer Ta, the leader, was around several thousand meters away from her, Ziyao pitched her voice and shouted unpleasantly. Bloody Slaughterer Ta, no matter who sends you here, you won't have a happy ending for sure if you have the guts to go against the dark firmament divine nation. Haha, your highness, since I have the guts to come here, I'm not afraid of your divine nation's revenge. The bald-headed man grinned fiendishly as a bloodthirsty gleam sparkled in his eyes. We're the two ships. If you can be honest and tell me where, I won't harass your body. You could die comfortably. Or else, not only you will die, I'll do you until you die. His space pirates all had their eyes brightened. Lust appeared visibly on their dirty faces. Some even stretched their bodies, posing vulgar postures. Ziyao paled, talking through her gritted teeth. I will remember you. Mwahaha. You will remember me indeed, as I will make you not forget me for the rest of your life. Katua was like a beast in its mating season. His breathing became heavy, and the flame of lust ignited in his eyes. Even his bald head reddened strangely. He licked his lips. Honestly, if it weren't because of your glamour, I wouldn't dare to take risks. Your beauty's fame has been spreading all over the raging flame star area. Having you is the last dream of every single man in this area. Katuo's also a man, and I can't help it. Even if your father kills me later, as long as I can taste you today, I won't regret it. Even if I have to die, it's worth. Princess Ziyao felt disgusted as she snorted disdainfully. Go! A gloomy light hit the chariot. The amethyst war chariot flashed, then disappeared like a purple thunderbolt. Instantly, it used a speed much faster than the tiger-shark chariots to lengthen the distance between them. Now Shiyin knew why she wasn't scared at all. Turned out that this amethyst chariot was much faster than the tiger-shark ships of Katuo's gang. Chapter 735, Lost. Chapter 735, Lost. The amethyst war chariot flew away like a purple lightning strike. Shortly, it got out of the sight of Bloody Slaughterer Katuo's space pirates. Ziyao sat neatly on her chariot, her visage calm. A cold intent hung on the corner of her mouth. Apparently, she was indignant due to Katuo's dirty words. Shiyin sat down cross-legged. His face was like a stone, showing no emotion. He continued to urge and disperse the energy of the pellet in his entire body. He wanted to restore his peak status in the shortest time, so that he could be able to counter the battle that could happen at any minute. The speed of this amethyst war chariot was much faster than the tiger-shark war chariots. It moved like a shuttle between the fatal sunbeams of the solar star exploding fragment field. It flashed and then disappeared. Katuo space pirates couldn't locate their direction or chase after them. It was hard to use any effective countermeasures. Seeing Ziyao and Shiyin disappear from their sight, the space pirates under Katuo's command were enraged. They roared and thundered evilly, jumping like grasshoppers. Bloody Slaughterer Ta, the leader, was quite calm. He just sneered continually, as if he had some other plans. He wasn't hot-tempered at all. Boss, the human clan's young man with lewd eyes laughed evilly. Seems like Princess Ziyao's famous beauty is real indeed. She's worth the best of the best women in the raging flame star area. If we can have her, your reputation will be spreading out all over the raging flame star area. The other men will jealous of you to death. Ka-Tuo grinned wickedly as a shiny bald head sparkled. I've crossed thousands of miles this time for this woman. As long as I can have her, even if I have to die in the future, it would be worth it. The young man stooped his head, his face cold and cunning. Then, I have to congrats you in advance. The tiger shark war chariots were moving around, worming through the scorching sunbeams. They weren't in a hurry. The experts under bloody slaughterer Ka-Tuo's command scattered, forming a big net formation. They started to move forward from different areas. We've been in this solar star exploding fragment field for a long time. We understand this place better than that woman. Although her war chariots called the purple lightning of the raging flame star area, she shouldn't dream about escaping us in this damned solar star exploding fragment field. Ka-Tuo rubbed his shiny head. Just let her be contented for a while. Let's see how she can cut me off in this place. So wise, my boss, the young man flattered, causing Ka-Tuo to grin. The war chariot called the purple lightning moved swiftly and skillfully inside the solar star exploding fragment field. It looked like a beam of electricity that would be hard to trace. The purple lightning shot rapidly. It could move several thousand miles in just a blink. As it was flexibly gliding between the sunbeams, Yin couldn't hold his compliments. He believed that even if he used his max speed to fly with the power of the sun, moon, and stars, he would never be able to catch this purple lightning. Perhaps only the King God Realm warriors flying the max speed could catch up with her chariot. Since Ka-Tuo was at the third sky of King God Realm, Yin guessed that he had to leave his tiger shark chariot and use his body to fly in outer space to chase after Ziyao. However, after Yin had used his soul consciousness to sense, he was surprised. The others didn't leave their chariots. The distance between their amethyst chariot and the pirates was getting further and further. They seemed to be giving up, not wanting to pursue them. Frowning, he observed Ziyao in silence. He found that Ziyao was still solemn. Her eyes showed her panic instead of the lucky or relaxed feeling for escaping. Yin was astounded. He stopped urging the pellet's medicinal efficacy, lifted his head, and talked to the princess. We're pretty far from Ka-Tuo's gang. Why are you still worried so much? From the difference between the speeds, it's tough for the others to reach us. Why are you still tense? Ziyao was in a heavy mood. Listening to his query, she begrudgingly beamed a smile. It's because you don't know the solar star exploding fragment field. Why do you say that? The solar star exploding fragment field is much larger than you think. At our speed, it will take at least half a month to get out of this place. She stooped to see Yin sitting cross-legged as a streak of struggle sparkled in her eyes. And that's in the ideal case if we do not deviate from our direction. However, the most dangerous feature of the solar star exploding fragment field is that it's hard to keep the direction. To those who are unfamiliar with this area, the solar star exploding fragment field is a complex labyrinth. Yin's eyes changed. To those who are unfamiliar with such a massive labyrinth, funny results could be expected. Although we are flying rapidly to leave this place, perhaps we will find out that we've made a big circle and got back to our starting location. Ziyao sighed grudgingly. The faster we move, the bigger chance we have to get lost. It will happen because we are moving fast and don't have time to navigate. Usually, we would end up entering some perilous areas. At that time, we have to return and start all over again. You mean we will possibly get lost in the center of the solar star exploding fragment field? It's not possibly. Ziyao's face was grim. We're lost. Yin was surprised. If we were still in the amethyst battleship and moving at a slow speed, I could figure the right direction. But if we accelerate, it's hard to locate. If we can't locate our own location, it's possible that we will make a big circle and return to the starting point. Her smile faded. Ka-Tuo's gang is different. To space pirates, before every affair, the first thing they do is to get used to the area and topography. They will survey all corners of the dangerous area. After that, they will plan their operation. You mean Ka-Tuo's gang understands the solar star exploding fragment field as clear as the palm of their hands and won't deviate? So, even if we depart first, we won't escape their trap? Yes, that's what I meant. Although we can get rid of them for a while, it doesn't mean that we can survive. Since Ka-Tuo doesn't hasten to chase after us, I can confirm that he's confident. It also means that his gang has some members that understand the situation of the solar star exploding fragment field thoroughly. Shurian nodded, his mood heavy. Seems like we can't escape easily this time. Well, it isn't certain. Xiao cracked a smile while her beautiful eyes sparkled. I still have you on my side, right? It's also why I dare to stay. Since you can sense the living fluctuation from an extremely far distance, even if we can't navigate the right direction to get out of the solar star exploding fragment field, we can always avoid Ka-Tuo's gang. We can play hide-and-seek with them in this solar star exploding fragment field. When they find out that they can't catch us, they will abort their operation. Turns out you didn't want to let me go right from the beginning. Shurian smiled, but didn't get angry. If you had left, I would be more passive at this moment. Maybe I couldn't escape at all. Ziyao smiled nonchalantly, while a strange light rippled from her beautiful eyes. See, my fortune isn't bad. I had never thought that I could meet a mysterious guy like you. Of course, Ka-Tuo hasn't either. Or else, he wouldn't be that serene. All right, I know what to do. Shurian contemplated for a while, and then nodded. He slowly closed his eyes, urging the energy from the pellet. In the next period, Shurian unceasingly released his soul consciousness, expanding its coverage. He carefully detected any energy fluctuating of living beings in the area. Whenever he sensed streaks of life, he would report Ziyao immediately, so that she could change the direction of the chariot accordingly. Over the period of time, Xiao didn't hesitate even a moment. She always followed his reminders. They were flying without a fixed route, but still could escape the pursuers many times easily. After this encounter, he did believe in what Xiao had told him. The others apparently understood the topography of the solar star exploding fragment field pretty well. Although the Tiger Shar chariots were slow, they could navigate their locations precisely. Sometimes, they almost caught up with Shurian's team. After several encounters, Xiao's confidence was boosted. Smiles appeared on her face again, as she wasn't too worried and anxious. Inside the blazing red meteorite sea, countless sunbeams weaved, creating a beautiful wonder of the universe. Putting aside the perilous features, this land was a dreamy, marvelous attraction. For the time being, since Ziyao and Shurian didn't encounter any lethal danger, they could relax for a while. They stood on the war chariot, watching the wonderful sight of outer space. They were stunned because of the unique glamour of the solar star exploding fragment field. Shurian was relaxed and happy, as he could have a chance to watch the mesmerizing attractions of the universe with so many blazing red meteorites, seeming like suns that illuminated the dark and cold outer space. And he had a graceful woman whose magnificence was unparalleled as his company. Suddenly, Shurian felt that this dangerous journey had more colors than he could have expected. In this hot ambience, Ziyao was wearing a thin and short dress. Her flawless porcelain-like body was illuminated by the fading sunbeams, revealing an appealing glamour that could disorder people's souls. Seeing her standing in the war chariot with her beautiful and innately noble bearing, others could feel their souls enchanted. Although it was hard to impress Shurian with beauty, he couldn't help but feel dizzy on seeing her splendor. Usually, he couldn't control his burning look gazing at the beautiful woman standing next to him as if he wanted to melt her. Shurian, I think you were an outstanding warrior in your continent. Have you ever loved a woman in your whole life? Do you know what love tastes like? As Ziyao was watching the magnificent sight, her eyes suddenly became dreamy as if she were sleeping talking. Such taste, how magical it is, can you tell me? Sure, Yin was panicked, as his mind was seething like a rising tide that flooded him immediately. He quieted down, sinking in his sea of memory. Long afterward, he started slowly. I have one woman like that. When I was weak, she had been with me through many difficult challenges. However, due to different reasons and struggles, she and I had to be apart. Even if we can meet later, I don't know how to deal with her. Why? Ziyao found it interesting. She turned to him, focusing her bright eyes at him. People always say that nothing can stop love, right? You have a deep love for her. Does she love you the same way? Will she do anything for you? Shi Yin frowned, keeping silent for a long while. He didn't say anything else. Chapter 736. Do you have mental problems? Chapter 736. Do you have mental problems? Why aren't you talking? As Ziyao's curious mind was stirred up, she laughed and pursued the topic. She didn't want to give up just yet. I don't know. After a while, Shi Yin beamed a forced smile and scratched his head. Don't know why she and I have gradually walked on two different roads. We were trying our best for our distinctive families and relatives. We even had disputes. In the end, I won. Her family was smashed. They had to run and hide away. She ran to the unknown outer space. I don't know whether she's alive or not. I don't know if she will hate me when we see each other again. You are cruel. Ziyao was dumbstruck. If you love her, why did you put her family into such pathetic situation? Weren't you able to give them an exit? I couldn't, Shi Yin replied faintly, but his voice was resolute. Ziyao was astounded. She gazed at him for a while and then spoke up again. Besides, I can tell that women aren't the main part of your life. Women who love you won't have a happy future because you won't give up your dream or goal for a woman. You will never give up what you want for her. Shi Yin thinned his lips. A gleam of sorrow sparkled in his eyes. You're right. I won't give up my life goal or things that belong to me for a woman. Perhaps. I haven't met a woman who is enough for me to give up and forget everything else. If I like you, will you give up all of your desires and hold my hands forever? Ziyao smiled casually and enchantingly. She spun in front of him, revealing her total glamour. I won't. Why won't you? Will you like me? Shi Yin smiled. You are the princess of the dark firmament divine nation, the bright pearl of the raging flame star area. You have all kinds of favors you want. You are the goddess in men's hearts and their dreams. I'm just a weak warrior from a low-level continent with no status. Will you consider me? Who can tell exactly? Ziyao parted her lips, forming a smile. If you can continue to break through, or if you are really related to that man, perhaps my father will agree. Unfortunately, I'm not. I have no relation to that man. Shi Yin smiled miserably. If it happens like that, and I fall in love with you, so, will you give up your pursuits for me? Will you stop your pursuit of the martial path to make me happy and pleased every day? Strange light dots sparked from Ziyao's beautiful eyes. She didn't blink, gazing at him. Will you? Shi Yin suddenly quieted down. After a while, he shook his head. I won't. Anger sparked in Ziyao's eyes. Such a cold-hearted man. Shi Yin just smiled, but he didn't reply. Why? Why won't you do it for me? Ziyao still wanted an answer. She patiently continued as embarrassment filled her charming face. Am I not pretty enough? Quite the opposite. Shi Yin looked at her seriously. You are too beautiful, so beautiful that you can't be true. You are like the most exquisite masterpiece of art. Before I met you, I had never thought that I could meet a flawless woman like you in this world. Are you complimenting me? Ziyao smiled, her eyes as beautiful as the new moon. She seemed not angry anymore. So why won't you love me? Pausing for a while with an odd face, Shi Yin continued. Your glamour could arouse the deep desire in a man's heart, making him crazy. However, this beauty will give me an absolute desire for possession. I want to occupy you, making you my unique belonging. I will not let anyone touch you. It's like when a man gets a divine weapon he has yearned for a long time. It's his favorite masterpiece of art. Your charming bearing will surpass all the love you deserve. It will make my desire replace everything. Thus, it's hard to love you, you know. You will never love me? Are you sure? Ziyao clenched her teeth as she was resentful. She felt really annoyed. Yeah, I will not love you. I'm sure I will never love you. Shi Yin nodded affirmatively. Ziyao became more hostile. She gritted her teeth, almost unable to prevent herself from strangling Shi Yin to force him to change his mind. In her life, she had met so many men who vowed to love her for the rest of his life and to never forget her. Until this moment, she had never met anyone like Shi Yin, a man who told her he would never love her. She suddenly had a feeling of a big loser. She started to doubt her charm, which infuriated her, making her stubbornly want to force Shi Yin to admit his wrong assumption. Why do you need to hold on to it? Shi Yin beamed a faint smile. I think the ones who want to be with you can fill this whole area, and you should have someone you love, right? Why do you need to get mad at a low-realm, low-status warrior like me? It isn't worth your time. My pursuers are indeed many, much more than you have imagined. Ziyao snorted, lifting her head arrogantly. But I haven't fallen in love yet. I don't know why I haven't found someone who could make me wholeheartedly give up everything for him. I think I should try, but it's too hard to choose a man. I'm still looking for him. After she had finished, Shi Yin was dumbstruck, his face odd. Do you have any mental problems? For example, you're obsessed with cleanliness. You need treatment. It's a kind of sickness. You are the one who has mental problems. Ziyao was enraged, rolling her eyes at him angrily. Such an ** shoal. I don't know why I feel so irritated looking at you now. Tell me, why do I want to punch you so much? Well, this thought is becoming stronger over time. She spoke through her gritted teeth, eventually. Shi Yin was surprised. He smiled gingerly and rubbed his nose. He kept his mouth shut, not daring to talk more. No kidding. This woman was at the third sky of King Godrealm. If she wanted to teach him a lesson, he would have no power to resist. If he got beaten, he couldn't complain and could only blame himself for being unlucky. At the same time, Shi Yin didn't want to make this woman mad at this moment. I don't want to punch you, really. Ziyao's pretty eyes flared as she was about to attack him. She rubbed her jade-like hands energetically, her face bright with enthusiasm. Shi Yin was musing when he said suddenly, I want to cultivate more. I don't have time to play with you. Then he sat down again, closed his eyes, and accumulated his energy. Ziyao gazed at him, her beautiful eyes sparkling with a strange light. After a while, she held her flat tummy, cracking up with laughter charmingly. Her laughter was so cheerful, her body was shaking as if she were greatly amused. All of her sorrows seemed to be washed away. She felt refreshed and comfortable right now. Interesting, Ziyao muttered as she was quite delighted. Her eyes that were as bright as diamonds were sparkling cunningly. No one knows what plan she had just made. Under a massive, burning meteorite in the solar star exploding fragment field, around 10 tiger shark war chariots were floating. The bald-headed Kata was bold and ferocious as he continually thundered in anger. *CK it. Why can't we blockade them? Impossible. That woman can't be familiar with the solar star exploding fragment field's outline, as she has just come here. How can she be able to dodge us from time to time? The space pirates and his gang kept their mouths shut. No one dared to answer. Even the young human man, who liked to interrupt him, had to stoop miserably. He didn't dare to provoke his boss at this moment. When bloody slaughterer Ka Tuo was infuriated, he would be extremely wild. He could even slash the one standing in front of him to vent his rage. Everybody knew this bad behavior of his, so no one dared to provoke him when he was angry. If he killed them, it would be their super bad luck. After Ka Tuo had thundered alone for a while, seeing no response from his henchmen, he stopped eventually, calming himself down. Then, he spoke up. I think we have a problem. That woman can't be much familiar with the situation here. Otherwise, she would have escaped already. As she can always run one step ahead of us, she must have something else to depend on. The biggest possibility is she can detect us before our operation. She can use soul consciousness to locate us in our direction. My wise boss, seeing him restore his manners, the young human man flattered. If we can avoid their soul consciousness detection, we can catch up with her. They won't be able to run beforehand. Katua grinned, then nodded. Yeah, we'll do that way. Mwahaha. As we earn a living in outer space, what we know best is to conceal our living energy fluctuation. Well, let that woman widen her knowledge of our tricks then. Boss, what do you plan to do? The young man asked. There are some areas in the solar star exploding fragment field where sunbeams interlace, and soul consciousness can't survey those areas. Although those areas are extremely hazardous, our tiger shark war chariots can still stand for a short time. Ka-Tuo's eyes rolled. To get that woman, we have to damage our tiger sharks a little bit. From now on, bros, you have to pay more attention. Every time we move, we will hide in those areas. If we don't see her, we will move to another place. Yes, sir, the young man answered, then took out a sound stone to deliver Ka-Tuo's order. Something's wrong. Shiyin woke up from his cultivation, his face solemn. What? Ziyao furrowed her dark brows. She couldn't help but feel tired. Recently, we haven't needed to dodge them much. I can sense something wrong, too. Maybe they gave us up? It's not that they gave us up. They have changed their tactics, certainly. Shiyin stood up, looking at countless flaming meteorites in front of him. I don't know why I can't sense their life magnetic field anymore. I can't locate them. Are you sure they aren't too far from us? Ziyao was somber. It's impossible that we can cut them off. Those pirates seem to have disappeared into thin air. If we had lengthened the distance with them, it should have been gradual, not abruptly like right now. Sure, Yin shook his head. I think that the others are trying to dodge my soul consciousness sensing. Panic crossed Ziyao's eyes as she seemed to remember something. I heard that at the areas where sunbeams are interlacing, there are many places they can use to hide away from the soul consciousness sensing. Some warriors who have been pursued would come to the solar star exploding fragment field and hide there. They would rather consume their energy to resist the lethal sunbeams than being detected. It's obvious that Ka-Tuo's gang has done the same. Shiyin suddenly felt a headache. It's tough now. Seems like our nice days have to end here. Ziyao discolored. Chapter 737, Outer Space Godlight. Chapter 737, Outer Space Godlight. The purple lightning was still moving in an unknown direction. But right now, Shiyin and Ziyao weren't as relaxed as before. They both released their soul consciousness to sense, as dangers could appear at any minute. As they knew the others had changed their method of chasing into waiting and ambushing, they started to get nervous and tense. They didn't talk much. Their hearts were still hung up, as they couldn't relax for even a minute. Alas, dangers came faster than they had thought. This day, as their amethyst war chariot was passing a place full of sunbeams, Ziyao discolored while using an amethyst ball to sense. She shouted, "Watch out!" Shiyin looked like he was about to meet his archenemy. Boom! From the place where sunbeams were interlacing in front of them, a torrential, surging flame swept over like a mad dragon. It was so fast that they couldn't react timely. A flow of surging energy burst out from Ziyao's tender body as she released her god domain instantly. 7 colored halos appeared in so many water-like layers, covering both of them entirely. The fire dragon was approaching wildly, but as soon as it impacted her god domain, its special dazzling halo dispersed, as if it were torn apart. Ziyao's face was serious. Her tender body slightly shivered as she touched a point in the void. An orange-red light was generated from inside her god domain. That light shot forward, dashing 100 miles in just a blink. Under the piercing power of the orange-red light, a tremor occurred at the interweaving point of the lethal sunbeam. Gradually, a tiger shark war chariot came into their sight. More than 10 warriors from different races stood on the tiger shark chariot. They were laughing wickedly and oddly. Their auras were all massive. Under their formidable energies, different kinds of energy attacks and seals combined, turning into an energy wave that naked eye could observe, washing towards Ziyao. Ziyao was covered tightly in the 7-colored halo, orange-red, cyan, purple, blue, white, green, and yellow in color. Each halo seemed to have different magical effects, and the energy they carried was tremendous. Ziyao touched her forehead, and her soul altar started to move in her sea of consciousness. 7-colored light twirled around her body. They became denser and purer like the rainbow in the sky, covering her soft body. Standing inside her magnificent god domain, Ziyao put on the solemn countenance as she was circulating the formidable energy in her body according to a special power Upanishad. The seven-colored light turned into 7 ribbons that looked exactly like a real rainbow. They then shot towards the furious, oncoming energies and seal attacks. When those energy attacks touched the ribbons made of 7-colored light, they became sluggish and powerless. Their massive energy was drained quickly. Shiyan's eyes brightened. Looking at Zi Yao covered in the 7-colored nimbus like a goddess, he was stunned. The main power Upanishad Zi Yao had been cultivating was the magical light. When she diffused her god domain, the light power would change miraculously like she wanted, bringing out magical effects. From some discussions he had with Dufeng, Shiyan knew that there were some miracle bunches of light in this world. Some were so sharp that they could pierce through any kind of matter. Some were as soft and tenacious as cotton that could tie anything. And he also knew that there was kind of light that could melt things into a puddle. Magical light, also called the outer space god light, could run freely in outer space. Sometimes they flashed brightly, while it was hard to see them at the other times. Warriors who could understand the mysteries of those lights could receive the god light Upanishad. If they continued to cultivate it, they would receive tremendous supernatural powers. Outer space god light was always in motion. It was rare to see them, let alone have a chance to comprehend them. As Xiao's main power was the god light, it spoke for the fact that she had a great luck to approach the endless god light and comprehend its mysteries, which would help create the seal of Upanishad imprinted in her soul altar. As it was hard to cultivate, it was indeed powerful. The godlight Upanishad was rare in the Raging Flame Star area as well. Warriors who could cultivate this power and create the seal of Upanishad were all the warriors with an extreme fortune. At the same time, their learning competence was really prominent. Ziyao was that kind of a warrior. The 7-colored godlight turned into 7 beautiful ribbons under her control, entangling with the incoming energies and using them up. She was still calm, concentrating on the space in front of her eyes. The 7-colored light still radiated from her body constantly, as if she were carefully searching something. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A strange noise arose behind her. A flow of fiercely seething soul zoomed over from the interweaving place of the sunbeams. Right after that, Blood Slaughterer Ka Ta appeared with a fiendish grin, roaring and thundering madly. Just like a metal mountain, he didn't care about the brutal sunbeams and dashed in the flaming sea towards her. Obviously, Bald-Headed Ka also had a god domain, which was very special. His god domain seemed to be able to absorb bits of remnants of outer space energy. While he was swarming forward, he rolled with him so many tiny pieces of burning rock and remnants of outer space energy, illuminating the whole space. In that fragment of a second, a chaotic energy field appeared around Ka-Tua, including all kinds of energy remnants, meteorites, fragments of bodies, and shattered beast crystals. Countless tiny pieces of rock, dark materials, metals, bones, and wood floated around Ka-Ta, making his aura earth-shakingly tremendous. Ka-Tua grinned villainously while both his hands pulled and tore the void to condense the debris in his god domain, creating a furious gray energy flood. Just like a whip, it flogged towards Ziyao and Shiyan. Ziyao turned immediately, as if she had known of his attack beforehand. Her jade-like hand pointed to a place far away. Flows of outer space god light bloomed from her fingers, fiercely thrusting towards the gray flood current. Boom, boom, boom. Ear-piercing explosions reverberated from the impact of the god light and the gray flood current. Wisps of furious energy shot out like sabers, which made many flaming meteorites burst off. A dense burning fluid that looked like molten fire oozed out of the flaming meteorites, showering like a heavy rain. Ziyao became solemn as the 7-colored god light twirled around her body, diffusing the god domain and covering the entire amethyst war chariot. When the flaming fluid fell on her halo, the 7-colored god light would sizzle and shrink. "Your Highness, Ka-Tua sends his regards to you." "Huh." The blood slaughterer grinned fiendishly. Inside the chaotic flow of outer space, he was like a big magnet, constantly drawing remnants of energy in the universe. Just like a mountain made of debris, he burst out furiously and started to attack her. At the same time, more and more tiger-shark war chariots appeared amidst the weaving sunbeams. Space pirates laughed wickedly and loudly on their chariot. Their eyes were blazing like hungry wolves, gazing fixedly on Zi Yao's charming body. Their breathing was heavy, as they hated that they couldn't just swarm over and put her on her back. In this raging flame star area, Princess Zi Yao was famous for her extraordinary glamour. Any male who had met her fell for her. She was the most beautiful woman in their dreams, who stayed deep in their souls. Those space pirates were the ones who had a life of licking blood from their swords and sabers. They were used to slaughtering and being licentious and immoral. They could rape the others to satisfy themselves. Many of them were lewd devils. Zi Yao was the ultimate dream of a man. As she was standing in front of them, she had stirred up the deepest desire in their hearts. It was like they had received a dose of stimulant. They all were madly excited, trying their best to reach near her right when they had arrived. Although Shiyan's face was icy cold, having a storm raging in his heart. Among the pirate group, there were around 10 king God Realm warriors, and the others were at the second and the third sky of True God Realm. Such a force wasn't something Shiyan dared to dream of in the Grace mainland. Compared to those wicked devils, his realm was too low. It was tough for him to give his company a hand. The pirates started to release their god domains one by one, having magical energy waves rippling from their bodies. Inside the god domain, their energy was boosted. Under the control of Power Upanishad, they could create the best martial techniques at any time, striking out with the most lethal attack. And among those brutal attacks was Blood Slaughterer Ka, Tuo's mighty power, which was much stronger than Zi Yao's. Shiyan suddenly realized that he was useless in this situation. He didn't know how to help her at all. Seeing different kinds of energy and martial techniques rumblingly attacking them, Shiyan contemplated and then sat down all of a sudden. He forced himself to quiet down, accumulating all the energy in his body. Zi Yao didn't have time to mind his action. Seeing the crazy crowd storming towards them, Zi Yao touched her glabella, her beautiful eyes as bright as stars. Her soul altar appeared at her glabella, spinning and floating above her head. Power's Upanishad on the second tier seethed fiercely, releasing incredible energy fluctuations. Then, beams of seven-colored light shot out like meteors, gathering inside her god domain. The god domain, which was condensed and developed from her god light, expanded rapidly. Shortly, it had covered the area of 100 meters around her. Many beams of seven-colored god light shot out everywhere, as fast as lightning. They tyrannically thrust into the god domains of the King God Realm warriors. The god light pierced through the bodies of the warriors who didn't have a god domain, dispersing their soul altar. King God Realm warriors who had their own god domain captured the intruding god light using the features of their god domain. Then, they used their power to dissolve the god light with different methods, preventing it from dispersing their god domain and damaging their bodies. The huge number of god light beams attacked Blood Slaughterer Ka, Tuo's god domain, which reduced the intensity and coverage of his domain. The chaotic energy made Ka Tuo pause to stabilize his god domain. Zi Yao's attack had killed at least 10 pirates on the spot and damaged some god domains. Without the protection of the god domain, those who had their god domains dispersed had been wounded severely. Eventually, they had no power left, so they could only curse Zi Yao with dirty words and ruthless faces. Tsui. Zi Yao spat out mouthful blood, and her charming face paled suddenly. This attack also wounded her, so she couldn't launch another attack for the time being. At this moment, Shiyan suddenly opened his eyes, with a freezing cold gleam sparkling in them. Chapter 738, Sun Brilliance. Chapter 738, Sun Brilliance. The bloody slaughterer, Ka Tuo, couldn't hide his excitement. He laughed crazily as pieces of rock and debris of outer space spinning rapidly around him. They moved like a tornado, sweeping away all the godlight. As those space pirates saw their boss attacking, their bloodthirsty nature was aroused. They expanded their god domains again. They wanted to seize the chance when Zi Yao hadn't recovered, yet to destroy her protection magnetic field. Nobody cared about Shi Yin. No one even gave him a glance. They all just ignored his existence. King God Realm warriors just needed a glance to see his real realm. A feeble warrior at the second sky of true God Realm was nothing in their eyes. He wouldn't be important at all in this situation. Zi Yao paled, as blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Seeing the pirates striking wildly, she felt hopeless and desperate. She had to urge her soul altar to make the previous strike. Although her attack was formidable, the backfire she received was almost of the same magnitude. At this moment, energy in her body was disturbingly turbulent. She needed to steady her power to launch the second strike. Apparently, the opponent had seized this opportunity. They wouldn't give her any moment. They wanted to subdue her, taking her as a captive. Thinking about this tragic fate, Zi Yao hated that she couldn't kill herself to save her from falling into their hands and experiencing the most horrible torture in the world. Zi Yao clenched her teeth as she had made up her mind. Once things went wrong, she would make the die altogether. With the big price of her soul altar collapse, she would give them a bloody lesson that they would never forget. But at this very moment, Zi Yao suddenly felt a sharp energy fluctuation, making her glance at Shi Yin in bewilderment. The young man, who had been sitting neatly on the war chariot like a rock, hadn't spoken anything from the beginning, just opened his eyes. His calm countenance made her feel weird. Zi Yao felt sorry, thinning her lips as she sighed. She didn't know how this man could maintain his calmness until this moment. Wasn't he scared? Did he not see the whole picture here? Or was he petrified? Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Dazzling cracks appeared one by one outside her god domain's coverage, each crack being dozens of meters long. They looked like extremely sharp blades moving and accelerating under some kind of urge. Zi Yao's gloomy, beautiful eyes sparkled with the light of hope. As she was moved, she temporarily put aside her negative intention. She wanted to see if he could cause a miracle to happen. Shi Yin had many secrets. She understood this better than anyone else. A warrior from a low-level continent who knew how to use the death intent domain and also had the space power. No one could tell how many other wicked tricks he must have hidden. She realized that she had never seen through Shi Yin. Zi Yao wanted to see how mysterious and magical Shi Yin was before she died. The space blades were dangerously shiny. They appeared in dozens and became faster and agile shortly. They were like the sharpest weapons that could cut and slash everything, expanding outside her god domain. Shi Yin stood up next to her, as a cruel, bloody scent diffused from his body. Instantly, his eyes became blood red, which could send shivers down people's spines. The space pirates hadn't approached Zi Yao's god domain, yet they found something strange, screaming in panic. The space blades curved and then thrust into their god domains. Shortly, the different god domains were split apart. The warriors hit by the space blades had their bodies cut off without bleeding, dying on the spot. Even the King God Realm warriors got their limbs cut off if they couldn't dodge those brutal space blades on time. Their armor and secret treasures were all ineffective. Zi Yao's eyes brightened. She was excited as light bloomed gloriously on her face. Sun brilliance! Shi Yin touched his glabella, and the star power Upanishad turned into a flood current, gushing out of his soul altar. Wherever his power Upanishad passed through, sunbeams shot faster, and the flaming meteorites seemed to be revived. The massive meteorites were manipulated by an unknown force. It took only 1 second to move the giant objects that had been still for tens of thousands of years. In that second, dozens of giant burning meteorites rolled towards Ka Tuo under the control of a magical, unknown force. Colossal burning meteorites that were as big as an island or a basketball court, full of flaming energy of the sun, brought with them an unimaginable heat as they stormed into Ka-Tuo's god domain. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Earth-shaking explosions echoed inside Ka-Tuo's god domain. Ka-Tuo was struggling. His vulgar laughter ceased, as he was clumsily urging his energy to avoid the impact from the burning flame meteorite. Bunches of sunlight suddenly became incomparably sharp, becoming wild and hysterical from the originally quiet state. They meandered and slithered like spiritual snakes, darting towards the space pirates. Shortly, all pirates who came to attack them were troubled by the burning meteorites and sunbeams. They moved and dodged here and there, shouting crazily and indignantly. The fiery fluid from the burning meteorites poured on the pirates, melting their blood and flesh. The sunbeams were everywhere, and as soon as the pirates got hit, they would screech painfully while their bodies were pierced through. It was like a ghost nibbling their bodies while they were still alive. Shi Yan's energy drained rapidly, which was clearly visible from his eyes. His essence, Qi, ancient tree, shriveled quickly. As soon as he sensed this danger, he immediately sat down and used his star power Upanishad to connect with the flaming meteorites in this area. As his star Upanishad had been fused with the sunlight once, he could use this feeble connection to control the meteorites, making them move in this solar star exploding fragment field. In that short moment, Shi Yan had a magical feeling, as though he had turned into the core of the sun, and the flaming meteorites in this place had become part of his body. He just needed to flicker his soul consciousness together with his energy to manipulate the flaming meteorites. This discovery cheered him up. While Ziyao was having a bloody fight with the enemies, he had created the connection with dozens of meteorites around them. At the moment Ziyao couldn't endure any longer, he controlled the burning meteorites, launching a strike that demanded a big price from the others. However, it also required an enormous consumption. In a matter of several seconds, the essence Qi ancient tree in his body shriveled, as it had no beam of energy left. Also, the large amount of flaming energy from the sun his star martial spirit had absorbed was all burned. Now, Shi Yan had only his soul consciousness to endure. He begrudgingly controlled the meteorites to attack here and there, messing up the god domains of the pirates. The flaming meteorites were like steel punches pounding the god domains, while the sunbeams were as agile as spiritual snakes, worming and attacking the space pirates. They seemed to be afraid of nothing. The space blades, which had been created first, took the chance and destroyed the pirates' god domain. Space power and star power were urged at the same time, creating a scene of catastrophe. On the other side, Shi Yan's energy was used up, and his spirit was exhausted completely. Ea-ea-wah! Painful screams and cries constantly echoed, as almost 100 space pirates were besieged by the scorching meteorites. They were struck hard, while the other lower realm pirates were all killed. Only the King God Realm warriors, who had achieved the god body, could resist. Although they weren't melted by the sunbeams and the meteorites, they still had to run madly for their lives. Kata was as savage as an enraged beast. His eyes gazed at Shi Yan, noticing this low warrior for the first time. While he was panting and dealing with the flaming meteorites, he hissed and roared to threaten Shi Yan. "Kid, I will detain your soul. I will make you taste all kinds of torture until you die. I swear, I will make you rather die than to live." Shi Yan was quiet, his face dangerously ashen. Only his blood-red eyes sparkled with a gleam of cold and evil intention. He didn't care about Ka-Ta, still using his soul consciousness to control the meteorites which he had activated, creating a meteorite sea to subdue all the pirates. Ziyao's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light as thrill filled her charming face. Her succulent lips parted, but she didn't say anything. She immediately focused on stabilizing her energy to prepare for the next attack. Cough, cough. Shi Yan coughed out blood, and his eyes became gloomy shortly. His body shivered, and the flow of his energy was interrupted. The essence, chi, ancient tree, was drained, and so was the flaming energy his star martial spirit had absorbed. There was nothing left. His soul consciousness was also consumed greatly. Shiyan's soul altar was trembling from the damage. I can't hold on anymore. He smiled bitterly, begrudgingly looking at the bundle of glamour standing next to him. If you don't have any solution, we will have to die here for sure. Actually, Shiyan had some other kinds of energies besides those draining ones. He could use the energy from his blood and flesh, and, of course, the negative energy. However, those energies couldn't supplement his space Upanishad and star Upanishad. So, he couldn't continue using the sunbeams and flaming meteorites to slaughter the others. It was not because of his profound realm that he could create this situation. Shiyan had just borrowed the external forces. This magnificent solar star exploding fragment field had so many pieces of the fragmented pieces of the sun scattered here and there. Since Yan's power Upanishad had the sun essence, he could control the solar fragments in the solar star exploding fragment field and create the current situation. If they had been in another region, he would have had no means. If he couldn't use the meteorites to attack anymore, his other energies weren't of much help. Thus, it wasn't that he was trying to save some energy or being modest. He truly had no other options. Ziyao didn't say anything, squinting as the chaotic energy in her body gradually calmed down. When there was no energy controlling them, the massive flaming meteorites stopped moving and the violent sunbeams started to calm down. After Ka-Tuo's team had adjusted their powers after this savage attack, they stormed over again, much wilder and harsher. Ziyao waved her hand, and the ring on her jade-like finger flashed. Crystals that looked like volcanoes shot out from her ring, moving outward. "You've done enough," Ziyao smiled tenderly after releasing the crystals. A fragrant breeze brushed his cheek as her moist, succulent red lips smacked his left cheek. "I'm sure we can leave this place alive." Chapter 739, Volcano Crystal Nucleus. Chapter 739, Volcano Crystal Nucleus. Shiyan felt as if he had received an electric shock. He looked at her with a dumbstruck visage, rubbing his cheek instinctively as he wore an odd expression. He had never estimated that Princess Ziyao would act like that in their tragic situation. She kissed him. Was it a reward? He couldn't explain her deed. With a dull and amazed face, he didn't know how to react. Anyway, this feeling was so good. Ziyao didn't have the time to talk to him. Her beautiful eyes were bright, looking at the farther area while her soul consciousness was controlling the volcano-shaped crystals to attack Ka-Tuo's team furiously. Waves of magical energy rippled from those volcano crystals. Ka-Tuo felt something suddenly. "Scatter!" he shouted all of a sudden. "It's the volcano crystal nucleus." While they were furiously swarming over their target, the space pirates paled on hearing their leader as if they had seen ghosts, hastening to retreat. Boom, boom, boom. The volcano crystal that was as big as a fist burst off fiercely. The energy it generated was not different from an erupting volcano, brutal to the acme. Those people who couldn't dodge the explosion would be turned into ashes. Their soul altar was shattered, leaving nothing intact. Ziyao had collected the volcano crystal nucleus at a magical volcano range in the raging flame star area. After so many years of condensing and accumulating, each erupting volcano would have a crystal nucleus. The crystal, which had preserved the fiercest power of the volcano, was urged at the critical time. It was like triggering the volcano to burst off at a set time, creating an intimidating attack power. A volcano crystal nucleus was as mighty as a real volcano when it exploded. Even a King God Realm warrior couldn't endure such a blast. Shortly, more than 10 King God Realm pirates were crushed into pulp. Their flesh and bones were smashed, scattering everywhere in the solar star exploding fragment field. This attack scared the space pirates. Even Ka-Tuo, the wildest man, was frightened, not daring to move forward again. Shiyan also discolored in fright. Looking at the exploding volcano crystal nucleus, a cold current arose in his soul. Too frightening. The volcano crystal nucleus explosion had created a tremendous shockwave, which was much more terrible than the impact of the solar fragments. In the second when the explosion happened, many flaming meteorites were shattered, while smaller pieces of meteorites shot out lethally. He sighed, his face strange. The earth flame had stormed out of his soul altar without any prior notification. Just like an excited flame, it flew towards the center of the fierce explosion created by the volcano crystal nucleus. He was bewildered, then turned more excited. The earth flame was the most brilliant flame created in a 10,000 years old volcano. After a long period of taking in the power of the volcano, it gradually gained intellect. This kind of a creature was rare and peculiar. Before it had formed intellect, it seemed like it used to be a volcano crystal nucleus. To the flame, the surging flaming energy in this area was the best nutrient, much better than any other medicines and pellets. The volcano crystal nucleus exploded one by one. Waves of flaming energy rolled furiously, creating a vast burning sea that blocked Ka-Tuo's team. It troubled them from moving forward. Ziyao sneered, talking with full confidence. "Let's go." Her jade-like hand knocked on the amethyst war chariot, which then shot out like lightning. "Wait a minute." Shiyin couldn't help but cry. As Ziyao was busy with the enemies, she didn't notice the earth flame flying out of Shiyan's body. She didn't know that the earth flame was taking in the exploding energy of her volcano crystal nucleus. That was why she wanted to leave hurriedly. Why? Although she was full of suspicion, she paused, frowning at Shiyan. "If we don't leave now, it will be more troublesome later." "Wait a minute," Shiyan didn't explain. He begrudgingly condensed a flow of soul consciousness to contact the earth flame. But that asterisk star didn't answer. It seemed the flame was wholeheartedly taking in the energy of the volcano crystal nucleus, so it wasn't free to answer Shiyan. The massive energy generated from the volcano crystals was what it had been yearning for the most. He would never let this chance slide away at any cost. Shiyan suddenly had a headache, cursing the flame for being so greedy that it didn't even care about its life. "What's going on?" Ziyao was worried. "It's hard to seize the chance to escape, you know? If we don't take this opportunity, we can't break the siege and escape later." "I'm sorry. We just need to wait for a while." Shiyan gritted his teeth. His soul consciousness moved like a light arrow, entering the exploding area where the volcano crystal nucleus was still bursting off. "Spoiled kid, you come back now, or take all these things with you. Or else, I won't care about you anymore." When Shiyan shot his flow of soul consciousness, Ziyao could finally feel something. She shouted with astonishment. "Who are you communicating with?" Shiyan kept silent, while one hand of his was pressed on his forehead. With an ashen face, he tried to extend his soul consciousness. The seething flaming sea in front of them changed suddenly. It started to move, and then accelerated towards them. The earth flame finally responded, and Shiyan exhaled in relief. Right at this moment, a magical jade token suddenly appeared from an interlacing place of sunbeams not far from them. This token had been carved with a miraculous formation, which was releasing surging energy waves. Shortly, it could almost reach Ziyao. Ziyao's soft body shivered as a gleam of deep fear sparkled in her eyes. She hastened to urge all the energy she had left. Godlight bloomed out from her entire body, condensing into a 7-colored light column and striking towards that jade token. Boom! The jade token trembled. The shock wave emitted from it had smashed the massive flaming meteorites into pieces. The jade token was stopped, and it couldn't storm over the second time. Blood gushed out from Ziyao's mouth as she closed her eyes exhaustedly. Her breathing was feeble while her soft body lost control. Shiyan was scared. At this moment, he didn't care about anything else, shouting hoarsely, "Go!" A purple light appeared from Ziyao's fingertip, then fell onto the war chariot. Then, the amethyst war chariot buzzed and glided swiftly over the sunbeams, moving forward quickly. Sure, Yin tried to use his last beam of energy to pull around 10 bodies floating nearest to them to the chariot on the way out. Essence chi emitted from those corpses rolled massively into his body, like a furious flood breaking the dike. The acupuncture points from his entire body swelled instantly, causing him a paralyzing pain. Since the earth flame had absorbed the power of the volcano fire sea behind them, it started to shrink. Eventually, the entire sea shrank into some floating flames, which could pierce through the solar star exploding fragment field easily without being afraid of the sunbeams. That was why they could fly rapidly and catch up with Shi Yin, who was using the amethyst battleship. Those flames then lined up and combined with each other, turning into a windmill-sized flame that disappeared into Shi Yan's glabella. After the earth flame got into the heaven flame soul altar, it calmed down and sent Shi Yin an exciting thought. It's so good. I can ascend this time. Haha, wait until I wake up. I can evolve to another level. Shi Yin was surprised. The amethyst war chariot continued to accelerate crazily. Beside Ji Yao, who was fainted next to Shi Yin, there were 9 corpses of the space pirates. Those people were killed by Zi Yao's godlight not too long ago. Shi Yin could tell it from the holes on their bodies. They included 8 people at the 2nd and 3rd sky of True God Realm, and 1 at the King God Realm. The massive essence chi from that King God Realm warrior was equal to the amount Shi Yin could get from the other 8 warriors. It was so abundant that it surprised Shi Yin a lot. The amethyst war chariot was running wildly, agilely, and swiftly, worming through the sunbeams like lightning. Behind him, the space pirates were shouting and cursing. Their eyes were bloodshot as they still wanted to storm over and kill them all. However, their tiger shark chariots weren't as fast as the amethyst chariot. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't catch up with it. Shi Yin concentrated on the jade token that appeared the last. That jade token had appeared at the most critical time. With only 1 strike, it had hurt Zi Yao badly, directly putting her into a coma. Shi Yin knew that jade token was the fatal attack. Perhaps the one who controlled that jade token had a stronger cultivation base than Katuo's. The one who controlled that jade token must have been hiding in the place where the sunbeams were interlacing for a long time for that fatal strike. That person was the most dangerous factor of this hunting operation. Perhaps he knew Zi Yao personally. Otherwise, he wouldn't have hidden from the beginning. He clearly didn't dare to show his face. He had been waiting persistently, depending on the magical and dangerous feature of the sunbeam interlacing area to avoid people's soul consciousness from sensing. This person was much more dangerous than those space pirates. When Shi Yin turned around to check it, the jade token had disappeared into thin air, leaving no trace. It was possible that the owner had retrieved it. That person was still hiding on his spot. If he didn't show up, he seemed to be afraid of something. The war chariot flew forward at max speed. Shi Yin gradually pulled himself together. While absorbing the enormous essence chi, Shi Yin checked Zi Yao's wounds with a solemn countenance. She was still breathing, and her soul altar still existed. However, Shi Yin found an unknown force, which was constantly destroying her vitality, fighting against the energies inside her body. After Shi Yin had sensed it for a while, he paled, his eyes full of cold intent. That unknown energy flow seemed to be taking the upper hand. During its battle with the energies inside Zi Yao's body, it could drain her energy continually. When Zi Yao's energy was emptied out, that flow of energy would cut off all of her vitality. At least, it would be able to destroy her god body. But that was not what scared him the most. Shi Yin could sense a soul-destroying power within that unknown energy as well. In other words, after it destroyed Zi Yao's god body, it would storm into her sea of consciousness and smash down her soul sacrificial altar. The one who had cast this technique truly wanted to take Zi Yao's life, leaving her no hope or way to revive.